live free. Fuck. Go or come buy or sell, be drunk or sober, however they choose.
Are you ready to be who you are?
No poetry, just a straight answer.
The government has
Never give in. Never. In nothing, great or small, large or petty, never give in except to convictions of honor and good sense. Never yield to force. Never yield to the apparently overwhelming might of the enemy.
You're listening to the Outlaw Radio Network. Outlaw Radio Network.
This country can't be knocked down with one punch. We get right back up again, and when we do, the world's going to hear the roar of our engines.
But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done.
You do your work, and we will do our best.
Republic. I like the sound of it. It means people can live free. Fuck. Go or come buy or sell, be drunk or sober, however they choose.
Are you ready to be who you are?
No poetry, just a straight answer.
the government has deliberately sought to deceive the United States by false statements and expressions of hope for continued peace.
We are men of the hood. Mary, now you're explaining.
But there's no both sides anymore. They're just trying to wreck our goddamn country. It's time for you younger guys to take over us.
You meant to be here tonight. This is your time. Their time is done. It's over. Screw them. This is your time. Now go out there and take it.
If you guys don't start thinking as men, we're gonna have a lousy country.
For the crimes of incitement to cause unrest, I declare to be an outlaw.
All right, everybody, it's the Outlaw Radio Network. We are a little late and $1 short. It's the 30th of March. Thanks for checking out the show. Sorry about the delays. We were running through some technical stuff because, well, let's be honest. It's
somebody
computers. Your mic is not.
I know. They always seem to get left off.
No, your mic is on. It's just, it's cutting in and out. It's technical stuff. Yeah, the Jeep thing was my fault, not really the Jeep.
No, it's the car.
Your mic is not working well.
You're not. You are not. If there's one thing you are not, it's a car guy, and neither am I. That's why I recognize it in you.
I'm not a car guy whatsoever.
It's okay.
Let's not dawdle on that fact.
There's literally on the man card. There's literally no section that says car abilities. It's like it just doesn't exist. It's not on the card.
Is that a requirement to have a man card?
I don't think so. No, because when the man cards
Jesus.
were created, we were still living in caves and eating meat.
We still eat meat,
but we're not living in caves. Well, most of us. We do have some, folks in, I don't know, Afghanistan that are probably fall under that billing, but not here locally, except for a, couple of, I don't know, what do you call them? Like cults. It's a few cults that live in caves.
I didn't know we had cults around here.
Oh, we absolutely do.
Oh,
would you like me to name a few?
How about the Democratic Party?
I wasn't going to actually. I was not going to suggest that the Democratic Party was a cult.
Well, how about Tara Simmons supporters?
No, but I would call Mormons a cult. I would call there's another church I would call a cult too.
There's the whole conversation that any religion is a cult until the guy is dead, and then it's a religion. I mean, now we can argue Scientology.
Maybe you're getting philosophical. That's not an argument I would ever make.
But we could. Because L. Ron Hubbard's
writing a bunch of science fiction books does not quantify you to be, a religious scholar. In my opinion,
I agree. But I'm just saying.
And if you ever saw Battlefield Earth, that's a tough one for me. Like I don't know, man.
Hey, I'm just saying that. I mean, that is kind of the discussion.
And you know what's to your point? Something that's a little crazy is I love listening and watching some of the more recent documentaries on people just trying to get out of that church.
Right.
It's like there was
Scientology?
there was a movie years ago that came out. It was a Nicolas Cage movie, and so there was a line in it. Something he was talking about going to Las Vegas, and somebody in the movie made the comment like, the only thing I know about Las Vegas is people try to get out of there. You know, and I mean that's to me like that's all I hear about Scientology, with all the stuff that's out there right now about Scientology. Like I get this feeling that only family members of family members are trying to join the Church of Scientology.
Maybe
it's like a big pyramid scheme. Like when you join this church, quote unquote, and you have to pay lots of money to go through their programs.
Yeah, maybe, but
it is a pyramid scheme.
It's got enough traction.
Right there with Jehovah's Witnesses.
Well, it's got enough traction now as a church that in 200 years, no one will even be aware of that. I mean, hell, if you go back far enough in time, Buddhism started as a cult that was a divergence from Hindu.
So Buddhism is a cult to you?
No,
is that what you're saying?
It was.
So it's magically not now?
No, it's so established.
So because it's established, it's not a cult?
It's a religion.
So that's your quantify. That's your like the thing that allows you personally, because I mean your degree kind of gives you some clout in this conversation, in my opinion.
Okay, I mean it's really just an opinion, but
it's an opinion. But you listen now. You know all that stuff starts with just an opinion.
Sure, but I mean, you know, when you get to the basis of religion, I
Is
mean,
Christianity a cult?
It started as one.
Did it?
Sure.
Well, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
How about Judaism?
Hold on, how started as a cult.
Started as a cult. Wow, let's check this out, man.
I'm not going to argue.
We might be getting
religion,
into some deep philosophical conversation before the show even gets going.
We can have these deep religious philosophical conversations if you guys want.
We got some horse poop Shiite ready to go tonight,
I guess I don't know if I agree or disagree with Tom's statement that Christianity started as a cult. I can't speak for the religions. I don't study them. What do you?
Well, you certainly studied the beginning of that one, didn't you? I mean, you're going to college.
No. I said other religions like Christianity. I've got a handle on, but like I couldn't tell you.
Do you
about
believe that
Buddhism.
Christianity started as a cult?
How do you define a cult?
I don't know. I wasn't going to go into that direction.
But therein lies the question, right? If the cult, if a cult is followers following something that mainstream society does not believe is real and doing extreme things in support of that, then Christianity certainly started as what you might call a cult, right? If that, but again, what is your?
I had to say it. Come on,
I'm just saying, what is your definition of a cult?
Well,
or the occult, which by the way would be something that Paul does on Friday nights. But go ahead.
Guess who our next sacrifice is?
Not me. I'm far from a virgin, so
damn.
I'm lucky.
No, brother. We don't sacrifice virgins. They're too precious. We sacrifice hoes.
Wow.
You know what Paul's favorite rap song is that he's got hoes in different area codes. Yeah. Okay, a couple comments in chat, and I want to get to Lilat's first because I think Lilat's is a really good comment. Lilat said, after January 6th, I called MAGA a cult on this program and still see it to this day. It's gross. Let me ask you a question, Paul. He of the MAGA hat and life-size Donald Trump stapled above his bed, and he faces Boca Raton, Florida, every morning at 6 a.m. and bows on his prayer rug. Would you agree that there are cult elements to MAGA? Hold on, let me clarify.
Okay.
Not for all followers, not saying people who voted for Trump, but that really tight subset of people that there might be elements to it.
I believe that for let's take the three major parties, Democrats, Republicans, and Libertarians, there are absolutely far-reaching elements in every one of the parties that approach cult-like behaviors.
I missed everything you said when you said the three major parties.
Oh my gosh.
That's like saying the three major food groups are meat, vegetables, and something that nobody else gives a shit about. Okay,
soy.
It's soy. Yeah, the three major food groups are meat, vegetables, and soy.
Meat, vegetables, and breakfast.
That's like Democrats, Republicans, and Libertarians.
Well, you may not like Libertarians being referred to as a major party.
Do you think they're the number three party in this country?
I do believe that they are easily the number three party.
Yes, that's a known statistic. But I mean, it's also
of course.
The conversation or the comparison was, if I park my Libertarian Dodge Charger next to the Republican or the Democrat, car, whatever that might be.
Well, the Democrat
the
car,
Tesla.
no, is a Nissan Leaf.
Listen.
And the Republican car is an F-350.
Okay, well, the Libertarian car is
Good
a
Lord.
Matchbox because that's how big we are.
Do you okay, so there have been a few massive sporting things that have happened in the last 50, 60 years.
Already?
But let me suggest this.
Starts early.
So the third race in the Triple Crown in 1972, so you have the Kentucky Derby, the Belmont, and the Preakness. And in the Preakness, the horse that won the Triple Crown that year won by 32 lengths. The horses second and third place were not even in the camera shot when that race was over. That's how far ahead Secretary
How
was.
do you know
and
this?
you probably couldn't name, along with everybody else, the second and the third place horse. Maybe the second place, but definitely not the third place
I know
horse.
who the second and third horse is in that.
Do you?
Yeah, because I'm a big sports fan.
Not of horse racing.
So the second horse in the race was called Can of Glue,
No.
and the third
Okay,
horse in
okay.
the race
Okay.
was Chinese Buffet
Or Puppy
So
Chow. Yeah.
Damn.
there you go.
French buffet.
No, Chinese Buffet,
French.
Chinese Buffet, and Can of Glue.
Anyway, my point was, yes, libertarians are the third major party, but they are so far behind the first and second place, they're not even in the camera shot. Got it?
Smartest kid in the short
That
bus.
is can we'll leave it at
Wow.
that.
Kevin.
Skinniest guide fat.
But
camp.
still the
Yeah.
third.
Kevin,
But you're still in
in-
third place. Okay?
Yeah, Kevin, in the words of Bart Simpson, eat my shorts.
There you go.
We're number 3.
Yeah.
We're number 3.
Yeah.
Great.
I mean,
So hold on, but do you think that do you think there's MAGA cult combo on the poo-poo platter?
okay. So yes, I do.
Thank you. Okay.
I mean, I would point to the QAnon folks. Okay. Now that's a very, very small percentage. All right. But you have the same exact thing on the left, on the Democratic Party as well. All the, the literal, Antifa folks and to some degree the BLM folks.
Aren't they essentially non-issues now? Like, I don't hear anything from BIA or from Antifa anymore. Am I living with my head in the sand?
Well,
I'm just missing
well,
stuff.
BLM.
BLM. I think. Listen.
BIA.
Oh, did I? Okay.
So unfortunately for
Both
BLM,
equally
because it was
ineffective.
it did have a message that it wanted to get out, but that message was perverted by certain members within the organization, like the founders who absconded with millions of dollars and bought themselves mega mansions.
How many?
I don't know how many there were.
No.
But there were multiple.
Know how much money they take?
Millions.
And millions. Thanks, Tom. You jerk.
So no, Tom, thank
Tom
you.
left me hanging.
Thank you for.
I was unaware.
You're
of the
not in
plan, my
12th grade
friend.
anymore, Tom. Anyway, so yes
Tom.
is the short answer.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Don't go off the rails this early.
I will punch somebody. Anyway, yes is the short answer to your
Thank you.
question. There are elements of cult-like followers on both sides, and I believe that to be indisputable. I don't think there's really any question about that.
I have a question that will tell me if you're a cult follower of MAGA.
Okay.
Here's my question. Do you believe Trump should get a third term?
No.
No. I'm
Without
saying
a
if
doubt, no.
someone says yes,
Yeah.
you are part of the MAGA cult.
No, I wouldn't go that far.
I
I mean, I would just say that their opinion is shit and they don't know what they're talking about.
Or they're ill-informed.
Yeah, because there's no,
No.
you can't. And I've said it many times before, and I will say it till my dying, till the day that I die. Our system needs to consistently be working on getting better.
Mhm.
We are a republic. We are not a democracy. We are a republic. There is a difference with a distinction, and it is profound, and most people don't understand it. And so they use the words not only interchangeably, but basically wrong.
Mhm.
And you can't be taking a step backward. There's a very big reason why we have a maximum of 2 terms for president. So and nobody should be attempting to change that. And I do not believe in any way, shape, or form they're going to now with Trump in office either. They make jokes about it. Trump has no problem trolling the left.
I
Talking about how I'm going to be king for the day, stuff like that. He has no problem doing that. He loves to get under their shorts.
Yeah. I don't. I mean, we're such a divided country right now. There's no way that the constitutional process will take place to give him
I couldn't
a
agree
third
more.
term.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah.
The
And
numbers are not.
I could see legitimate strife if the attempt was made, and I hope that I never.
But
see
there are some Trump supporters that, again, small amount, right? Let's not make it a large.
You're right.
number.
There are some, but
there
not
are
enough to
some
make
that would
any kind of a
advocate.
difference.
But there are some that are openly, vocally advocating for violence against the federal government to keep him in power. That's what has to be done to protect the republic. We have to make sure that Donald Trump never leaves office.
Yeah, I honestly, you may have heard people say that.
They're on Facebook and on Twitter.
I have not heard
but again,
anybody
it's
say
a
but
teeny
you can go
tiny
on
amount.
Twitter and find glorified sex workers too. It doesn't mean that you enjoy the time you spend with them. I mean, I suppose it depends on how much you have to pay, but I'm just making the point that
The question is, do they enjoy their time with you?
there you go. There you go.
Yeah. Kevin Nelson, hell no to Trump running for a third term. K-Dog, Kevin Nelson asked if K-Dog pushed his Jeep to Black Ring Spirit City hitchhike. It drove. I did.
It was a Rolls Can Hardly. Anybody in here know what a Rolls Can Hardly is?
Corey Collins says LGBTQ is a cult.
It runs downhill, can hardly get up the next.
I don't believe LGBTQ is a cult, but I believe there's a cult within that subset.
I agree.
If that makes sense. So I don't believe that everybody who's gay or
That's right.
lesbian or straight or trans or whatever
Couldn't
is in a
agree
cult.
more. Couldn't agree more.
But I think there's certainly, especially when you get into the discussions about trans and the bathroom issues and all of that, there's some certain really cult-ish.
Yeah, I appreciate you
feels to it.
referring to that. Well, listen, if I'm man enough to suggest that there are cult elements within the extreme right of the MAGA movement, I think you can admit that there's a cult movement within the extremes of the LGBTQ movement too. I mean, it's just being honest.
So a couple people in chat have brought this up. Nancy said term limits for House and Senate should have been set as well. It's ridiculous that there aren't.
Hold on, Nancy, we do have term limits for Congress. It's called voting.
You can make the same argument about president.
You can, but we're not, right? Because it's set in stone.
Mike said, why can't we put limits on how many years senators and representatives serve? I don't know why we can't do this. Can you explain why that would be wrong?
Yes, I can.
Go ahead, because you and I are on the same page with this.
Because for Congress people, it takes time to build national and international relationships in order to get bills done, in order to be able to say a congressman from Florida needs to go to Australia because he's working on it could take them years to put certain packages and things together for, building different ships or trade of certain products.
That should all be private sector.
So, but it's not.
But it should be.
But it doesn't matter if it should be, Tom. It's not.
Yes, Tom and I should be waking up tomorrow morning next to Yvonne Strafosky. Okay, there's in a world with rainbows and unicorns.
We could lend him some chloroform.
In a world of rainbows and unicorns that the Libertarian Party lives in, all these mythical things could happen. But when you get into the real world where things are really done the way they're really done,
he's not K-Dog. He's the Energizer Bunny. He's still going.
The Libertarian crap doesn't work. Paul's not wrong, but here's the bigger issue.
Free markets have been shown to work over and over and over again. We're just overregulated.
Well, okay. But here's the other issue. Oh, sorry, Lori, go ahead. You had your hand up.
How do you all feel about Patty Murray?
Oh, hold on. Let's not get off this topic.
No.
Hold on, because Patty Murray's a specific.
Patty
Murray's a specific shade of nut job. Okay.
No, there's no special. No.
Okay.
There's no special considerations.
Chuck Schumer.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why I'm opposed to term limits. Okay.
I'm listening on bated breath.
The Constitution.
I think she said bated breath.
The Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence. When all of that stuff was set up, it was set up under the idea of the Americans having a voice. Okay. When we impose term limits, we take that voice away from Americans to vote.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
No,
we are saying.
Give
hold
that
on.
voice to more Americans.
No, we don't. We are saying.
It's a
you
fair
can
point,
vote for
Mike.
anybody, but you can't vote for this person because they've already been there twice. That is not a free election. That is not a free. It's not. It's a government regulated free election designed to keep somebody from consolidating too much power. I get it,
and that's the reason why a president can only serve 2 terms. It is the most powerful position in the world, and if you start serving more than 2 terms, you can accumulate too much power.
Yeah.
Again, I don't care.
When you. No, so when you hold multiple terms in Congress, you have the same problem.
But you're not at that level of power and authority.
Sure you are.
You can become a nuisance. There are things that you can do. But again, when somebody sits in Congress, it can take a great deal of time and resources to be able to build things and put things together. And I suggest to you to look no further than a guy like Ted Cruz and the things that he's been able to do. You can look at Marco Rubio, the things that he was able to do.
So I'm not arguing that we don't have good lifelong,
Marco.
congresspersons.
And at first,
Right.
by the way, your first term in office, you get nothing done. So take that right off the top.
That's just a change in culture that would have to happen.
Because you also have committee assignments, and then you move up within seniority in the committee.
Right.
There's a lot of things that go on when you're a congressman. It's not what we see on C-SPAN. It's not just a bunch of people sitting around. Like there's just so much more to it. And when you're the president, you're there. You're at the pinnacle. And as we've all seen, by the way, just because you sign an executive order doesn't mean that it just goes through.
Yeah.
This is a system of checks and balances, and we could obviously debate how goddamn important, certain judges are, but that's a whole nother topic.
I like Rick's comment, 12 years total time in Congress and then done. 12 and done.
Look, it's a fair point, but Rick doesn't know what he's talking about.
Sure he does.
And I'll say that because he's sitting 12 feet to my left.
But listen, here's the deal. Here, and again, I'm not knocking. Like sometimes I'll say, if you believe this, you're an idiot, and I don't. That's not what I think on this discussion. Like I think the discussion for term limits is a valid one to have. I just don't agree. I think we give the American people a right to have a say in who they vote for and who they want to serve them. If we decided as a nation that we wanted Barack Obama to have 3, 4, 5 terms, then we have decided as a nation that that's what we do. If we decide as a nation that Donald Trump gets 3, 4, 5 terms, then we decided as a nation that's what we adopted as our model. So we have these open elections, no term limits anywhere but the White House. That's the one term limit we want to have. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, we also need to remove, if we're going to go to the world of unicorns and fairies.
Yes, please. Let's go to Pixie Dust Land.
And we're going to make changes.
This voyage into Pixie Dust Land brought to you by Black Ring Spirits. Think like a libertarian? No. Get drunk. Go ahead, Tom.
Wise ass. I mean, if we're going to go to Magic Land, make believe, and impose term limits, we also need to remove lobbyists.
Yes. 100%.
No more lobbying. So no more corporations buying our politicians.
That sounds good. I get it. It sounds good. It's a fanciful, like you said, it's living in the land of rainbows and unicorns. But the people that we elect to this positions of power and authority in this republic, okay, they don't know everything. A lobbyist job, if you went to work for an organization and you were a lobbyist, your job would be to represent whoever you're lobbying for and go sit down with that congressman or woman and express to them your thoughts, your views, and what your organization or group wants.
I'm fine with that, but money should not.
Not saying that
money changes hands.
I'm not talking about the money. I'm not talking about the money.
And it should
not. The comment was made that lobbyists should be removed, and you can't. They're the ones that educate Congress on issues.
But they're also the ones writing the bills. They're writing the laws.
Some are, yeah, for sure.
And here's where
that's wrong.
Here's where you and Tom come into agreement, right?
What? 2 women?
They're writing the bills and they're receiving money from the lobbyists, right? And therein lies the rub. Right. Now, I will tell you this. We talk about this all the time. Federal employee.
Talk about rubs and sex workers.
I'm a federal employee. Yep. Rick is a federal employee. We're going to have him on here in just a moment. I can't accept money from somebody who I might have an influence on what happens with their stuff.
What?
So if there's a veteran and he's like,
I'm joking.
Man, I really want to smooth Kevin's palms on this to get this claim moving along. I'm going to send him a fruit
You
basket.
schmuck. Can I have $100 back?
No. I already spent it at the casino. I can't accept.
Were you up there with? Oh, never mind.
I can't accept a fruit basket. I can't accept a monetary gift. I couldn't accept Seahawk tickets to go sit in a suite.
I can
sit on that for a second.
You went there.
You
went there.
Yeah, I did. So there's restrictions placed upon us as federal employees. We can. So if that's the case, then why can Republicans and Democrats in the House and the Senate accept gifts and money from lobbyists who then they distill a decision about something that impacts those lobbyists? That's the issue, and that's what has to be fixed.
I don't think they do accept anything from lobbyists.
2/3
on the surface. They do a good job of hiding it.
2/3 of Congress took money from big pharma.
So they take campaign donations.
Yes.
Yeah.
2/3.
But listen, it's and this is something you guys started touching on. It's been touched on in the chat room, right? People are going, you shouldn't be in Congress for 4 or 8 years or 6 years or whatever it is and be a multimillionaire. 100% correct. There's also a lot of misinformation out there about that very topic. Now, it's not that people are wrong, but let's look at somebody like AOC, okay? Not a fan, right? You've never really heard me say much good stuff about her, but you know what? a lot of people have to go, AOC's worth $12 billion and she's only been in Congress X amount of years. It's all bullshit. She's got a net worth of like $80,000. Okay. She doesn't have that much money, but yet somebody like Nancy Pelosi, right? But what do they forget about with Nancy Pelosi? Well, her husband's in the finance market. Okay. Now I'm not saying that she's not doing, like, she knows when bills are going to come up to get voted on. So she knows, you know, she literally has inside information, but if she's not passing it to anybody else,
you mean her husband?
You can't, well, exactly. You got to prove it. We make the accusation, but you got to prove it.
I think there's proof.
I think their bank account.
.com.
Yeah.
Everybody's using it.
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you, but if she's doing it on her own, right, then there's nothing anybody can say about it. I do agree that she's probably up. I mean, like smoke fire, right? I'm not saying that she isn't. I'm just saying that we can make accusations all day long. People have made the accusations about people like AOC making money in her position. Well, she's not, you know? And so I think that there's a lot of misinformation. It's also biased and bigoted, right? We all have this perception in our mind. Elon Musk can't be doing X, Y, and Z. Guess what? Numbnuts, he isn't. You know, or thinking that Doge was some made up organization. It wasn't. It got created under the Obama administration. They just changed the name. Even took the same employees to do the job. And for those that didn't, you know, there was a great interview. Brett Baer did it with the members of Doge. I think it was last Wednesday or Thursday night, but it was a very insightful interview.
Yeah, I watched it.
Yeah, it was like
amazing.
There was some stuff, and I was like, holy cow. Okay, so I mean, most of the people that were sitting there were incredibly hyper successful individuals in their own right. I mean, hyper successful, and they gave it all up because they're smart people that are looking at this country going, if we go bankrupt, I lose everything anyway.
Yep.
And so they are motivated. They are at the pinnacle of their careers with regards to motivation, man, and they want to do this and they want to do it right. Now, the one valid argument that's floating around out there right now is, you know, they're taking a chainsaw to cuts instead of a scalpel. I get that. Perfectly valid argument. I do. But I would hope, based on what the president said, remember 3 weeks ago, he sat them all down, had a very little meeting, and he was very public about it. I want you to use a scalpel. Stop using a hatchet to make cuts, right? So listen, they're coming in and they're doing something that's never been done before. They're not going to do it perfect.
Right.
The key is when they make mistakes, which they say that they have made a few, and then they go back and try to remedy them as quickly as possible. I think that's the best we can ask for. I do. And does anybody in here think, I'll even ask Rick this as an elected politician, does anybody in here think that the United States is not in a dire financial situation and we do not have to make major cuts? And does anybody expect those cuts to not hurt?
We should be doing a Doge-like audit every time there's a census. We do a government-wide audit.
Every 4 years is what your thought is, and I don't disagree with that 10. Either. I think the federal government should 10. Maintain census every 10. That's fine, but I still think 10 years is a long time for shit to go south.
It is, but it's a big undertaking.
I'm just making the point that I think that the federal government should keep Doge as an active, constantly 24 round the clock working organization. Doesn't have to be huge. They've proven it doesn't have to be big, and that every goddamn state should have one to boot.
Well, you know,
right? When we talk about the new taxes that this state is looking at, you're damn straight we should have one in this state too.
You know, the charter for Doge ends July 4th, 2026.
Yeah, it was like 100 and some odd days, right?
No, that was just,
no, that's Elon Musk's contract. I'm sorry, because he's stepping down soon.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, but Doge itself is set to dissolve in 2026.
Nancy, fair point that a scalpel won't get anywhere. I mean, I understand both sides of it. I really do. I don't like to see people get laid off when maybe they didn't have to.
Right.
So when I look at and the one I point to is like the national parks folks. Right. We didn't have a lot of employees within the national parks to begin with. Mm-hmm. And so I do have a concern that if you lay off all of that, what you believe is excess staff from the national parks, and you don't take a scalpel to that, ultimately the American people will end up in a sense, suffering from that. I like to use the national parks and forestry land. Yeah, I like to go gold mining up there, and stuff. So, I enjoy that.
Let me tell you one thing they didn't do. Doge didn't save any money because they fired a whole bunch of employees. On letting people go. They didn't save any money because they fired a whole bunch of employees from like the Parks Department, from other agencies, and then a federal court came back and said, nope, bring them all back and pay them back pay.
Yeah, that's a different issue though,
No, no,
Kevin.
but-
that issue is whether or not that federal court has the right to make those
even-
decisions.
No. But what I'm not arguing whether or not they do or don't have the right. That's a different conversation. My point is when you go in and napalm things, and then you're left to pick up the pieces later, you run into situations like this where you just basically gave. I see you waving your hand. Where you basically give a whole bunch of people paid vacation, which was not the intent, because they bum rushed into this, made decisions without researching the legal implications of it, and then
we don't know that they didn't research the legal
and then we're ordered to bring people back, paid them for their free time off, and now we're still back where we started. That's all I'm saying.
I do not feel the necessity to get in the last word edgewise all the time over you, Kevin. So
Yes.
Lori, go ahead.
Go ahead, Lori. You do it.
Anyways, so
Go ahead, Lori.
if you go back to the very beginning of Doge,
Talk right up on that mic.
I
'Cause
am.
I got to get Dennis to turn you
Okay.
up over there. 'Cause it's not
Anyways,
over here.
if you go back to the very first statements about Doge, Elon Musk was very frank about everything. And so even getting rid of different employees, cutting costs, all of that. On the employee HR side, there was not going to be a cost savings at all. In fact, it was going to be a cost because they were going to have people, automatically tender their resignation or they would be fired. They were giving payments until September.
Mhm.
So, there wasn't going to
Well,
be
there was. So you're saying there was going to be
savings.
no immediate savings.
Correct. There
Long
was-
term, though. I don't know the answer. You're the accountant.
Eventually, probably in about 2 years.
Okay.
But they were going to have to take care of medical and dental and all of that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I will tell you the one. I was really hoping that the idea behind Doge was going to come in. They were going to look at the profit and loss statement of the whole country, right? And for those that didn't know, there's only one bank account that all these checks and everything come out of.
Right? How
I mean,
crazy is that?
It's very
How
crazy to me.
I mean,
you know,
me too. I work in the corporate
yeah, like
world.
one checkbook. Are you kidding me?
Right?
Like try to balance that one.
No.
You're right.
Well, that's a great point in itself, Paul.
But what I was hoping Doge would do is they would come in and they would take a look at everything. They would spend some time studying the issues in the departments, and then come back and say we need a 38% cut across the board on everything, and then leave it up to those departments to figure out where to save that money and make those cuts. That was in my mind. That was kind of how they might come in and do things as a small business person. That's what guys like me would normally do.
Well,
but they're being much more aggressive.
Right.
Yeah.
And what I heard in the interview, correct me if you heard something else, but that's what they did with the IRS.
They did that
Security
with some of the big
Administration. Yeah, some of the
departments.
bigger
That was I
departments.
took. Yes, I took
But
that too.
how crazy is it? Would they say 1,400, 1,600 people just in the IRS to provision
Laptops and cell
for
phones.
employees
Yeah,
and cell phones?
That's insane.
How stupid is that?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
No, you're right. And he made the point that just using the IRS as a focal point for a second, 1,400 employees in the entirety of the IRS,
Mhm.
right? That came down to the fact that if they were actually all working every day, they'd issue 4 laptops and cell phones per person. That's dumb. Go ahead, cut them.
Yeah.
Let them
Yeah.
go. That's just a colossal waste.
Yeah, I will tell you from my agency. We'll get Rick on in a minute. I said that 20 minutes ago, but Rick, I see you over there.
Sure
I
did.
See you. In my agency, we don't have one person who's tasked with that. He does that as part of his other duties in IT, but that's part of what he
Sounds
does.
like a better use of time.
But I'm always curious how we come up with these numbers.
That's between you and whoever.
No, I'm curious how we come up with the numbers. You talked before, Paul. Numbers are twisted to fit the agenda of the person who's sharing them.
Always.
So when you say X number of people are doing this job, it makes me wonder how that number was ascertained.
Yeah. So their quote was that amount of people, the 1,400 people, that was their only job. That's all that they did. Their job was to pass out cell phones and pass out laptops.
Mhm.
And there are some easy immediate cuts, right? There was an department with 35,000 employees, and there were 70,000 licensed versions of the software they use.
Right.
Like what? I don't know how much the licenses are, but that any company that sells software to the government doesn't sell it cheap.
No.
You
Or
know?
the survey, the National Park Survey.
Oh, yeah, that's a really bad one.
I don't even remember the
10
cost.
10 questions.
Yeah.
And it costs like $25 million.
Yeah.
It was insane.
The answers went nowhere. No database, no
nobody was
collection,
collecting the info.
Nothing.
Yeah.
And
Well-
so you have this survey going to nowhere land and they're just paying it.
Well,
I'm thinking we should put in for those as a radio show.
Right.
Like we're going to conduct a survey of all the federal employees.
That's like the effort to I don't remember how many millions of homes it was and how many billions of dollars were spent, but they were trying to connect homes in underserved areas with
internet.
high-speed internet.
Yeah.
And
$70 million spent, 0 homes connected.
Yes. Yeah.
Correct.
That drove me nuts.
Yeah, as it should.
Me too.
And all it all makes sense to be angsty about it. And to wonder where the money went and why the agendas weren't kept and why the goals for the missions failed, even after so much money gets spent. But I think the key crux I want to come back to is what you said, Paul, which is what I had hoped is that when Doge came in, they would evaluate, they would compile data, they would make wise, informed decisions, and then they would eliminate, which is not what they're doing. They are cutting off their nose to spite their face. This is the equivalency of my son can't pass math class, so I'm gonna take him out of math forever.
Oh, I thought you were going to say my 4-year-old has determined he's not a boy, he's a girl. I'm going to go ahead and get his penis cut off. That's how crazy it is.
Oh, that's more crazy than my scenario, Paul. Whatever world you live in, dude, is a weird one.
Yeah,
no,
I'm
just
to
saying
get Rick's attention over there.
I have no issue. I have no issue with informed, well-designed cutbacks, but they haven't been in office.
Please.
But they haven't been in office long enough to have compiled enough data and information to make honest, well-informed cutbacks, let alone analyzing the legal ramifications of all these decisions.
I think that's very presumptuous on your part.
Yeah, I think so too, because they started before the election happened. They were assembled back in July of 2024.
And then as soon as the election was won,
right,
they started getting the right permissions into place. Yeah.
Do you think 6 months, 7 months is enough time to get the data together on 2.3 million federal employees, 70 some odd different federal agencies? You think
digitally? I think it is.
Yeah.
I don't,
because you're
think.
using algorithms. You're programming the algorithms to comb through the data and grab the information.
And I'm
that
sure
you want.
Lori could probably attest one way or another. When they do in accounting, when you guys do those kinds of algorithms, you can effectively tell the algorithm, find me departments, that are spending this amount of money with this many employees. Like you can set parameters, right?
Yeah.
And so when they start doing that, this stuff goes fast.
Yeah.
I mean, really fast. There was an article that came out 2 months ago that talked about how fast Doge went into one of those departments, saw the things that they were looking for, the actual numbers, and they were like, cut this, this, and this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because nothing's, and I understand the idea. None of it's personal. It's for the financial security and stability of this country. Therefore, we're not going to let the environment and the emotions get the best of us. It's cut.
Yeah.
Robert said, how long do you think that would have been? How long do you think it would have taken end of Trump's term? I don't know. What I would like for them to do is a systemic approach. So they start with SSA, for example. Let's analyze SSA deep down to its core. This is what we found. Release the data of what they find. Release their plan for what they're going to do. Allow public comment. I also think that Doge needs to be under an umbrella other than the president.
They're in the oversight
Yeah,
committee.
there's an oversight committee for just
Senate.
Doge.
Yeah.
Well, but Doge was Elon Musk was not. Did he pass Senate confirmation for?
No, but he doesn't have
Doge?
to.
No, but wouldn't you like somebody?
No.
Who's going to be undercutting that agency? Doge is undercutting what Congress mandates. Congress has said we're going to spend X amount of money for these programs and these agencies, and now Doge is coming saying don't do them. We don't need them. Congress is elected, and they're making decisions where the funding goes. And you have a non-elected, non-confirmed dude heading up an agency that's going back and cutting all that. I'm not in favor of it.
I get it, but again, you can't.
He's not heading up an agency that's making cuts. He's heading up an agency that's making recommendations.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah,
You're right.
that's
You're
a
right.
great point.
That's true.
Great
Yeah,
point.
But still, he's not confirmed. He's not elected.
I don't know why that makes a difference to you. I don't give a damn if the person's confirmed or not, because clearly we can confirm people that suck. Okay,
Yeah, I mean,
so
that's true.
You don't audit yourself. You bring in a third party to
Right.
audit your books.
An
to
independent.
audit your, someone who's
great point, Lori and
Right.
Tom. Great point. Yeah.
Independent audit.
Okay, Kevin, we better bring in Rick before he
my
blows the
gosh.
gas.
Well, now we got 3 minutes before top of the hour.
Yeah,
So
man, you better do it quick.
what? You started this hour.
Oh, you asked me if we were in a cult.
You started this hour.
The list of topics
So
says
in 3 minutes we're
bring
going
in
to.
Rick. That's the first thing it says.
So let me set
Doesn't
this
say
up
anything
real
about
quick.
ask Paul if he's in a cult.
You're the one that
let's-
brought up the cults.
Let's wait until the top of the hour because Kevin
My God.
is spreading
So here's
information.
what we're gonna
Serious,
do.
Lori?
Yeah.
Here's what we're gonna do. In 3 minutes, we'll go to the top of the hour. We'll do our bumper break. We'll come back with Rick Eckert. We'll talk with Rick at 7. At 8 o'clock, we have to address the elephant in the room.
Yeah, the elephant just shit his pants.
Tara Simmons. So
that elephant.
So we have to address the Tara Simmons issue because Tara Simmons has come out fighting with us. She's fighting with the Linwood Times Gazette Post birdcage liner, whatever newspaper mucky muck comes out of Linwood. Like, only thing I remember Linwood for is girls with big hair, and she's fighting with Brandy Cruz. Okay,
Do we have an adult diaper in here? Because Kevin might need one.
I think
we need to go
so
to
at
the
8
store.
o'clock. At 8 o'clock, we're gonna have a conversation about the Tara thing. I am completely floored at how she has chosen to conduct herself in this chosen. How she is
She's
chosen.
not Chinese.
Shut up. How she has chosen. I'm going to use my own language, man.
I'm
It's gonna
sorry,
become a
Korean.
thing.
Korean. That's a whole They named a whole reservoir after that.
Anyway, I am amazed at how she has decided to carry herself in this conversation over this issue, over this discussion, and I could not be more disappointed.
There's a lot to be said, and I want to make sure that we don't misquote anything. So, I mean, personally,
Exactly.
I will make sure that I read and I will make sure that I read the stuff verbatim, because there have been some developments about some of this stuff, and I think that a lot of stuff has been, I would say, misconstrued on multiple fronts.
Do you think what I said was misconstrued?
No, I think that's your opinion. You
Okay.
can't misconstrue your own opinion.
Well, he could.
I've been hoping he would learn that about me over the last 25 years, but I'm still working on it.
Well, your opinions are just inspired by NyQuil. Also, April 27th,
If you're going to talk to us about your
Brandy Cruz
vacation.
joins us on the show on the last Sunday of April. Brandy Cruz will join us.
Okay, no, don't get happy. He booked her on the night when he and her are on vacation in Mexico
No,
together.
April 27th. It's the end of April. We'll both.
Yeah, you'll both be where?
No, we'll both be here. I'll be in studio. I'm back way before the 27th.
I thought you said you were going to be in Mexico the same time she was.
I am, but it's not that early in April. It's
Oh,
early
thank
April
God.
where I'm in
Okay, well,
Mexico,
see-
and it's
see
late
how
April.
bad your communication
Yeah. By the
skills are? No
way,
wonder
does
you're
anybody
single.
think it's coincidental that?
Wait! Before you say anything, tonight's drinking game, the
Oh.
word of the time is Kevin talking about his trip. That's
Okay,
the phrase.
All I was going to say is, does anybody think it's weird and coincidental that Brandy and I will both be in Mexico at the same time?
She will be with her husband.
And well, I'm dying. Whatever happens in Mexico stays in Mexico. Anyway, I love Brandy. All right. Do you know how cool it is? Do you know how cool it is to be at home? To be at home, and my phone rings and I look at it, and Brandy's calling me. It's a good life.
You
It's a
should
good life
probably
to have.
tell the people it's because you left her a message and said, "Please call me."
Yeah, but I'm just saying. I mean, it's cool to reach out and have her call me back. I just think it's cool. She's not
This
a big
is how
fan.
men manipulate situations with women to their
Right.
friends, right?
Exactly.
It is.
Lilat
I mean,
is-
I know because I did it
Lilat
myself.
is
plenty
the
of times.
fan of the Brandy Cruz fan club. The
She's what?
president. Lilat is the president of the Brandy Cruz fan club. That's what I read.
I would not think that
And,
Lila would get along with Brandy Cruz.
Lilat, and then Holly is the vice president and also a client. Okay, we'll take the top of the hour bumper break. We'll come back after this. Rick Eckert's going to join us. He's active on the North End. Poulsbo City Council, all around good guy, friend of the show, loves the fine folks at Poulsbo for all, and is a avid supporter of Ace Haynes. We'll have Rick Eckert on the line with us shortly. It's Outlaw Radio Network, hour number 2 coming around the corner. Rick,
Nancy,
did
you got to
see that
send
bus?
us a picture of your big hair. I'm sure
I'm
Tom would
waiting
like
for
to see
Bob.
it, and Kevin will just desire a date that much more. he
Stop
would
it.
fly out.
I've
to
seen
meet
all
you.
the family pictures.
He would fly out to meet you, Nancy.
That's
he would do that.
Yeah.
Yes, he would, Nancy.
Don't hit me. I got chickens for your wife.
All right,
I gotta
again,
fit that in somehow.
Again, coming around the corner, Ace Haynes' biggest fan. Rick Eckert joins us next. It's the Outlaw Radio Network.
.com.
On a recent episode of the Outlaw Radio Network.
Some of our listeners even appreciated you dumbing it down for them. So, on behalf
Sometimes
of Paul,
I have to
thank you.
mansplain for people like. By the way, mansplaining is when men explain things to a woman in a condescending tone.
I just mansplained at the Outlaw Radio Network Sunday nights at their new time from 6 to 10. Are you ready to elevate your spirits? Look no further than Black Ring Spirits, your local craft distillery nestled in Town Square Mall. Indulge in the smooth richness of our handcrafted spirits, meticulously distilled to perfection. Whether you prefer the bold kick of our bourbon or the subtle sophistication of our gin, Black Ring Spirits has something for every palate. Visit us today at Town Square Mall and experience the essence of true craftsmanship. Black Ring Spirits, where passion meets perfection, unconventionally traditional.
Admin a la carte are specialized local experts committed to helping you run your small business. From general admin and sales support to marketing, digital media and technology to real estate and compliance. Admin a la carte's only goal is to take your business to the next level. Find out how Admin a la carte can elevate your business. Visit admin-alacarte.com for more information. That's admin-alacarte.com. Admin a la carte. Your business doesn't fit into a box. Why should you have to?
This is Spike Cohen. This is Jesse Young.
I'm Brandy Cruz, host of the Undivided Podcast.
And you're listening to
my friends on
Outlaw
the Outlaw Radio.
All right, Outlaw Radio. We are. What do you give me the ice shirt for? What are you doing? Your mic's not on. Turn your mic switch on. Oh, there you go. Because you weren't in your seat yet.
It's my old immigration jacket. Everybody knows that I spent
I was
6
trying
months.
to keep them from, I don't know, making all that extra noise right in front of their mics.
Here's the deal with ice,
baby.
I'm not a fan.
Okay.
When they target Native Americans in Arizona and New Mexico,
That is not what happened.
That is
I'm sorry,
partly what
interrupted you.
happened.
No, it's
When-
not
when
even
you
partly
target
what
when you
happened.
target people because of their skin color.
They didn't target those people. I
The
will
fact
explain
that you
the
know what I'm
story.
talking about
I do know what you're
tells
talking
me.
about
I gotta
because
get
I
this
was
off.
upset by the story.
Give me a rash.
I was upset by the story. But what they were targeting an employer that was known for hiring illegal immigrants to work there. Okay. And when you're an ICE agent and you say you have this location that you target and there's 50 employees working at this farm. Okay. Now the farm is going to have people that are there on a B visas, and they're going to have people there on different types of visas, and because there are a lot of seasonal agricultural workers actually have visas and they are here legally and can work. But what happens is, say you have a good crop, okay, you need extra people to work for you so that the crop can be brought in before it goes to waste. And this is a very frequent thing. And so they go out and they say, Jose or Michael from Britain, I need you to go out and grab a few of your friends. They don't ask no questions, and they'll pay them in cash, and they have them come in and they work.
Yep.
So this was a particular place, and it was near the reservation, and they had a few Native Americans that were there working, right? And when you got people in shorts and tank tops, and they've all got more melanin than the pasty white guy, okay? It's even the pasty white guy. When you're in that location, dude, it doesn't matter what you look like. You get caught up in this thing, and that was exactly what happened there. And guess what? They got released, but it was the victimility thing. Oh my God, it was so horrible. I got picked up by ICE because I looked like a Mexican. Like, be real about it. Don't try to play it off and be like. I mean, listen. Let's not forget, okay, where Native Americans, 50,000 years ago, 30,000 years ago, right? They all kind of followed. You had a whole race of people come down, and they all came from like Mongolia.
Right.
That's why there are elements of the Mongolian language still within Native American cultures and languages, which is kind of a cool thing when you learn about all of it. And you look at the haplogroups and the Human Genome Project and all that stuff. But it becomes very clear.
Nibiru. Don't forget Nibiru.
I know that it's hard for you to seriously listen to this stuff, and it's easier to play the victim.
I'm not playing the
Native
victim.
Americans got picked up, and you want to make it seem like
hold
it was on purpose. You know it wasn't on purpose.
But I resent
go
that. I'm not playing a victim. When the federal government detains American citizens for no viable reason other than the fact that they might be working for a company that might have done X, Y, and Z, that's not okay.
Well,
we are not designed as a society where the cops can just pick up and detain somebody.
Didn't you want to talk to Rick?
This is what happens when I'm making a valid point you agree with as you change it. That's fine.
Deflect.
Listen, joining us live here in studio. He waited around for the first hour very patiently because Paul didn't bring him on time. But he
Tom's
is
couch is comfy, so it's okay.
he is a fellow federal employee. He's a great former. He's a veteran, former Navy member, as I am. He's a great man, member of the Poulsbo City Council, former member of the North Kitsap School District. Ace Haynes' biggest fan, proud supporter of Black Lives Matter, Antifa, and Poulsbo for All, and he bakes his bacon in the oven. It's Rick Eckert. Hello, Rick. Wow.
Hi, guys. Some of that is true.
Did he just accuse you of your bacon being cooked in the oven?
Rick, are you
That is
thirsty?
beneath you, Kevin.
What is worse,
Rick, are you
Rick?
thirsty?
No.
Okay.
Rick, what is worse? Being accused of being an Ace Haynes fan or being accused of cooking your bacon in the oven? What is worse?
Well, as I told you before, I am an equal opportunity bacon eater. I don't care how it's been made. I will eat bacon in every form.
That's a man. That's
It's
a man.
bacon.
Fair enough.
That's
All right.
right. It's bacon.
And just to be clear, Rick is not a fan of Ace Haynes. I don't believe, and that was unfair for me to tie him to Ace's inevitable next run at an office he won't get. So anyway,
If he was smart, if Ace was smart, he would find and run for like Port of Waterman commissioner or something like that. Like he would
move to Idaho,
but he would find something like that that's relatively uncontested. Instead, this dumbass decides to just jump right in feet first. It's like diving. It's like what was that? Do you guys remember that show called Jackass?
Oh yeah. with
Did
Bam
you guys
Margera
see the Jackass episode that they did during Shark Week?
No.
Yeah, the dude was on water skis and jumped over this jump into a school of sharks. He did not come out unscathed. It's that kind of dumb.
Yeah.
They were doing a tribute to Jumping the Shark from Happy Days, and
oh, that's right. Yes,
and they were really relatively.
Yeah, they were mild sharks,
harmless sharks.
Yeah, yeah.
They stirred him up a little bit, and dude got bit in the arm.
And I just got to say,
I just want Ace to win something. Because as I told Rick before we came back on the air, I don't want him to be in a good enough seat that he can do any damage.
He won a legal record.
But I want him to be in a big enough seat that we can actually watch the world burn while he creates chaos. But
there you go. There you go.
Rick, it's good to
And
see you.
as
man.
I told Kevin in the break, it'd serve him right if I just left it before we came back on the phone.
But I
It's
love you,
good-
Rick.
It's good to see you too.
Good to see you, buddy. Are you coming to WrestleMania? That's the question
I
everybody
believe
wants to
so,
know.
yes.
Okay, just checking.
So I will say, Andy reached out and said she wanted to put a picture on the lead-in tonight, and I can't think of a worse way to encourage people to watch your show than to put my face on the post.
Wow.
But
Rick,
yet-
come
but
on
yet
now.
He did. She clearly stole the picture from your Facebook page.
Listen, I actually
think
have
she
a
stole it from campaign something
campaign
and that the Herald used.
I actually have a question.
Way too close.
I have a question for you related to North End politics.
Sure.
So obviously,
real quick.
Yeah.
I'm of course at the disclaimer. I'm here for myself tonight, not speaking on behalf of the city council, or empowered to speak on behalf of the city council.
sounds good.
You're exercising your First Amendment right to have an opinion.
Yes.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Rick.
And
Absolutely.
I am here. I am speaking for the Poulsbo City Council. And the mayor. I speak for everybody everywhere. If you're smart and not an idiot, I speak for you. Okay.
He certainly knows how to turn stuff upside down, doesn't he?
You know,
Mhm.
everybody has a job. That's
Yes.
mine.
So
Kevin
ask your
likes
question.
dumpster fires.
Tom, sorry, Tom. Rick,
He's that way.
Rick, if you were going to sit down and have a conversation with somebody from Poulsbo for All, like you guys were going to sit at a dining room table and actually just have a conversation, what would you tell them?
Well, believe it or not, I have not at a dining room table, but I've had conversations with both of the founders. Of
How did those
Poulsbo
go?
for All.
Do you remember that lady from Charlie Brown where she didn't say words? Wah, 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 wah.
The
Yeah.
teacher, yeah.
No, you know when you have a conversation with someone whose opinion's already made up before you start talking to them,
I was married to her, but yeah.
that's how it went.
Wow.
And so, you know, those are conversations I'll always have.
Mhm.
That I was on the school board at the time. I wasn't on city council yet.
You had a purpose to having those conversations, right?
Yeah, you know, because I'll talk to anyone. But once
You're on
you've
this
done
show,
that-
obviously.
once you've done that a few times, it gets hard to keep going back because you know that you're not gonna get anywhere.
Mhm.
And so that's kind of how it went. But yeah, I've had conversations with them. Both of the ladies that started Poulsbo for All, then and since, because they do.
Who's the second one? Pam Keeley's one, right?
Yes.
Okay, who's the other one?
Dr.
She's
Zimmer.
a treat.
Who?
Dr. Zimmer, Carolyn Zimmer.
Dr.
she's the
Zimmer.
other-
Okay, I don't know that I've ever
Yeah, and
interacted with
they do come to city council meetings fairly often. they were involved in city council before they or coming to the meetings before they started the group officially.
Do they sit in the back and crochet?
Well, no, they make public comment fairly often.
Listen, and people like that, it's to me, people like that, even though we disagree with them about so much, are to me, they're still an important part of the process.
Yeah, I welcome all public comment. We ask people, like we had a fairly full council chamber twice in the last month because of the paid parking discussion. And one of the things I said to is not only thanking the folks for coming for that discussion, but I encourage them, please come more often. Come when you're not angry about something. Come when it's not contentious.
That's a really super good point.
Because back when I was on school board, you know, I said it all the time because it's really disheartening to hold a meeting and talk to an empty room. You know, when you're there trying to do what you think is good work and there's no one there except staff. You know, and it does cause you to think, you know, what are we doing? Are we achieving things? And then people show up because they're mad. So I want people to take part in, whether it's city council, whether it's school boards, whether it's county commissioner meetings. I want folks going to their their local government meetings because that's the closest you get to your government. And by the way, you still owe me a council meeting, Kevin.
I do owe you a council meeting.
Collecting debts.
Do you have any this week?
Yes.
What day?
April 2nd.
No,
it's always Wednesday, remember?
I'll be on my way to Disneyland.
Yes,
Sorry.
I know you won't come this time.
That's why I asked.
You should have cut down the parking discussion. That was like I said, that was a fun.
Am I allowed to bring popcorn? Or am I allowed to bring snacks?
Sure.
Because I will
We
sit in
have
the
food
back.
sometimes. If we know the agenda is going to be pretty long, we have food.
Can you imagine me? I have this outfit I bought in Vegas
Oh no.
from the Blake Shelton.
Oh,
bar.
I would totally go and take photos and videos
So-
of you if you bring that.
So I went to the Blake Shelton bar on the
Carpool.
new Blake Shelton bar on the strip, and I bought this outfit. It's a pair of shorts and a button-up shirt and
Oh, it's not a onesie?
and a hat. No, it's not a onesie.
Oh.
And a hat, but it's all American flag. And the hat is a straw hat with a flag on the bottom brim of it. So I would wear that and I'll bring a big bowl of popcorn and I would just.
Oh, I thought you were talking about your pink outfit.
It will get there.
Either way.
Oh, I
either
could wear
way.
that pink outfit. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this question, and I don't want to make you opine specifically on the stuff that we're going to talk about with Tara later. I have always said that I think Tara is an excellent representative for that district because she represents the views of most people on the North End. And the last time I said that, I got pushback from some people online that said she does not. She does not represent the overwhelming majority of people on the North End.
I think they're right, Kevin.
How do you, and again, keep it in mind that you're in an interesting place to comment on this stuff. So if you can't comment, I don't discuss questions with you ahead of time.
I'll comment for you if you don't feel like.
So
it. Okay.
do you feel like what she stands for and what her agenda is and what she's been proposing legislatively, is that indicative of the North End, of the population of the North End, that kind of far left tilt, or am I reading it wrong?
Yeah, you're right. This is a tough one to answer. I would say that Tara has been very clear from the very beginning what her priorities are.
Great answer.
And
very honest.
They are in a couple arenas. They're not necessarily tied to the district. So she's thinking more statewide. She incarcerated individuals, ex incarcerated individuals, those who have dealt with drug substance abuse issues, all that. That's where her focus has been. Now she has done things to help the cities in the county in her area. Like she helped get money for some projects in Poulsbo. But I would say that is not her focus. I don't think she would tell you that's her focus. And so while she does win, and by the numbers like you pointed out, she wins pretty heavily, pretty well. She wins in the 60s. So yes, people support her. I don't know that necessarily she represents the views of the North End.
That's where I think you're spot on.
Okay.
Yeah. And Kitsap County is a 2-1 Democrat Republican district. So she's basically winning on the lines of the party. And if you compare them to other folks running, that's kind of how I look at it. I look at other races like the other race in the 23rd. This time around, Greg Nance won by a larger majority than she did.
Right.
In his first race. Drew Hansen in the senator race, which is his first senator race, won by really close to her, but I think it was a slightly higher percentage. So I wouldn't say she doesn't represent, but I think, I said, she's always from the very beginning. She just made some statements at her town hall the other week. She has focuses. Her focuses are
She's very public about those focuses.
They're topics, so they're areas that she wants to deal with. That's where that's the bill she writes, she puts in. That's her focus. And I can say, so I've been an elected official in North Kitsap between two roles over 7 years. She's been in the House 5, I think. I don't really have a relationship with her professionally or personally. If I reached out to her, I usually will I'll hear back from the office, but I don't hear back from her.
Right. Well, why would she? I mean, you're just city council.
I hear back from Greg.
She's Tara.
Greg, who's not been in there that long. Drew falls somewhere in the middle. So
I think it's Brother Drew is the title now.
That is how she refers to him. Yes. I do not. Senator Hansen or Drew.
I'll have comments about that next hour.
But yeah, so it's an interesting dynamic, and I try to get along with all the legislators, whether they're in our area or not, because to me, it's not about me. It doesn't matter what I think of them because I'm representing other people. So, I need to get along with everybody, because not getting along with someone just hurts the people of Poulsbo. And so that's where I try to keep it at, regardless of if I agree, disagree, don't like, whatever. So,
well, I think that's first of all, I think that's what a politician should be. You should be trying to get along with everybody, right? But at least if you get along with everybody, I mean, this is going to sound horrible when I say this, and it's not meant to detract from anybody, but personally, it drives me batshit crazy when politicians they try to appease everybody, right? It's oh, you're such a good politician, right? That mentality. I like my politicians to take a stance on issues, right? Even if it pisses some other people off, because they have this mentality of, no, this is what I want. In that sense, I tip my hat to Tara.
Oh, I've definitely pissed some people off.
Yes, sir. And so I really appreciate that. But at the same time, having done this for 25 years, I appreciate when we have both sides debating the merits of the issues.
Yeah.
The problem is that can't happen when you have people that are in office with tunnel vision, right? Where they're like, nope, these 3 or 4 issues are, or my favorite, I'm going to look at every issue through the lens of the LGBTQ.
Well, what bothered me
group.
is if I talk to a legislator and they say, I'm not on that committee. No, but you do vote on the floor.
Right.
And so even if you're not on the committee that's going to see the bill first, you're eventually going to vote on it.
100%.
And you should hear all the opinions about it.
Absolutely.
So whether you're on a committee or not, I'm going to talk to you about it. And so that's where it bothers me, is when folks, they get tunneled in on the committees they're on. Now, some of it is probably bandwidth. There were several hundred bills put forth this session, if not more.
Yeah, we're going to talk about them a little bit later.
And so you can't read them all. I try to read a lot, but I couldn't read even close to.
Well, and that shit will put you to sleep quicker than counting sheep.
Well, it's a lot of it's confusing. It's language that's written for lawyers, by lawyers.
And for the record, in my opinion, a lot of that's by design, because there are things that these folks in Olympia pass. They don't want you to question it, because as soon as you start questioning it, now you're a speed bump. Right. And as soon as they have to slow down to explain stuff to you, you're problematic.
But it's important to do it. Like,
It
there was
is.
a bill that I had sent a comment to all 3 on in my district. It was talking about anticipating high school graduation success based on where the student was in 9th grade. And, if they're passing and failing 9th grade, they're going to fail high school. They're not going to graduate. And so it was geared towards giving more support at 9th grade to help them graduate. And so on the surface, it sounded great. And I looked at it, seemed like something I would support. I read it. The problem was when I got deep into the bill and it got to, this is how the money will be spent, students weren't mentioned until number 4 on a list of 5 things the money would be spent on. And so that was then my comment to the three is this needs better guardrails. This needs to make sure the money goes to students first.
Well, I think a lot of people don't quite understand either if they don't follow this stuff enough. Like, what do you mean guardrails? Can you explain that so people can understand what you're talking about?
Yeah, so that there's things written into the bill that really clearly define how the money will be spent.
Like, for example, marijuana tax, the guardrails would be put in place to tell the state where and how that money has to be
not
spent.
just go into the general fund and be spent however. So last session, I was one of the school board. It was when I was on.
So you were transitioning,
but I was still on school board, and I was
not like that.
And I was still down in Olympia, advocating as a school board director and talking to all those folks with school board directors and staff and even students from 4 of the 5 Kitsap school districts. We were all down there as a group, and we were asking them to increase the money allocated to school districts for what's called MSOC, maintenance, support, operation costs. So it's basically everything that's not salary and benefits, keeping the lights on, insurance, paying for gas, because inflation was causing those costs to way outpace what the state was paying.
Right.
Because it's a fixed dollar amount in the bill. We were just asking for please add money to the budget to pay for this. Now, eventually, I guess we were successful enough that one of the legislators then turned around and wrote a bill to up the amounts in the existing bill, which made it a permanent increase rather than we were asking just for that year. That's the kind of thing I was down there advocating. It's like, look, we at least need to keep pace with inflation, because otherwise something has to get cut, because you can't not keep the lights on.
I mean, you're talking some serious diminishing returns.
Right.
Yeah.
And most school districts, their budget is about 85% salary and benefits. I mean,
can I ask you a couple questions about that? Because you are uniquely qualified, I think, between your city council and before your school board. Like, I think you've seen it from multiple angles, right? It gives you a much better understanding than a layperson. Is that too much, or is that not enough? Or is
it's
it
high?
just
It's a little high. I had preferred it to be a little lower, because it never goes down. I mean, let's be honest.
Ever. Yeah.
Salary costs never go down. But what it represents districts that have really cut everything else to the bone in trying to pay salaries more.
Is it let's take that a step further. I'm not going to ask you if you believe teachers' salaries are too high, because I don't think that's a fair question. Too many variables, right? But in general, when a new teacher comes out of college in the school district, let's say North Kitsap School District hires a teacher, is their salary in line with the national average? Do you think it's where it should be in Poulsbo? Does it need to come up a little bit? Where are we at on like what we're paying starting
So
wages?
when I was last involved, teachers started out somewhere around 52,000,
which isn't a lot.
Which is straight out of college, bare teaching certification, no experience.
But then again, they're only working 9 months out of the year, 6 hours a day.
Now the high end.
No, they're working more than 6 hours a day.
Hey, it's my question.
I just be factual in your question.
Libertarians.
They take a lot of work home.
The high end, so 20 plus years, master's degree, continuing ed credits.
Because all of that stuff builds their salary up, right?
They were around 120,000.
Okay.
So
that's about 10 grand a month.
Yeah. And one thing that a lot of folks don't realize is, in most cases, this district the board and the administration doesn't set necessarily the salaries. They provide a pot of money to the collective bargaining unit. This is how much we can pay. And then the bargaining unit sets the bands at which they will pay their teachers, starting middle, called journey, the journeyman teachers, the high end. So it's not necessarily we're going to pay your starting teachers this much. We're going to give you this much money based on what we get from the state and all. And then they apportion it how they feel they want to do within their collective bargaining unit.
So then within the union, they decide what the band is.
Yes.
Is that correct? So the band could be a combination of experience. It could be a combination of international teaching versus education. Like if they've gone on to get their master's.
It's usually education experience.
Okay.
There's usually extra pay if they're advisors, if they're department heads, if they're, coach.
Right.
There's add-ons, but
Mhm.
yeah, usually it's experience and time.
Right.
Okay. Education is absolutely one of the fields, K through 12 level, where time served is a huge factor.
Well, I appreciate you you've enlightened me a little bit. Now I feel more confident taking the stance that I have. I do believe now, especially when you're telling me that a teacher can be making on average around $10,000 a month. That gives me perspective. And just so full disclosure, to me, that's too much. I went in and sat in some conferences with my son who has an IEP, and I'll just use his science teacher as an example. And this absolutely blew my mind. As she was explaining how she does grading and stuff. And first of all, it's important to know that most teachers, not all, but most are using curriculums. I think we'd all agree about that. That means what they're teaching and stuff is already there in front of them. It's not like they're even, in most cases, even making up their own lesson plan for the day. They have a curriculum. It lays out what they're teaching on each day and of that curriculum and stuff like that. So they're not, even what they're having to take home is not that much unless they're grading and stuff like that. Because what they're doing the next day, it's already prepped for them. Okay. They do some things. I'm not going to, like diminish, right? So this is science in 7th grade. The teacher, we were talking about her rubric and how she grades. And here's what she points out to me. She says, if the students come into my class and I give them an assignment, okay? She said, if they turn in a blank piece of paper with their name on it, they get 50%.
Say what?
50%. Now, she's like, well, it's still an F. She's like, but if they make an attempt and get everything wrong, they get 60%. So I'm instantly looking at that. Yeah, you make way too fucking much money for what you do. Because what you've done now is you've taken and I've watched this with one of my kids. They've taken away the incentive for the children to do good. Now all they got to do is just kind of show up and turn stuff in without even putting in the work or the effort, and they pass the class. And this is science.
See, that teacher makes too much money.
But it's the school. Understand, it's the school, and that's the trend within this school. And I don't mind saying that it's the Peninsula School District.
Well, so just speaking as someone who's I've been a student a long time. I mean, it's been a long time since I was a student, but I was a student for a long time. And then, of course, I've raised kids, so I've dealt with the school district and stuff. And I think we can all agree that good teachers, teachers that make a true impact,
and you see the difference,
are few and far between. And
they're getting to be fewer.
I agree with that completely. But to go and say that we shouldn't compensate our teachers, well, just goes and all that does is set us up to fail more in the future, right? Because we want the best and the brightest.
I appreciate where you're coming from.
Teach our kids, right? And if we don't compensate them well, we won't have the best and the brightest to teach our kids. Well, now the system is definitely broken, so I mean that has to be fixed,
right? And I think all I'll finish with is this: in my opinion, a teacher making $10,000 a month is overpay. That's too much money in my opinion.
Is the high end. Been teaching for 20 years, has a master's degree, kept going, 90 plus continuing ed credits. So I mean, they've worked.
So with a master's degree, $120,000 a year is underpaid.
And can I just say this really quick? I disagree with the premise, Paul. I think the problem is not paying the teachers. I think the problem is what we're asking teachers to do. Yes. I think we want really strong, well-trained, educated teachers in the role. I think that they're not required to do enough with their training to prepare these kids. If we look at our scores in this country across all demographics compared to other nations in the world,
they're down.
We are far behind everybody else. Why is that? It's not because of the teachers.
Hold it.
Hold on.
There's also
that's a deeper conversation.
Well, hold on, it's a deeper conversation, but
because there's a difference between the private schools and the public schools.
Well, let's stay on topic.
Okay,
my point is
we have to talk about the haves and the have-nots.
But my point is that it's not about the teachers. It's about what they have been mandated through the Department of Education, through the state superintendent's office, the things that they're not allowed to do. They were encouraged during COVID not to fail anybody, not to hold anybody back. Move them on. You can't pass a test. It doesn't matter. Move them on to the next grade. And that's not a teacher fault. That's too much management.
Rick? Yeah, if you guys had told me we were going to talk about this, I could have brought you this poster because it's way longer back than COVID. There's a gentleman, Jamie Vollmer, and he wrote a book, The Blueberry. I forget what it's exactly. I have it at home still. But he made a chart. He started out, he ran the Great Midwest Ice Cream Company and transitioned into doing educational consulting.
You said transitioned, but you just lost Paul.
I know. But he made this chart, and it's a timeline from like the 60s to modern day of all the things that our public education system has been asked to do above and beyond teaching. And it was eye-opening. It was, and the story, the Blueberry story, which is this famous story, and you can find it online easy. But he basically he came in. It was really interesting. I saw him at a conference, and the short version of the story is he was talking to teachers, and he said about, just do the 3 R's and you'll be fine. And one of the teachers stood up and said, because he talked about, well, at my ice cream company we do this, and she said, what do you do if you get a bad batch of blueberries? He's like, well, we don't accept defects at my ice cream company. We get rid of them. And she said, yeah, we can't do that with our students. We got to teach every blueberry. And it's this great long story, and it's funny, and he's they said, good author, good speaker. But next time I come, I'll bring the chart, because it's pretty scary
for sure
what we've asked of our public education system. Now, the other things you're mentioning are true too, but there is some other factors in there that, because I kind of came into the school board world sort of that we just teach the basics and we're good. And it's very eye-opening once you're actually part of it.
I don't listen. First of all, there's no solution to this either, and I don't even know that the solution is getting rid of the Department of Education. But I digress for a second.
Andrew Kennedy has a solution. We'll get to that in a second.
And this is a complex issue, but it's also very simple, right? I think a lot of the wrong people have gone into teaching, and I think that a lot of the teachers, there are issues with motivating the teachers, okay, and getting them to do a better job. And again, I will never get away from the premise that I think a lot of government workers have to understand, and that is that if you don't do your job well, you don't keep your job. This is a very basic premise that a republic needs to focus more on with regards to government employees, with regards to teachers and everybody else. In a lot of places, they have brought up this idea of testing teachers, testing them for competence, testing them, holding them to certain standards based on how well their students do. And teachers and more importantly, their unions reject that outright. And I think that shit should absolutely be one of the things they're doing. And without that, exactly. Base it on the merits, right? I don't have a problem with a teacher who just does an amazing job, and we all know how you can tell the differences, but you got to be there, right, to understand how that teacher speaks to their kids and teaches. I got no problem with a really good teacher making really good money, but they better fucking earn it. Anyway.
Yes. Okay, but even with all of those,
every time you say "but," everything that comes after that,
I know everything before it is dispelled.
Go ahead, dear. Sorry.
Anyways,
instead of saying "but," just say Paul. Go ahead.
However, Paul.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
With respect to what you're talking about, I'm going to give you an example where you would not be able to route out this teacher. Okay. You wouldn't know, because doing the performance-based testing, everything else, she would pass.
Okay.
So this teacher had taught algebra to my oldest son back in pre-2010.
When they were walking uphill both ways in the snow.
Before your son became a leftist?
No.
He was already one?
No, this is a different. This is different son.
Okay, gotcha.
Anyways, my oldest son, and he was having some problems in algebra. He and I are too much alike, so we butt heads. So I had him do after class sessions with the teacher. And so I went to the teacher and asked her if she could do that, and she said, "Oh no, I have to go to my second job, but you can have him come there." Because I work on commission. She worked for one of those after school.
Oh, that's Georgia.
Like Mathnasium or something.
Right, gotcha. Exactly. And so then I went and complained to the principal. And
that's a reasonable complaint.
And the principal backed her up. Then I went to the superintendent, because I was active in the schools, and I have 4 sons. This is the oldest one.
Yeah.
And the superintendent was like, well, if she doesn't have office hours that fit your time schedule, you'll have to go to this place. And I was like, what? I have to pay more money. I'm already paying my property taxes.
I honestly don't think what you're saying is wrong at all, and I don't think it goes even against what I was saying. Right. To me, the school has an obligation to, because your tax dollars already pay for their existence. They have an obligation to provide you with after school tutoring in a cost-free way. That's their responsibility, right? You can choose, oh, well, I got an extra $500 burning a hole in my pocket.
Right.
You know, when we thought that my youngest had dyslexia, it turned out he had ADHD, but we started looking at places where I could pay money for him to spend extra time. There were very few of them and they were very expensive.
Yep.
They were like not within my price range.
So Janer Kennedy made a comment about this, and I just want to back him up. I can't believe that I'm going to support a guy from Michigan. I mean, it's kind of like going to AA and supporting the bartender. Janer Kennedy said, good teachers are hard to find. They are not born, they are made. If teachers made more, it would be a competitive, highly sought after job again. Teaching needs to be a barrier. Teaching needs to be a barrier to entry career. So I
don't understand. What do you mean?
I don't understand.
Needs to be a barrier into an entry career.
I don't know what that means, but the rest of it I agree with. We're
Good.
paying.
I don't. But
the average salary we're paying teachers. Rick, would you agree with this? We're paying them about the same amount for them to be middle management at Walmart.
I don't know what Walmart pays, but
give or take, right?
You're probably right.
Yet we're requiring them to take tens of thousands of dollars of student loans, deal with pissy parents, deal with a bureaucracy that is broken, deal with educational systems that are sent forth by bureaucrats that don't make any sense, and then we want to hold the teacher. Sorry, Paul, go ahead.
You keep talking.
No, go ahead.
I am trying to have fun at your expense, and here's why.
Go ahead.
Because the things that you are saying, they're irrelevant.
They're not irrelevant.
Nobody goes into teaching to get rich.
No. But my point is, if you shut your hole, my point is that when you offer that kind of wage, that's who you're going to attract. You're going to attract the same kind of people that can barely survive at Walmart.
Well,
if you want to have the best and the brightest, you pay them better. Paul, for example.
Yes and no. So I could get I had my two sons, one highly capable, very, very smart, one special needs.
Okay.
So I had the both ends of the spectrum of their entire school education. And while my younger son had many good teachers and had a lot of supports over the years, I credit his graduating to one teacher. Because as a special needs student, I had a choice with my wife, and I had a choice with him of trying to get a diploma or just getting what they call a certificate of participation. And we said, no, we want him to have a diploma. And there was one teacher that basically got him over the top, that went out of her way, did a ton of work because math was very hard for him. And it was a math teacher, and she worked with him, and she got him to sufficiently pass the test to graduate. But the work that I did with him, at one point, his case manager in the school looked at me and said, we couldn't afford you for everything if we had to pay you for everything you're doing for him.
It's important for a parent.
Because as a parent, what I was doing with him.
You're being an advocate.
Yeah. Well, no, I was doing working with him every night on his work and
that kind of working with him.
Yeah,
I got
they
you.
were paying a para to do the work, to sit with him and do all the work I was doing with him to help him learn and get through. They're like, we couldn't afford to pay you for the amount of hours and time you're putting in as his parent.
Yeah.
And but at the same time, the flip side of it, there's plenty of examples where it could just, it's gonna sound like a bash teachers, but there's plenty who are there to just do a job, and it's okay if they move forward, but the system also doesn't allow. So I had a really pointed conversation with Chris Reichdahl one time at a conference, because I looked at our standards for emergency subs, and because we were desperate for subs in Kitsap County, going into COVID, coming out of COVID, I looked at our standards for emergency subs. And so 20 years in the Navy, 2 bachelor's degrees, a college level certificate. I've been around the world. I've worked professionally for decades. I would not qualify to be an emergency sub in this state without the district asking for a waiver.
Really?
And I pointed that out to him. I said, we are so desperate for emergency subs, but I could not go on, navigate your website and qualify as an emergency sub. Well, now I can't in my own district because I'm on the board,
right?
But I couldn't do it for the neighboring district and therefore just add to the pool. And he did not believe me. He wanted to argue the website was perfect. And
he is
the next year at the next conference, when I pointed out to him it hasn't changed, it didn't go anywhere. But we make it so hard to bring folks that want to just come in to help into the system. And that I do kind of blame on the system, because if you bring people in that aren't teachers, just to teach whatever. So, this makes more sense to Kevin probably than anybody else, but I was a yeoman for 20 years. So office administrator to the civilian world. Needless to say, I have a lot of experience with Microsoft products. I could easily come in and teach a class on Microsoft. I've worked in these environments, but I wouldn't qualify.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't qualify unless a district got a waiver and paid for certain things to bring me in on a temporary basis.
Let me explain really quick too, Paul. I want to get your thoughts. So Andrew Kennedy explained his barrier to entry comment.
Okay,
he said
good.
barrier to entry. It
I
has
didn't
to be
understand.
hard to obtain that career. You have to earn it. It has to be worth that person's time to enter that career. You have to work for it. The only way to fix that is higher wages, which I don't disagree with, right? Right now, anybody can go to school, get a teaching certificate, and get hired. So you don't have to have, I'm not knocking teachers, but it's like anybody who can go to college for 4 years and pass the program gets the job. What J. Andrew Kennedy, I think, is saying is we need to raise that bar. We need to be pushing for people to be more qualified. That needs to be a harder job to get. It shouldn't just be you get the job because you got the degree. It should be you bring specific skills and talents. You're qualified, and part of that means paying them better.
Years ago, Key and Peele did a skit where they did the teacher hiring like the kids coming out of college and getting drafted into the NFL.
Oh, I thought you did Aaron.
No, it was off of that one, but it was schools hiring the teachers but they did it in the style of the NFL draft. It was hilarious, but it was the point
That
was
would be, yeah.
that teachers need to be more important and treated that way. But problem with making it harder to be a teacher is we already are short. And now if you make it even harder, and then the competitiveness of it, those that can afford to pay more will poach those teachers.
And they have to get masters, right?
No, you don't have to have a master's necessarily. You have to have a teaching certificate. So you can get a teaching certificate without a master's degree. Like you can go to, in this state, you can go to Central Washington University.
Yep.
For like two,
oh my God,
I think it's 2
Poor
8-hour
Go Wildcats.
weekend sessions and get a basic teaching certificate with a bachelor's. And then you might have to get a certain certificate for an area depending on what subject. Like I have a history degree and I have a social science degree.
Was it Central Washington? You said
Yes.
that?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's a poor man's wazoo.
Yeah.
So, well,
Hey,
a lot of
hey,
people go
hey
there
now.
just specifically.
Yeah, so when I was retiring, I was looking at this.
Shorts.
So I have a BA in history
Some
and a
of us
BS in
paid our
social science.
students.
So I was going to go because the idea was I was going to be a social studies teacher.
Yeah.
And so I was going to go to Ellensburg 2 Saturdays, do all that, and then get a job as a teacher. In the end, I gave my GI Bill to my son, and I got a job with the federal government. But you can do it in that and then just teach. Now they encourage you then to go on to getting a master's degree, but you don't have to.
I got you.
You guys don't know this, but I actually attended Central. I actually have a degree from Central. I haven't talked about it on this show much, but before I could go get my bachelor's,
I'm feeling the punchline.
I had to get a 2-year degree, and I got a 2-year degree from Central.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Central.
Where do you think?
Central
Central
what?
Washington University. Where do you think I got my associate's degree before I could go for my bachelor's? I got a 2-year degree from Central in cow milking. It was great. It was a tough class. It was
Kevin,
really hard.
I love
Especially
you.
for you.
I love you.
The hardest part about it is keeping them erect.
You've dated some attractive women. I would not refer to them all as cows.
Wow.
Well, you said in cow milking, and you had an associate.
If my ex-wife's listening to this show, she's offended. I got one word for you, honey. No. All right, go ahead, Paul.
I guess the thing is, and the only point that I was trying to make earlier, and then we'll get on because we have questions about the city. I think we've gotten as a society and as a culture too far away from merit-based stuff, and it gets back to this idea that a teacher gets in, she's part of the union, and it is very difficult to motivate those teachers to want to do better. And let me say this: there was a comment made in chat about how teachers are made; they're not born. I understand the point. I disagree with it because I think there's a lot of people that are incredible natural teachers, right? Just they have a way with kids, and stuff like that. And like, I don't want to boost Kevin's ego any more than it already is. Kevin is very good with kids, right? And will probably be a very natural, very good teacher, right? And Lori's, I didn't say women. I said kids.
I know.
Okay.
And there's a very big difference between a very good kindergarten teacher and
Yeah.
a very good high school
100%
science
Yeah.
teacher.
Yeah.
See, I think Paul would be a great teacher too.
I would.
of high school age
I
kids.
put a
especially.
guillotine in the corner.
Yeah.
And
I couldn't teach little ones. I could teach high school.
that actually, I'm kind of there with you. I don't.
We always need volunteers at church in the kids ministries, and people are like, Kevin, you want to help out in kids ministries? Nope. No. Are we going to discuss it? Nope. There's no conversation about it.
I can see
Nope.
Kevin with the hand gestures. Not happening.
Not happening.
What's
No.
funny though is I would do classroom visits with the superintendent, and it's very, very different going to elementary schools than the older kids.
Mhm.
You walk into an elementary school classroom, and those kids are on you right away. Who are you? Why are you here? Why are you know?
Yeah.
High
They're
school,
up in your
they
business.
could not care less that you were in the room. They're not even looking at you. But those little ones are like right away. Who are you? Where do you work? Why are you here?
And by the way, the only reason I would be so good with kids is because I've had so many of them.
Well, there you go.
Remember, they're not good teachers are not boring. They're made.
There you go.
So,
I got one last question.
You asked my sons. I was not nearly as good with them as I was the girls.
One last question for you, Rick, as having been a school board person and now being on the city council. Kevin and I have talked about this particular topic for years on air. We even ask a lot of folks running for office about it. I am a strong proponent. I was a member of a volunteer crew called Watch Dads instead of Watch Dogs. They were Watch Dads, and so the dads volunteered at the grade school. This one was out in Seebeck where my son was going at the time. And you got there before school started. You provided security out in the parking lot and everything else, and then you were on the playground. And then once you finished up stuff, you would walk through the halls, and then certain teachers would ask for a Watch Dad's help for a lesson or just having kids read to them, stuff like that. You're like a TA kind of, right? And you spent the whole day there and you volunteered there. And I was there like 4 days a month, like 1 day a week kind of thing. I think that a slight expansion of that program would be wonderful for school safety, in that I think we have a lot of veterans. We have a lot of civic-minded people, police officers, firefighters, that kind of stuff. Even people without military experience, but that are more than capable, right? And I think that providing a system like that where either a couple of teachers could choose to be armed, or people like that could choose to be armed, thus providing an extra layer of security for our children. I'm a strong believer we protect our money with guns. I never have understood why we're not willing to do the same thing for our most precious commodity, which is our children.
Well, volunteers are always good for lots of things. The problem is volunteerism tends to fall off after
Mhm.
the first initial push. But I'll take you one step further. I had this idea years ago. So we have SROs in some schools. You have security
Mhm.
guards in some schools.
That's
Local-
the school resource
right,
officer.
school resource officer, which is jointly funded usually between the school and the municipality. And a lot of that is choice locally, and it's financial. It's based on financial ability to do that.
So you're saying already that it shouldn't be a volunteer; it should be a paid person.
Well, partly.
Okay, I got you.
Volunteers could help, but where I'm going is a professional. So like in North Kitsap, we have one SRO with the Poulsbo Police Department, and we have one with the Kitsap Sheriffs to cover the county school and the city school. And I had asked, could we have one with Suquamish Tribal Police for Suquamish Elementary, Suquamish Police jurisdiction, and who they can police made that impossible. But what I looked at and would love to have seen is go one step further and make a federal school police force, school marshals, similar to an air marshal.
Air marshal.
Same, because if you think about what's the training that someone going into a school shooter situation needs, it's very, very similar to what somebody in an aircraft would need.
You're right, because of the cramped,
high threat target environment with a lot of distraction, a
Yep.
lot of innocence. You could
highly
train them.
emotionally charged.
You could train them with the air marshals,
Mhm.
same system. You could fund it federally, and just like applying for a grant, like anything else, schools could then, if you want one, you apply to the federal government to have a marshal, and then in the summertime, that's when they go back to their host agency, the home. They get retrained. They do whatever they need to do to keep their skills up. And if they want to stay with that school, they come back. They want to get relocated. But you would have a central pool of highly trained individuals that could include the folks like you're mentioning.
Mhm.
And that would be a force.
I
that
do.
can-
And I've heard a lot of parents, and they do. I don't want to take anything away from their point. I've heard the argument from a lot of parents. I don't want my kids to see or be around guns while they're at school. Right? I get that.
Right.
I understand it. I will take nothing from that argument. But you know what? An armed officer that's at a school does not have to be brandishing.
When's the
it
last
either.
time you could tell who the air marshal was?
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, a question for you, Rick. That's an interesting point, and I see what you're saying. Are you talking about a resource officer for every school, or for like a district?
Well,
or
you would apply.
or
That was in the
Yeah.
loose thought in my mind
Yeah.
is that it'd be a program you'd apply to. But what it does is it lets districts who can't afford to have their own
right
apply for it like a grant.
Yeah, I think that's something we all forget. Some districts are more cash rich than others.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's districts in this state. So there's 295 school
Bellevue.
districts in the state of Washington. If folks don't know.
Rick,
that.
talk right in that microphone.
So yeah,
As you
so
back
there's
away.
295 school districts in the state of Washington.
Great radio voice.
And there is one that brought a lawsuit about a year and a half ago to get the state to start funding school construction. And their argument was because they cannot pass school construction levies or bonds, their tax base is insufficient to support them. They are too small. They are too poor.
That if that's the case, that is tragic. That's not okay.
Then when they go to the state resources that are there to supposedly deal with that, those are insufficient in amounts and the resources the state gives those programs to actually build anything because building schools is expensive. And so they argued if basic education is a constitutional right in the state of Washington, how is it not also a constitutional right to support the building in which that education is conducted?
The McCleary decision didn't cover that.
Cleary did not cover buildings.
Really?
Doesn't
Wow.
cover
Oh.
capital at all.
Okay.
It only covers the prototypical model, which
that would
is
have made sense. If
which
it
is that
had.
salary and benefits we talked
Yeah,
about.
yeah.
And that doesn't even cover all salary and benefits. But they said if the building's falling down, doesn't matter how good the quality of education is, the education's not met. And therefore you should support capital. The problem is that is a multi tens of billions of dollars more in the state budget that would have to be brought up and funded.
Sounds like an emotional way to guilt taxpayers into voting additional
when it came-
taxes.
Exactly what it is.
It went to it went to a judge, and the judge, and it was opposed, and you had a lot of both sides, and the judge basically said, "I'm not denying it, I'm not supporting it. I'm going to send it back and say work on your arguments." So it's still pending. But it was, they said, this is a small. They're like in the southwest corner of the state, out on the coast, and they literally cannot build anything because they just. No matter what they would try, it wouldn't be enough money to build anything.
I gotcha.
Yeah, well, I want to back up what you said too, Paul. It really is a guilt trip. It's almost a proverbial gun to your head. We've seen in this district alone, in South Kitsap, where they didn't pass levies, they didn't pass bonds, and what does the school district come up with? Well, we might have to start cutting some sports. We might have to cut the football team or the girls softball team
or band
because they're for pots of money. So that's
football brings in money,
but different pots of money. But the end effect is that it's a way to solicit an emotional response. Like if they come up and say, well, we're going to have to fire 3 science teachers. Nobody in the district is going to go, oh my God, what a travesty. They're just going to close their eyes and walk away from it. I'm sorry, 3 science teachers lost their job, but there's nothing glorious in that. You say you're going to start cutting youth sports programs or band or choir, and parents will get pissed off about that. And it's all a gun to your head.
Yeah. I told you I could go deep on budgets sometime, but you bore the hell out of everybody. But yeah, school districts have 5 different pots their money come out of. And capital and general fund, which is salaries, cannot cross.
Yeah. Well, like we've had Phil, Kitsap County assessor, on a few times over the years. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, or if you even remember, because I'm not sure I'm remembering right. But I think he said like CK School District has like 80 taxable entities that they draw money from. And he's like, it's a huge pot for them.
Well,
like they get a lot of money.
CK is a very large district.
Yeah. And they're cash rich.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they get a lot of money from federal impact fees because of the base.
I got you.
CK of all of the districts in Kitsap is the
but
most
you guys in
impacted.
Poulsbo don't get it from Bangor.
We get some impact fees from military, and we get some from Squamish and Port Gamble. but not nearly the level of Central.
And Bremerton gets some too from PSNS and some from the
well,
tribal.
nobody lives on PSNS, so it's based on, you get some from where you work, from working there,
right?
But you get a lot more from if your house is there.
Yeah, because every year they send us home a form,
right?
That says
because that
you know,
house isn't paying property tax if it's on federal property to the school district.
Gotcha.
Mike Fairchild says we could open bids to non-prevailing wage contractors, which would then cause the buildings to be less expensive.
I'd be all over that, Mike, but I don't think that's legal, is it? I think they have to be prevailing wage, right?
Yep.
But again, the question is why. I mean,
yet they don't pay
union
prevailing
lobbyists.
wage to their teachers.
No, but this is for contractors for
I
the
know,
building.
yeah,
So, if why is there a requirement to open them up to to prevailing wage only? If it's
Union, because of unions.
Yeah, it's unions.
It's unions.
I just got on the list
because there's carpenters unions, electricians unions, plumbers unions, blah 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 blah.
Well, our little small business, just me and my brother, we just got on the list to do government work. City of
Right.
Bremerton and Kitsap County, right?
Yep. Yeah,
And-
my pops and I were on that same list.
Yeah, we're
years
like,
ago.
I mean, I go bid on stuff. There was an apartment complex. There was some flood damage. It was like 4 apartments had to be repainted, right? And we get there to go through the walkthrough with him, and there's like 20 different companies there, all to bid this small little job, you know. And it's just like it's not even worth it for me to bother, because these guys will do it for half of what I will, because they got the manpower, you know.
Mm-hmm.
When we were preparing, so the big capital bond that North ran that failed, where we were going to a lot of buildings and all, we were being quoted $1,000 a square foot to build schools, and that was partly wages, that was partly supply chain issues, partly it's just being on the peninsula and not being where it's harder to get stuff. But $1,000 a square foot to build a school.
That's not unheard of for commercial, industrial,
Well, right.
institutional.
But if you're a profit organization building that, but when you're a taxpayer funded
Right,
organization trying to pay,
But can we be
$1,000
honest?
a square foot?
Can we be honest too, though? When we're building these federally or state supported programs or buildings or whatever, there's certain amounts of money that have to be spent on art and certain amount of money that has to, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of extra stuff in there that when you go look at this, like
that's
like
not in
every
schools
time
so much, but
every time I go past a federal building or something, I look and there's always a statue that we paid $220,000 to put out
A
there.
fish catching a fisherman.
Or something. Well, that's a great example, the fish
Yeah.
guy. But I mean, but there's always this extra money that when you look at the way that the school, like if you go to Mountain View Middle School in Bremerton, okay, they have put in windows that overlook the commons and circular windows. And it's a window inside the building that looks into another part of inside the building. And I look at that and I think, well, that's minor. But how many of these little minor things are we doing in there that don't make sense, that are adding small nickels and dime
Some
to
of
the
it's
back end of
design
that?
choices.
Yeah.
And some of it is the educational world adopted a model of what schools should look like decades ago, where
I'm all in favor of the one-room
open,
schoolhouse.
airy, I forget what they call it.
Open
but-
concept design.
No, it's something educational environment, something, because you actually go back and you look at your old buildings and they get evaluated on if they meet this standard now. And coming from the East Coast, where our buildings were all, you're built for having winters and you're enclosed and having a security background in the Navy, I liked brick buildings with like one door. But out here, you look at them and they're all, these open campuses with lots of entrances and windows and court. So from a security standpoint, they're scary.
Yeah.
But that's the educational idea of building a school, not the builder's idea of building a school.
Well, and my wife and I have been looking at, our youngest son is he's physically challenged with only 3/4 of one kidney, right? But he's also in the gifted programs at his school because he's just much more. I don't even know what it is. I don't even know how to describe it. He just learns things fast. A big eye-opening thing for me, and it's kind of made me look differently at the school choice and the issue of vouchers and stuff like that differently, because we went and spent a weekend. He was in a Lego competition. They built robots out of Legos in the 4th and 5th grade, which was awesome. Yeah. But the competition was held at Bellarmine. And for those that don't know, Bellarmine Prep is a private school, right? Well, the tuition's like $25,000 a year per student there. It's not cheap when you compare that to what? Well, I don't have to pay anything if my kids go to the public school, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then you go look at this private school and it's mind blowing. The difference in stuff that they are able to offer, the classes, the feel that you get when you go into the school, the design, that, it's just monumentally different. And it just makes you go, there really are haves and have nots. With regards to the school.
I always try to listen to everybody, take everybody's opinion in. But anytime I got an email about schools and somebody would start off comparing it to us to Lake Washington School District, I pretty much stopped listening. Because Lake Washington,
different tax base altogether,
different tax base, different size, different everything. And it was like, this is not going to be a comparison that's going to go anywhere.
So in your school district with a median cost of $450,000 per home, let's go ahead and compare that to the school district where the median price is $2.7 million.
Right.
Just saying.
Right. Yeah.
Let's compare.
It's like, thank you for your input, but
yeah.
All right, let's take our bumper break really quick. We'll continue with Rick. Are you staying for the whole show?
Sure.
He has to get home before the monsters come out.
Well, he lives in
And by
Poulsbo,
that-
which
and by
means he
that
should have
term,
never left.
Yeah.
that's my wife's mean dog.
Because we've had some questions asked that I really want to get to about the city of Poulsbo that some people have asked. So
All right, so we'll take our bumper break. We'll come back. More with Rick Eckert. Again, he's a member of the Poulsbo City Council, former member of the North Kitsap School Board, and he is actually booking right now special appearances for Ace Haynes at your birthday party, divorce party,
sorry, I have
circumcision
to
party,
go.
bar mitzvah,
Just got a text. I got to go home.
80s dance party, wherever you'd like Ace Haynes to attend, please reach out to Rick. He'd be more than happy to book Ace Haynes to appear at your event.
hello, my name is Ice.
It's a shame I have to leave now.
All right, Outlaw Radio, take this quick bumper break. We're back after this. It is the Outlaw Radio
Do it.
Network.
I did. You have to do a commercial like this one.
On a recent episode of the Outlaw Radio Network.
Some of our listeners even appreciated you dumbing it down for them. So, on behalf
Sometimes
of
I have to
thank you.
mansplain for people like. By the way, mansplaining is when men explain things to a woman in a condescending tone. I just mansplaining.
The Outlaw Radio Network Sunday nights at their new time from 6 to 10. Are you ready to elevate your spirits? Look no further than Black Ring Spirits, your local craft distillery nestled in Town Square Mall. Indulge in the smooth richness of our handcrafted spirits, meticulously distilled to perfection. Whether you prefer the bold kick of our bourbon or the subtle sophistication of our gin, Black Ring Spirits has something for every palate. Visit us today at Town Square Mall and experience the essence of true craftsmanship. Black Ring Spirits, where passion meets perfection, unconventionally traditional.
Admin a la carte are specialized local experts committed to helping you run your small business. From general admin and sales support to marketing, digital media and technology to real estate and compliance. Admin a la carte's only goal is to take your business to the next level. Find out how Admin a la carte can elevate your business. Visit admin-alacarte.com for more information. That's admin-alacarte.com. Admin a la carte. Your business doesn't fit into a box. Why should you have to?
The older people, I know you're getting a little edgy right now, but you better get into me because I don't want to bum you out, but I'm the future of America.
This is the Outlaw Radio Network.
Good evening, my fellow citizens. It's kind of stony, huh?
It's a real thing. A radio signal from another world.
The United States government presents
The Outlaw Radio Network.
To provide guidance to mankind.
All right, Outlaw Radio, Rick Eckert, K-Dog. Everybody else is off camera because they were all like, fuck Rick Eckert. We don't want to talk to him anymore. Who the hell's Rick?
Told me where to
We can talk right now, microphone.
Did you open the show this year?
But Paul and Tom are off camera. They're going, screw Rick. We didn't talk to him. Oh, he's on the city council. Well, big deal. Whatever. Your mic's not on.
Well, it is just
There you
all
go.
catcher equivalent, as
I'm
I was
looking.
told once.
Tile Valhalla Project.
So it's a nonprofit that supports combating veteran suicide.
Okay.
So this was the shirt.
We should have them on. You should give us.
They're not local. They're not.
No,
Local.
they're national.
Yeah. But
We
this
should
is
still have them on there.
I was asked to wear a patriotic shirt, so this is the one I chose.
Your mic's not on either. Hold on.
So, okay, what does it say on the
Go
back? It says, continue winning the battle you tell no one about. Oh, I love it, dude. Yeah, I love it. I dig that. You'll have to shoot me over some information on that, and I'll reach out to them. We'd love to get them some press, some PR, do an interview. Maybe have them give us some T-shirts to give away.
I saw that message, and when I was like, oh, that's what I'm buying for sure.
Just keep in mind, we're losing about 22, 24 veterans a day to suicide.
Yeah, I think a lot of people that goes in one ear and out the other. This is going to sound like a weird question, and maybe it's just something I'm thinking of that really isn't relevant. So you guys can tell me if I'm right or wrong for thinking this.
You're wrong.
But all of the issues.
Your fault.
Thanks, Rick.
Rick, you're fitting in already, man. Good job.
Doesn't even wait for me to finish the sentence. You're starting to sound like my ex-wife.
Rick's not putting out either.
Have you noticed that when the really loudmouth far left progressives talk about their issues, none of them have ever brought up that issue? Veteran suicide? Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe they have. But in thinking about it, I don't think I've ever heard a leftist bring that issue up. They'll talk to you about, Israelis killing Palestinians.
Do you consider Jon Stewart a leftist?
No, I think
because he does talk about
good,
it.
and I'm glad that he does.
And
But he's a much more
he's way more central.
Yeah, and he's very cognizant of how people perceive him, and that's the kind of issue that will get him.
I mean, he
clicks and
legitimately
likes.
comes at it because of 9/11, but
Yeah.
he's very vocal about this issue.
Yeah, I
give him a
wouldn't
lot of
consider him a leftist at all. But I mean, you guys know. I mean, the Neera Tandons of the world. There are a lot of left-wing activists that have all of these issues that they want to come out and scream bloody murder about, and that's not one they ever talk about. Or am I missing that?
No, we're in the Pacific Northwest, the hotbed
we're
of
surrounded by
progressive
them.
leftists.
Yeah.
No, I don't see enough support. It was actually one of the reasons I wanted to be on city councils, because I don't even think in Kitsap County it gets enough attention, and certainly not north of Silverdale.
Right.
And I've told all the county commissioners that. That was one of the first things I told Orrin after he got elected. Congratulations, and I'm going to talk to you about veterans issues.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it sounds much more appropriate to put up flags for a month every year on preventing veteran suicide than it is about sexual affirmation. It just, to me, it makes a lot more sense.
I don't think we have a flag for that, but
I'm talking about the LGBTQ flags.
I know.
I was trying to be nice about
I'm
it.
welcome. I will put up flags. I support all of those groups. I said I supported putting the flags back up this year for Poulsbo. I'm working with Suquamish. I want to fly Suquamish flags for Treaty Day. We weren't able to achieve it this year, but we're working towards next year. I want to bring attention to any group, honestly. But yeah, if there was something, I mean, we already fly the POW MIA flag at City Hall. There isn't really an equivalent, but if there was something we could do, I mean, we've had Veterans Day Parade now for 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
I mean, the second annual, then that's something that was started locally in Poulsbo.
Yeah.
By just some veterans that live there.
Well, that stuff makes a lot more sense to me than outing businesses who don't like a flag. Those are realistic, honest, good things. Like they do in Silverdale, how they put the soldiers' names up on the poles and stuff like that. Poulsbo.
Oh, the gold star banners.
Yeah, we have some of those on Viking Way.
Yeah, they're not just in Silverdale. They're here in Port Orchard too.
Yes, yeah. Well, I'm sorry that I was giving Silverdale credit, Tom. Anyway,
everyone forgets the south end of the county, man.
I know. Yeah,
I mean, there's a reason I haven't moved Black Ring Spirits north.
Yeah,
because everything that starts in Port Orchard and is halfway decent, it ends up moving to Bremerton, Silverdale, Paulsbo, whatever.
Yeah.
I've kept my distillery here for.
There's no reason not to.
I love the south. I love the south end.
My
of the county.
big objection is, so if you all know what CAVA is, the Kitsap Area Veterans Alliance, and they have their twice a year stand downs where they bring folks, dentists, food, clothing, all kinds of things in, and help veterans twice a year. Work job fair. It's always held in Bremerton. both times each year, every year, as long as I've lived here, it's always held in Bremerton.
Well, it's kind of the population hub, isn't it?
There's a lot of homeless veterans in the North End,
which brings up one of the questions.
And during COVID, when they couldn't hold it in person, really, there was a pop-up tent they funded up in North, and then it went away. And so, as the veterans groups, VFW that I'm part of, we've asked the question: why can't we have it, spring in Bremerton, fall in Poulsbo, or something like that? And we haven't been able to achieve that yet. But that's like one of the things I'm pushing for.
What about using the VFW and getting volunteers from the VFWs and then doing it in multiple locations all on the same day?
Well, the county funds it. So what we're looking to say, if you're going to fund it in multiple locations, because
go to all the VFWs on that day.
Yeah,
that's right.
South End, North End, Central.
I don't support volunteers for any of this stuff. It's too important. The problem with the volunteers is volunteers are flaky.
Yeah.
And volunteers, like, again, I see it a lot at churches, right? When you have people volunteer to be on staff to run audio or video or do something to help the church, well, they're not being paid. So
to do?
No, but what
you're
I'm saying,
good at it. You're always there.
Well, I'm good at it, but I was at a church once where we had a volunteer that was a guitar player, and he didn't show up for rehearsal on the rehearsal during that week, and he didn't show up in the morning before the service, and showed up 5 minutes before service and thought he was in a play. I mean, that's how volunteers are. They don't have any skin in the game, so it's not as important to them. If you're going to do stuff that's important, you have to pay like it's important.
But the reason I suggest volunteers is something like that's that big. You may not be able to afford the manpower to cover more than one location, right? So if you get volunteers from VFW because they have skin in the game, they care, and then you use VFW locations.
Well, and the VFW is such a wonderful organization.
Right.
Let me get to the question.
They don't all have posts. Like, we don't have a post in the North. We our meetings are at the Sons of Norway.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought there was a post. Okay, because there's a VFW
there's an
here.
American Legion post, but actually, the American
Sons of
Legion
Norway in
North
Poulsbo is a beautiful little place too, right down there.
We don't have a post, but the ones they hold now are mostly staffed by volunteers. So the county pays to have like the dental van there and some other services. But most of the people there, like I actually, the first time I ever went was as an active duty sailor from Naval Hospital.
Right.
And I went over and we helped set things up and, fold chairs and put up tables.
And
serve food. And so it's mostly volunteers now. It's just, like I said, I want to see it happen at least occasionally in the North End. And, and so I said, that's just something I'm pushing because we need more services. Let's get this blends into other things, but, we occasionally, we often refer to Poulsbo. We'll say things like the greater Poulsbo, the county of Poulsbo, because like I said to Lori before we started tonight, Poulsbo is not even 5 square miles. It's like 4.78 square miles.
Right.
It's 13,000 people, but the entire North End
is
like 45,000.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of services we provide out of Poulsbo to the North End of the county, like we're the county seat. I say the county seat in the North, that because folks don't want to come down here to Port Orchard.
Right.
And so there's a lot of stuff that happens up there that, there needs to be a little more equity between the North and South of the county.
You sound like Trump talking about NATO.
Well,
See, that's funny because as a business owner in the South End of the county, it drives me nuts. Most of the money in Kitsap County is up north.
Right.
And people don't travel down here.
Private money, yes. Government money.
Right. No.
Well,
I'm
there's
talking private.
There's some really cool, unique things. I was on the board of directors at the Marine Science Center for 6 years up there, and it really gave me an opportunity. They gave me a really unique opportunity to see how the city was run, and that was my first foray into understanding politics. But let me get to this because I don't want to run out of time. So we have a couple of questions here, and two of the questions from two different people are kind of blending together really well.
Before you ask that, can we kind of ask you one question for the Marine Science Center specifically? What exactly are they?
So are
they an aquarium? Can people go in and
they're a
see?
scientific aquarium, but they're actually part of Western Washington now. They're not part of the city.
Part of the college, right? Yeah. So when I was there, we had a director. His name was Jim Kolb, and he administered $1 million National Science Foundation grant, and he was writing a curriculum for K through 12 on marine science. So that was part of it. That's where the bulk of the funding came from. But that place has been there since I was in grade school. Like I made field trips up there once a year and I was learning all about the marine science in the Puget Sound. But so what it was it was part aquarium and part school and lecture classrooms. And so we did a bunch of fundraisers. We were a nonprofit, and effectively the idea was to educate the general population and, more importantly, children on the marine ecosystem in Western Washington in the Puget Sound. One of the ways that we raised money was we went out and collected specimens to ship to aquariums around the world so that they could have, a sea anemone from Puget Sound, right? Or whatever, or starfish, that kind of stuff. So yeah, it was really, by the way, I had those to eat. It was the great, just
sea
nuts.
cucumbers.
Yes, they were like sweet clam strips.
Yeah, and it's unfortunately been fairly empty since
delicious.
COVID because they had to farm a lot of the animals out.
Yeah.
And then the tanks were dry for so long, the seals degraded.
Yeah,
So
wow.
they're actually in the process of trying to rebuild and restore a lot of that.
It's ever since I stopped volunteering there, I've always had that empty kind of spot, because you got to really have a passion for stuff. I love the Puget Sound. I learned to scuba dive through them. We even had our own fill station. So we were able to do our own scuba diving stuff there. Yeah.
Oh, you had a compressor?
Yeah, the whole thing. Yeah. And we went and we took water from the middle of Liberty Bay, sucked it in through our pipes. So the water that was filtering through all of our fish tanks was from Liberty Bay. In fact, we helped solve some issues because at the time, I think there were 60% of the septic systems were failing around Liberty Bay. We went around and we helped test it. We worked on the water quality in Dogfish Creek and helped restore the salmon run. I mean, we did a lot. There was even the reason I ended up leaving or getting forced out was because I was the only person that could read a profit and loss statement. And what we found was that Jim Cold, his $1 million National Science Foundation grant, he was paying $10,000 to $20,000 to the teachers because there were North Kitsap School District teachers that were officed in there. So they rented office space from the Marine Science Center, and he was basically kicking large sums of money to them to, quote, review the lesson plans. It was corrupt as hell. But anyway, another day, another time. There was an issue with the
bureaucracy.
It was bureaucracy. There was an issue with the Navy, a Navy surplus boat that we were given, but we had to, because it was a Navy boat, we had to share it with a government agency. So guess what? We had to share it with the school district, and then the school district forced us to sell it because the insurance was too high. And so then the money ended up going into some general fund, and then the school district ended up giving an $80,000 no interest loan to the city for, wait for it, street lights. I'm telling you, man, there was a lot of corrupt crap that went on up there.
Time.
All but way before your time. Yeah, we're talking in the mid 90s.
But hey, the bay's actually clean enough now. They're actually reseeding oysters back into it.
That's really awesome to hear. Really, in fact, anyway, let me get to these questions because these are good questions. So the first question was, how is the city of Poulsbo handling your homeless situation? What kind of plans do you have in place? And then the second part of that question came from Mike, and he wanted to know, are there any plans for any types of more permanent locations being built, like a little apartment complex for homeless people or anything like that?
So what we've been doing, so there's one that we've specifically worked on, and it's actually well into construction now, called Nordic Cottages. And I think I talked to you guys about it before, which is a city built project, which admittedly is not very large, but it is the city owns the property, building the building, that the residents will be using federal housing vouchers. So it's not designed to get people that are already homeless off the street. It's designed to keep people from becoming homeless. They're eligible. We're looking at starting with seniors mostly, or those with disabilities that make 30% or less of the average median income of Kitsap County. So you're talking folks that are making somewhere in the mid 20,000s or less. It's an 8-unit, 2-building location. It's actually, if you know where the library is, I mean, you both lived in Poulsbo, there's that gravel triangle lot kind of across from it next to Gateway, very small. That's the location that they were able to design and put these 2 buildings on. And it's unique in that because the city owns it completely, and we're not using a Federal Housing Authority developer to build it, it will not roll over into fair market at any point ever, unless the city decides to sell it.
Okay. So
it will remain what's technically referred to as deeply affordable housing.
Deeply affordable.
That's the technical term.
Gotcha.
Forever. So that's the first project of its kind the city's done, and it was a very problematic property. They had to survey it 3 times just to see where technically the cemetery that's down the street ended, because it's old Poulsbo. And there was a lot of old utility lines under it that had to get relocated. So there was something north of $600,000 budgeted just for utility work on that section of street. So it's a lot, but the idea is to we bought the plans, and the idea is to take that design and start replicating it in other places of the city.
I gotcha. Do you have any idea what your homeless population up in Poulsbo is?
It's not large. We definitely have homeless folks, and you don't see them because they tend to be in some of the wooded areas.
Sure.
But based on overdose calls to 911, that come from those areas, we kind of know where they are and why they're there.
Yeah.
But the other thing that we're doing is, so there's a thing called the Resource Recovery Center, which is run by our Housing, Health, and Human Services Department, which is exactly 1.5 people. But Poulsbo is the only city in Kitsap that has a Housing, Health, and Human Services Department. And one of the things that the director of that, Kim, did when she started it was the goal of addressing these kinds of needs and trying to keep people from becoming homeless, and then helping connect them to resources. So it's not so much that we're necessarily housing people directly, although she has done emergency action where folks have got kicked out of their house, their apartment. We've put them up in a hotel for a couple nights so we can connect them with family. Like, we've done that kind of stuff. She's been the one to do it. But the goal was to
just the fact you guys are doing that is awesome.
Yeah. I mean, as we say, if Poulsbo can do it, any city can do it, because we're small.
Yeah,
and we're doing it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. Leading by example.
Yeah, we're trying to. That was kind of what the Nordic Cottage project was meant to be, as a example of what could be done. And again, it costs a lot of money, but the idea is that every time we do it after this, it'll be cheaper.
It's not like you took $80 million and didn't connect internet to anybody's house.
No, it was actually 3. It was 3.5. And so if you do the math, 3.5, only 8 people. But if you take out the plans that we'll get to use again, and you take it the utilities, it would have needed to be redone anyway.
And you're trying. The point though is you're spending a lot of money because you're trying to build something that's replicatable.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so small properties that the city owns, or that we could lease from actual private owners, and build these kind of properties. Because so one of the criticisms was, well, if you're building them for seniors and disabled, why would you build 2 stories? Well, the design includes a chairlift. So, and we all know, especially those of us in this room, disabilities come in multiple flavors. So
absolutely,
it doesn't just mean someone in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
Although I did ask, before I was even on the council, can one of the units on the ground floors be as fully ADA wheelchair accessible as possible? Because I was already thinking, our brothers and sisters that came back from the wars, that, I mean, if they're not wheelchairs now, they will be someday.
Rick, how much responsibility do you think cities and municipalities have in regards to low-income housing? Because I could argue that the market's going to decide itself.
It is. There's all the city. It's not a responsibility. I wouldn't say they have responsibilities other than to guide, make it available, make it possible to do. You don't want to zone it so that they can't, and then you guide the process. But the reality is, you can't tell people what to do with their property. So, like, one of the other issues we're looking at right now in Poulsbo, and it's a statewide issue, probably national, is manufactured homes, mobile home parks, because the property that they're on tends to be very valuable, and the folks that own them can very likely, in most cases, get a lot of money for the property and sell it and evict their residents, who own their mobile home. But these aren't really mobile anymore.
They can't move them.
Right. They're manufactured in place, dropped in.
There's rules about what banks and lenders will deal with mobile units.
And what we're finding is they're actually treated as vehicles, even though they don't have wheels. It's only in certain circumstances.
Well, they had wheels.
Some of them didn't. If you think about like a single wide,
right?
It's built in place.
Are they manufactured homes?
Some of them are. Some of them are the true mobile homes. You took the wheels off, but a lot of them are manufactured. You can't really move it. They're not really intended to be moved again, and so they can't really move them.
And depending on maintenance, if you try to move it, it's going to come apart.
Right. A lot of them are older and would come apart.
Some people. I mean, I can give you a phone number. I happen to know some guys that specialize in manufactured homes. Just saying.
My
Katie did LLC.
My wife was a mortgage loan officer, so and then I was a general contractor for a long time. So between what I know the rules are with the banks and how they'll lend and all that, and timelines, and then just me knowing how buildings work.
And the state's done some things so where if a property owner of one of these parks wants to sell it, the residents get first right of refusal to try to buy it and form a co-op and buy it. And if they do,
the whole piece of the whole lot,
they essentially become joint property owners, like a co-op.
Right.
And what's interesting is that once they do, the bank now treats their manufactured homes as real estate and not vehicles,
as homes.
Yes.
Oh,
so it's incredibly
so that
complicated
there's
and
a
tricky.
benefit to doing the co-op thing,
Right?
Okay.
But not every manufactured home park is equal. So like
Right.
Poulsbo, we have 3, and they're all very different. There's one that very likely could try to buy it if that came up. One that would probably have more difficulty, and there's one that would be almost impossible for the residents to do.
Well, all right, you guys don't know this. I was a general contractor for a while.
I was a major contractor.
I was a general contractor for a while. Did you know that, Tom?
I did not.
No, I dated women.
I'm waiting.
And they got pregnant and had contractions. So I'm a contractor.
I was waiting for the other foot to drop.
Come on, I got the dad jokes.
That was good. That
So
was
I
good.
probably didn't answer your question well, Kevin, but
no, it's okay.
It's because it's complicated. And you can I think government can do, especially local government, is guide through zoning to at least allow it and then encourage, but we don't have the resources to build it ourselves in most cases, and we don't have the resources to make anyone do anything. And then there's properties, once, like I said, if they're using the FHA after 15 or 20 years, they roll into my fair market, and the owners will do what they do.
Mike said, now, Rick, I hope you're not implying that homeless people are drug addicts. That comment was a little leading.
I'm sorry, Mike. No, but the folks that we generally have in Poulsbo are folks that are dealing with that problem. And I started to talk about it and I got off track. The Resource Recovery Center in Poulsbo is something we started. So when they changed, when the Blake decision was happened or was overturned, I forget the letter, how you want to say it, but essentially made our drug laws get overturned, and then each jurisdiction had to decide how to reinstate. All the cities in Kitsap and the county made drug possession a gross misdemeanor and you have the choice of, you can ask for diversion rather than going to jail for drug cases. But one of the problems with that new changes was that there was nowhere to divert to. So Poulsbo, again, our amazing director, proposed an idea of a place to go to, and it's called the Resource Recovery Center. And so essentially the city is the landlord for a center in which we bring in substance abuse folks, mental health providers. We even have job coaches. They're actually now starting something called a recovery cafe, where they will serve hot meals 10 times a week if you're enrolled in the center. And so we have a lot of customers of that. So we kind of know who the population is based on who comes in the center. And a lot of the folks that are homeless in Poulsbo are customers of that center. So
has Resource Recovery, for lack of a better word, franchised?
No, this is just something, I mean, we're doing it as a city.
Okay, because
but these are ideas that we've taken from other places.
Right.
Yes.
Well, I want to say, I swear there's a place here in Port Orchard that is Resource Recovery that I've driven past before. Something is like, there's a sign sticking out in my head, that like whole mental image thing.
I don't think it's copyrighted. So we probably just, it's the Resource and Recovery Center.
Okay. So it's probably not related, although I've probably seen it before.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, so we kind of have, so Kim and her, so she only said her real department is only her and a half-time assistant, but then we have other grant funded folks that work for her that like run the center and all. They have a real good idea on who our population is. And most of them are dealing with either substance abuse or mental health issues. So I'm not trying to imply that I just know what our population is like. We do have some folks that are recovering, but they're still on the cusp.
Sure.
We also took a city-owned house that used to be leased to Coffee Oasis to be a home for women who were escaping domestic violence, that had been empty for quite a while. And Coffee Oasis wasn't really using it anymore. So we took it back, and now it is a home. We're housing 6 men there who have completed an intensive 6-month inpatient program. So they are recovered or recovering, in recovery. And we have an outside organization that runs that, has very strict rules. They have to have a job. They have to support the house. They actually do park work around the house because it's in a park. It's up the house that's right behind the Viking statue.
Okay.
So we have a bunch of efforts going on, and like I said, we do kind of know who our target population is. We don't just have I'm not looking at it generally. I'm looking at it because I know who those folks are, I guess.
Rick, do you think that's the case with most organizations, I guess, that deal with helping, in recovery and housing and stuff? Do you think they have a good handle on?
I don't know. I would hope that they do, because if you don't really know the source of the problem, if someone just gets priced out of their home and needs a place, needs help finding a place, they're a very different individual than someone.
Right. That's a short-term homeless person.
Right.
They're
a very different kind of help.
Yes.
Than someone who's got drug issues or got mental health issues. Right. And so they don't need the same kind of help. They don't want the same kind of help that some of the others do.
Nope.
So if you don't know that that's their problem and that you can't help them fix it. So I said, we've done folks like that, where we've helped folks like that. Kim's gotten, we had some seniors that were basically put out of their homes because they got sold.
Right.
She helped them with short-term housing and hotels, connected them with out-of-state family. The out-of-state family came and got them. Those are those kind of folks. They were not anything other than they just got priced out of their house, out of their apartment.
Yep.
So yeah, you have to know why the person's homeless in the first place in order to know how to help them.
Oh, agreed.
Again, we're small, so it helps us because we're small. We can focus on a small population. We also have very active police department with a police navigator, which is a social worker. We also have an active fire department in the North End. We don't run the fire department, but Kim started a program called Fires Cares, where we pair an EMT with a social worker. And so they're doing the same kind of work, getting folks help. So they're not going to ER for something that doesn't need to go to the ER. So we're attacking these problems from a lot of different angles and trying to help that we'd never get there.
Right.
Like they never get to that point that then they need the really extreme help.
I just feel like it shouldn't, like nothing against Poulsbo or what you do, right? I don't feel like it should be a city issue, because homelessness doesn't acknowledge a city boundary. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So countywide, statewide is what I think is probably called for, because if let's say Poulsbo's doing an effective job with the homeless communities, and we know that there's been accusations that Bremerton's not. Well, if I'm homeless in Bremerton and Poulsbo's a better bet, I'm just going to flock to Poulsbo. And then Poulsbo, that doesn't have the tax base or the funding that Bremerton would have, suddenly goes up there, and then your resources get stretched to the hilt, because now you're handling a bunch of people that were not part of the original problem. I think if you're going to do it, you have to do it in a more encompassing, larger way. Bring in the municipalities, but it's got to be coordinated by somebody bigger.
But Kevin,
discussion.
Yeah. But that's the way business is done too, though.
Yeah.
Right. So, like my distillery.
Sure.
My distillery falls within the city limits of Port Orchard. So when I go to do my, my permits to make changes and things like that, it's all through the municipality that I exist within.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you kind of have to do the same thing with people that need services.
Yeah. And we've had that discussion. So we actually funded, Poulsbo City Council funded a home for, it was mothers with children who needed help over in Kingston about a couple months ago.
Hold on. Mothers with children?
Yes.
What about fathers with children?
This particular home is only women with children. because it's basically a house that was repurposed. So it is mothers and children. That was being set up.
I'm going to talk to you about that in a second.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Kitsap Homeless Authority, Housing Authority was setting it up, and they were coming up short to get it up and running.
Okay.
And the county was not providing the funds at that point to get it running. And so Kim brought it to the council and said, I understand this is in Kingston, which is not Poulsbo, but would the council provide, and it was $15,000 to help get this house up and running. And we made the decision to do so with no strings. They didn't have to help Poulsbo folks, but in the end, about half of the families in there would have been in Poulsbo if that house wasn't available.
Right.
So, we are looking at that. We had that conversation about the criteria for Nordic Cottage. Should they only be folks that were already living in Poulsbo? Now again, Kitsap Housing Authority is actually doing the criteria, but we like to do preference, because if Poulsbo's taxpayers are paying for it, Poulsbo's taxpayers should benefit from it.
Yep.
But we're not drawing a hard line at the edge of the city in most cases, because we recognize there's folks from outside coming to us for help.
Let me ask you this question though, because this gets under my skin personally, and as an elected dude, I'm going to ask you the question.
And I can guess why.
That I'm not attacking you at all. I love you, but it pisses me off when the government sanctions discrimination. So when we say we're going to have a home for mothers with kids, but we're not going to have a home for fathers with kids because that wouldn't play politically. I would agree there's more mothers with kids that probably need the assistance, but it seems discriminatory in nature to say we're gonna run a house and it's gonna be for moms with kids, but there's nothing for dads with kids, and it just seems discriminatory. And I'm not attacking you or the Poulsbo City Council. It just, the government does this.
They do. I mean,
and it's gross.
The substance abuse drug recovery house that we're running is men only. So
yeah, and that's not right either, right? Because there's women with substance abuse issues that are going to need the exact same services.
Before that, it was women from domestic violence. So I think what happens is probably in all of these cases, I would say these are such small properties, there isn't enough room to effectively run it for everybody. So we have to make a decision. If we're not, it's kind of to do something, we have to have some rules. And that's one of the rules that come into play.
But if I'm a dad with two kids and I'm homeless, living in my car, and the response is you don't get services because you have a penis.
Well, no,
you know what I mean, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
but that
now what we would try to do is find you other services.
Right.
They wouldn't be in that house, but we would try to find you services somewhere else.
I just,
that's.
I'm sensitive about it, dude. I really am. I
can get it.
I think that dads get a bad rap anyway. I think whenever. The state still predominantly leans on putting kids with moms, which I think in a lot of cases is probably correct. Women are generally the more nurturing parent, the more emotionally supportive parent than men. That's just a DNA kind of makeup thing. Generally, not always. Like not in my situation, but
financial
generally
for it too.
Yeah. Well, there might be financials. In general, men earn 80 cents, 20 cents more on the dollar than women do. So I mean that's from their own statistics.
But it's always women and children first.
And now you're splitting. Dad's still working.
Yeah.
Mom's still home. Where should the kids be? All things being equal, I would say, mom.
And I think generally, but the problem is there are men that have kids. There are women that have their own issues, and we side so much in the society with bailing out the poor, indefensible women that need the help because of, how mean men are and how men have diminish their ability to earn a wage or work or whatever, blah, 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 blah. And yet we ignore the fact that there are men that are still in need of services. There are men that are victims of domestic violence. There are men that are unhoused living in their car with their kids. There are men that are dealing with depression and mental health issues. There are men that are on the brink of suicide. And as a society, we all rush to the aid of women because women are frail creatures who clearly can't survive without government intervention. And we ignore men and their needs and their familial needs to the same extent.
If I had the resources to help everybody, I would absolutely help
No, I agree.
everybody.
But that's why I believe
that's the hard decisions. That's what we have to make a choice.
So let me add, but and this is going to sound totally biased, and I guess to some degree it is, but you just said it. If I had the resources to help everybody, I would. You don't,
and
right?
I have to make choices.
But you chose women.
Yeah.
Right. So I think that's that doesn't speak to any issues with regards to you. It speaks to society as a whole, to what Kevin is saying.
Well, but so what Kevin's saying though isn't terribly inaccurate.
No,
right?
I don't think it's inaccurate.
Yeah,
at all.
I mean, I'll use myself as an example. I don't talk
you're not
about
a woman though, right?
I don't talk about my ex-wife much.
She's dead.
She is dead.
I know.
Paul
So-
has some couth. Man.
Well, no, I'm just saying.
No, I'm
he
not sad.
He
she's
says
dead.
it all the time.
Yeah, I'm not sad she's dead. What I'm getting at though is when,
Wow.
when that
He
relation,
said it was like the second coming of Christ. He threw a party.
it was magnificent.
Thank you.
Yeah. But where I'm going is when that relationship broke down, right? I haven't talked about it much, but my ex was a real piece of work.
Preach it.
Yeah, she disappeared and abandoned her kid and left him with me, right? My son, which no problem. But she was the custodial parent. She disappeared for 22 months.
That creates a problem.
Yeah.
And she's the custodial.
Yeah.
And
I spent a shitload of money
Mm-hmm.
trying to get like the parenting plan altered and all that. But of course, the other party has to be given adequate notice.
Well, and that's why the
But-
Parents' Bill of Rights was so
Right,
important.
But if you can't reach
But it
the other
doesn't
parent,
exist
right,
now.
you have to do ridiculous bullshit like put things in the newspaper and that's expensive and blah blah.
Rick, we
blah,
are
blah,
not
blah, blah.
flipping you, Grifo.
No, I love
get
it.
it.
But
And-
men's
yeah.
rights, for 20 years has been an issue.
And
for us.
had the proposal come to a house for dads with kids, I think we would have supported it as well.
like if
it
you
was-
had the money,
Yeah,
you
and-
would have done it, is what you're saying.
Yeah, well,
but you
and
didn't.
Had
so you
it been
picked
brought
women.
to us, but what was brought to us was a home. It was already established as a home for moms and kids.
Like,
would you support?
There was an established purpose. It was already
Right.
there.
So the choice wasn't
Your hands
well,
are
we'll
tied.
support it if you add dads. It
Yeah.
was we support it or don't.
Yeah.
But and the reason I brought it up was getting at we're working outside the city boundaries already.
Yeah.
Trying to deal with this as a greater than just our city issue.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it did achieve what we wanted it to achieve and help our own by helping others.
Well, and we can't escape the fact that as a society, right? I crack a joke about it. The Titanic sank. Women and children first, right? Who gets drafted, who goes to war? Men do, right? As men, we are expected to do things differently than women and children are. And
Paul.
I think that that's a realistic exploitation, though, right?
Paul.
Because as a man, I'm bigger, faster, stronger. You could argue smarter.
I said, Paul, that
You could
that's,
argue it. You wouldn't win, but
yeah.
you could argue it.
This goes back to really basic human stuff.
Yes.
and evolution.
Agreed.
Right.
Yes, Mr.
Evolutionarily
Anthropologist.
speaking,
Yeah.
males are expendable.
And
hold on.
Agreed.
Hold on. I got to disagree
Yeah.
with both of you on one.
No, but
front.
he
Hold on.
scientifically is what I'm saying.
Scientifically
He's right.
on one front though. In
There's
our
only
society,
two
in our
genders.
society today,
Yeah.
men are
One of
seen
72
in,
genders.
seen in that role until it doesn't benefit the female class for the man to be in that role.
Why are you interrupting
Oh,
us
see,
to
I'm
say
saying
that? You're
that.
nobody's going
I'm
to disagree
saying
with you.
that.
You're,
But I'm
you're
just
100% right.
Yeah, I'm just saying men are in that role until it doesn't benefit the female class for men to be in that role. When it suddenly feels like a woman can't do something or is held back from doing something or is not equal to do something or the pay isn't or whatever, then it is look at men holding them down, look at men restraining them, look at men keeping them from reaching their fullest potential, blah, 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 blah. So it's only when it's convenient. Go ahead,
Are you
Lloyd.
saying all women?
No.
Okay.
I'm generalizing.
Let's not generalize.
You probably shouldn't.
I should
If you
generalize
were,
because it's
you
in,
should.
it's the general consensus.
You need to be careful with Lori because she will treat you like a turkey on my farm.
Do you know what? Here's the deal with Lori. Hold on. I love Lori, but here's the deal with Lori. I make a general statement about men.
Yet
Lori
every time
says
she
nothing.
asks you out, you always got an excuse.
Listen,
What? I don't ask him out.
look. Every time I make a general statement about
not tell the rest of us.
every time I make a general statement about men, Lori is quiet and does not push back. I make a
Because I'm
general.
not a man.
I make a general statement about Lori,
pretty
and she
fair
takes
distinction.
it personally.
a general statement about women, not about Lori.
I'm sorry.
Because she'll take it
You're right, you're right,
personally.
you're right. So I make a general statement about men. Lori doesn't push back. I make a general statement about women. Lori feels so personally attacked because she's a woman that I must be talking about her. She has to stick up for them.
No.
Men
I
are
just-
hosts in this society.
gonna
We're going
de-
to talk
I'm
about
gonna
Tara
de-
in a few minutes.
I
by
think
the
you
way.
are
gonna
hosting
defend
the
Lori on this one.
society until you're retired. If you make it to the
Did
end,
you say
and-
hose or hose?
hosed.
Oh, hose. Okay.
Because if you make it to the retirement society level,
Yeah.
most men die early. Sorry.
It's because we want
offend.
to.
Yeah, but if you're
Mhm.
still left, you've got your pick in the retirement home, and you can have as many as you want.
Wait a minute. She's referring back to she's referring to that article last year that talked about how there was like a 64% rate of sexual intimacy between people in the retirement homes. Like they are getting busy with it.
Wait a minute.
Okay, I'm going to speak as a man pig here. Yay. What about when we're 30?
Yeah. By the way, what are you leaving us with? Women with colostomy bags, purple hair, and no teeth. That's what I get the pick of the litter from. Yeah, I'll pass.
No teeth could be a happiness for you.
Sometimes, Kevin, we're just giving you crap. It's kind of like when you say politicians and I act offended. It's just to give you a hard time. So,
hey, listen.
The fact you had to explain that.
We have to segue because I need to make sure we have enough time to talk about the Terra stuff.
Yeah.
And I know we got 15 minutes left in this hour before the next hour, but I think this conversation is going to go long. We still have mystery food from Lori.
We don't.
Oh, we don't?
We don't.
Oh, you said we had in the message. Did you forget?
We no, my sons did.
Well, okay. Can you tell us what it was?
We had.
Can you tell us what it was?
Sure, it was peeled
I
grapes.
answered your question.
Okay.
Peeled grapes.
Do you guys?
that would have been tough.
When I
always wanted a woman to peel me.
When I was a kid, we used to do. My dad built this haunted house for Halloween, and all it was a whole bunch of boxes connected together with tape.
Oh, yeah.
And there were holes in the side where you would put your hand in there.
Cold
and feel
spaghetti.
Stuff. Yes, cold spaghetti,
Peeled grapes.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. And it's kind of it was. I remember learning as a kid just that sensation of touch and all the things that go through your mind about what you thought.
Big olives that you put googly eyes on.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
All right. So
we are showing our Gen X right now.
We're going to switch this over to Tara a little bit. Rick, are you comfortable? And I'll let you jump in and out as you see fit based on your position and all that.
Can I say one more thing? Just
yeah, of
specifically
course.
to Mike too. I want to make sure. So just know, and
that you hate men. I understand.
No, I've definitely been accused of probably been accused of being inconsistent. But what it is I make every single decision based on that item in front of me, that specific one. So, for example, we have I think we talked about it before. We have a playground in Poulsbo that we're building that is a fully accessible playground. So wheelchair accessible, everything. That went extremely expensive because of the COVID supply issues that I supported. That was a $400,000 over budget. And folks are like, wow. But then I voted against something that was $5,000. And because it was what do I think was worth doing, and then what did I have questions on and had concerns. And so for me, it's each item is stands alone, and I consider each one of them independent. And so, like when we talk about things like homelessness and all, I absolutely look at each one of them for itself. If I make a statement, it sounds general. It's just because I don't speak well.
Right.
So
I want to address the wait a minute. The wheelchair accessible playground. Help me understand why this was a good decision. Because in my hold on, just bear me out. I'm going to ask
Disclaimer time.
No. Yeah, the views I'm about to express, the questions about to ask, do not represent anybody unless you've got half a brain.
Yeah, we talked about this a bit the last time.
So here's my question, because my thought is, and again, this is just my initial overview of what this sounds like. We have a playground, and we want to make it wheelchair accessible. Why are we making it wheelchair accessible? If they're in a wheelchair, they can't use any of the equipment on the playground. I wouldn't think.
Well, no, the equipment is wheelchair accessible.
So what does that mean?
You can actually, like for example, one of them is a swing. The entire wheelchair goes onto the swing.
Oh,
okay. So
that makes sense.
It's playground equipment that someone in a wheelchair can use.
Okay,
So
that
not
makes more
just a
sense to me
park.
then. Okay,
Yes.
that just makes more, because I'm thinking, well, why are we putting in ramps and stuff so they can get closer to the toys they can't use? So that makes more
No,
sense.
they can
to
use
me.
the equipment itself.
That's just
Okay.
so cruel. Just the way.
No,
you
I'm not.
worded that.
I'm not trying to be cruel. I'm
Let the
asking.
kid in the wheelchair get within 5 feet of the candy bar.
Yeah.
And there's sensory things like panels, and there's there's like mounds that are soft, like, so it looks like a hill, but it's really a soft structure that you can crawl on. So yeah, it's a playground designed for kids who can't use, anybody who can't use other playgrounds.
Okay, that does make sense. Thank you. I'm glad that you put. Okay, for the next 8 minutes, I'm going to do my piece on Terra, because my piece will be relatively quick, and then we're going to open next hour, and I'm going to let Paul dive into his, because Paul's is going to be a lot more information. As Paul has often accused me, I'm emotionally based, and I respond emotionally to a lot of things, as I'm about to do with this. Are you cool with that, Paul? Because I think you've got
Yes, sir.
more-
Go ahead.
Yeah, you got
Yeah.
stuff to read and all that.
Yeah.
So this whole thing with Tara started when we talked about the protests on the north at her house in East Bremerton, where people showed up at her house protesting.
And in full disclosure, we had the individual that had put all that together, Matthew Adams, scheduled to come on.
And then he got scared because he didn't want to be pushed back.
He literally logged onto the page, heard us talking about him, not exactly glowingly.
Well, yeah, we were going to push back and ask questions.
And he hung up.
Yeah. He expected us to give him a reach around. You know, he expected us to back what he was going to say and support him 100% and give him exactly the props for what he was doing.
And I have talked to him since. So.
And we weren't going to do that. And so he hung up. So you can draw your conclusions out of that. Anyway, a couple things.
So just
we're going to get
a small aside.
Yes.
Right.
Aside.
About that whole thing. Our show has, for some reason, kind of been pegged as a conservative mouthpiece. And we're not.
The
right?
only person here that's conservative is moi.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean,
you're moderate. Aren't you?
Lori,
Financially conservative.
Yeah, fiscal conservative. Yes.
Yeah,
That's
fiscally,
even
I'm
nice,
very
Tom. I've heard-
conservative as well.
I've actually heard you guys called much worse than that.
Yes, like a lot of people on the left, they call us right wing.
Right, and
home of
I
right
don't-
wing extremism in Kitsap.
Right, and I just don't understand where that comes from.
KKK Grandmaster. No,
Yes, you
lie.
were. Yeah, you were the Grand Wizard.
By the way, Jander Kennedy said, "Is an outlaw reach around out of the question? No, Tom's available on Mondays." Okay, so listen,
I'm wearing my boots, baby.
And I
So-
was at the town hall that the protest moved to 2. While it was there, just
You were there listening to
Yes,
the
I was
word
there.
felon
Yep.
being yelled at.
Quick question. So
Yeah.
the protest happened before the town hall.
It was.
I
think
thought it
hap-
was after the
Same
town
day,
hall.
wasn't it?
Well, there was a town hall in Bainbridge, and then there was a town hall in Bremerton. Same
Oh,
day.
so in
and I think they
between.
started at Tara's house in between those two.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
how I believe it too.
moved to Bremerton for
Got
that
it.
town hall.
Okay,
because
thank
they
you.
were about
So-
4 hours apart.
when we had the conversation, and I'm going to speak for anybody else, but I really had Tara's back in most of it. I didn't think they should have protested at her house. I thought this was much ado about nothing. As I've said before, I think Tara represents her district exactly the way most people want her to, based on her 66% approval rating in the last election, right? So I've been a big fan and supporter of Tara for the most part. But the one thing I said, and I still believe it to this day, is that she's taken advantage of her privilege. She is an attractive white woman serving as a representative. She was convicted of a felony. She worked her ass off, no doubt about it. She worked her ass off, multiple felonies. Yeah. She worked her ass off. She went to law school. She got her degree. She petitioned the court. She got her law license back. She got elected. She's been elected multiple times. So I have in no way insinuated that Tara didn't work her ass off.
She deserved everything she worked for.
She's earned
100%.
everything that she got until she got her felony record purged. Now, I know anybody can go to court with a lawyer and get their felony record purged. That's not my point. My point is that Tara went through and had her seatmate expunge the record or help her expunge the record. Who has that assistance? For a party that preaches the idea that the Democrats are all about helping the minority and the poor, they can't afford it. They can't do it. If you're a poor minority and you're working your ass off to not go back to jail and support your family, you don't have the money to pay 10 grand or more to get a lawyer to represent you to go back to court so you can get your federal record, your felony record expunged so you can get a decent job. And yet Tara Simmons used her privilege as an elected representative to get another elected representative, help her get her record expunged. And before anybody says, well, how do you know that? Because she fucking posted it on her page. Not only did she do it, but she felt so good about it that she publicly declared that she had her seatmate help her with it.
You could argue she bragged about it.
That's bragging, that's privilege, that's pride, that's gloating. And then she said in a post, well, they keep bringing up my felony record. I'm not a felon anymore. Bullshit, you're not. You can remove the history. It does not change what you did. And the idea that somehow you're dumb enough to think that you can tell the voting population in your district, well, I was a felon, but now I'm not, like it never happened, is stupid and ridiculous.
You should have left it on your record as an example to the people you serve. That was my past. That is not who I am today. But I will never forget where I came from, so I do not do it again. Instead, what you've said is, that's what I did, but it doesn't matter because I was able to erase it because I'm in a position of power. And you little peons, doesn't matter to you. You won't be able to do it. But I represent the ruling class and I can do whatever the fuck I want. That's gross.
He said that with emphasis.
That's gross. And I like Tara for the most part. But now her response is, I'm not going to go on their show anymore because they pushed back. Screw you. Don't come on the show then.
Kevin, the phrase was, we lost the privilege.
For what? Because we ask questions? I'm sorry. Are you so thin-skinned as an elected representative that you can't handle me asking a viable question about how you got your record expunged and why you had your seatmate help you with it? That offended you? I've made cracks about women on this show for the last 20 years.
24.
And that didn't offend you? But you being an elected representative, me, how dare I have the audacity to push back on you getting your record expunged? How dare I? And that's why you won't come back on the show. And then the last thing I'll say, you wanted to cry about it on social media. You're such a victim. How dare the mean old outlaws talk about you? I posted a comment publicly, and I did it publicly and not privately for a reason. I said, Tara, let's sit down and have a cup of coffee. Let's just talk about this. Adult to adult across the table. We've done it before. We can do it again. You didn't even respond. You don't want to have the conversation, Tara. You want to be a victim. Go read your page. Your Facebook page is nothing about how you're a victim. A victim of the protests. A victim of how mean people are to you and your people. I don't even know who the fuck your people are. You're not a felon anymore. You said it yourself. Who's your people, Tara? How do you have PTSD, Tara? How are you a victim? Because we asked a question of an elected representative and expected them to be accountable for why they got the privilege they got? And you're up in a tizzy because I accused you of having privilege? Tara, I'm a white man in this country.
No, you're Native American.
Well, I'm
86.
87.5%.
At least you're
white.
not 1,024.
I'm 87.5% white in this country. I got privilege, Tara. Now, the Republicans won't agree. They don't believe in white privilege. You guys don't have to. But Tara and I are on the same page about this. I believe white privilege exists in this country. I believe white people get to do things that other people don't get to do. I believe that white people have opportunities that minority people don't have. I believe that there's an advantage to being white in this country when it comes to going to court, being pulled over by the police, getting a job. I believe that. Nobody else has to. That's not what this discussion is about. But you agree with that, Tara. So don't you dare stand there and say, I don't have any privilege. You're an attractive white woman, Tara. Of course you have privilege. So either you believe in your platform or you don't. But you don't get to deny your privilege when it doesn't benefit you politically. You don't get to claim privilege for white people until you're the white person being accused of having privilege and then say, oh, I don't have any privilege. I don't know what you're talking about. How dare you? One or the other, Tara. Have some integrity. Own it or don't own it. I don't care. But don't pretend that you're a victim of something because the mean old boys from Outlaw ask questions. The jackass K-Dog asked you about getting your record expunged by your seatmate. Those are fair and valid questions. And I hope whoever runs against you when you run for re-election asks those questions. I hope whoever runs against your seatmate when he runs for re-election asks those questions because that's a valid question. You used your position as a state representative to coddle favor with another state representative to help you get your record expunged. An expensive process for most people that most felons cannot afford to do. If that's not privilege, I don't know what is. We'll take a break on the bumper break. We'll come back. I will not speak of this again. Paula, have the floor. Again, we're still with Rick Eckert. I'm not asking Rick to chime in on any of this. Rick, when you want to, if you can, just let us know. But I'm not going to put you in the position saying, Rick, what do you think? How right am I? And then, that would be fair to you. Outlaw Radio. We're back after this.
This is the Outlaw Radio Network.
Are you ready to elevate your spirits? Look no further than Black Rain Spirits, your local craft distillery nestled in Town Square Mall. Indulge in the smooth richness of our handcrafted spirits, meticulously distilled to perfection. Whether you prefer the bold kick of our bourbon or the subtle sophistication of our gin, Black Rain Spirits has something for every palate. Visit us today at Town Square Mall and experience the essence of true craftsmanship. Black Rain Spirits, where passion meets perfection, unconventionally traditional.
Admin a la carte are specialized local experts committed to helping you run your small business. From general admin and sales support to marketing, digital media and technology to real estate and compliance. Admin a la carte's only goal is to take your business to the next level. Find out how Admin a la carte can elevate your business. Visit admin-alacarte.com for more information. That's admin-alacarte.com. Admin a la carte. Your business doesn't fit into a box. Why should you have to?
On a recent episode of the Outlaw Radio Network,
Some of our listeners even appreciated you dumbing it down for them. So, on behalf
Sometimes
of
I have to mansplain for people like. By the way, mansplaining is when men explain things to a woman in a condescending tone. I just mansplaining.
The Outlaw Radio Network, Sunday nights at their new time from 6 to 10.
All right, Outlaw Radio. She would not talk to me. She would see me and she would run the other way. Go and talk right in the microphone.
She's a big fan of Hamilton.
Is she a big fan of Hamilton?
Well, it's a good thing we keep our
you should get Nicole
standards
to come
low.
on. Hamilton is great, man.
I'm just saying.
If she could sing duets at karaoke with me for Hamilton, that'd be great. I would love to do.
You'd be leaving a trail like a slug, walking with a limp.
I am not throwing away my shot.
Please don't.
So if Brandy could come over and bring Nicole.
Yeah. Well, why don't you reach out to Brandy then?
I've made the suggestion.
Okay, well, you should do it again.
I'm working on it for you.
You know, I'm just like my country. I'm young, scrappy, and hungry, and I'm not throwing away my shot. All right. Really quick.
Yeah.
We're gonna get to Paul's thoughts. I just wanted to remind everybody that I'm leaving on Tuesday for a 2-week vacation. I had mentioned it the entire show,
and you
didn't
drink.
You
drink too.
No, this is the second
The
time.
weather's going to be
second time.
Okay, second time in the fourth hour.
Brought to you by Black Ring Spirits. It's time to do your shot.
It's going to be near 80 degrees in Anaheim for my Disneyland time. And then it'll be in the low 80s in Ensenada and Cabo.
Kevin, you're slowly encroaching on our listeners doing a second shot.
Do another shot then. You do a shot. Because you know what? I got the
third.
Check this crowd. Are
we still talking about your
really
vacation?
quick? I got the drink package on the ship. The drink package allows
right there,
me.
do a shot.
The drink package allows me 15 alcoholic beverages a day.
Do you realize that's almost an entire fifth of liquor?
Yes.
Okay.
Ain't no way you're putting that kind of liquor away.
Well, if I start at noon.
No,
I
you're
want
still-
you to do an Instagram video before you go to bed each night.
Well,
we got to see it.
Do it.
I won't have internet on the boat.
The ship has internet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, you got to pay like $50 a day or something.
It's $120 for the cruise, and I did get internet on the cruise, but it's just going to be on my laptop because I need it for schoolwork, so it's not going to be on my phone.
Oh, you're
But-
bullshit. You could transfer the video to
Yeah.
your laptop.
Or you
could.
can do a
and then
video
post
on
it.
your laptop.
And then I'll just upload them at the end. Anyway,
Yeah, we want to see how drunk you
so
are.
I want to find some really good rum drinks because I love rum, man. When I'm on a cruise, rum is great.
I'll give you a list of suggestions.
Okay. Have you ever had a Wiki Punch?
Yes.
Okay. I love the Wiki
The
Punch.
engineer's
man.
punch.
Oh my god, Wiki Punch with passion fruit liqueur in it and 2 different kinds of rum, and oh my god, it's so good.
Hey, I will say you gave me the so I did comment last time when you were talking about the protests, and I did, and I warned Paul I disagree with him
Because you have a brain. Thank you.
And I disagree with protesting at people's houses, and not from a legal standpoint. I don't think we should have laws against it necessarily. I mean, we do have some when it comes to, like, if you were a prosecutor before you got elected, because it's a safety issue. But just out of common decency, I don't think people should be protesting in people's homes, because so Tom and Paul, you've both been to my house. You see what my street's like.
Yeah.
So, imagine 5 people protesting on my street. What that would do to my neighbors. I think all of you, maybe, even Dennis, maybe, I think you've all met my son. He's not going to understand what's going on and why and track it. So, to me, I ran for office. My wife didn't run for office. My son didn't run for office. Certainly my neighbors did not run for office. So to me, going to someone's home is pushing it. It's too far. Just decency, we shouldn't do it. Now, I will give, I saw a lot, I read all the comments too. And there were folks that did make the comment, they shouldn't have done that. They should have gone to her office. Well, I don't know of any of our local officials that have local offices. The only offices they have are down in Olympia. So that does make it harder to engage them. I mean, because you can't do it locally. And if you have to go to Olympia for everything, that's
You're
asking
gonna do
a
it
lot.
less.
That's a lot. It's asking a lot of folks.
Yeah.
I know I've never met, I've had plenty of conversations with Greg Nance. He doesn't have an office. We've met at a lot of coffee shops.
Yeah.
When folks want to meet with me, we've met at coffee shops. Partly because it's in the public and it's safer for everybody if you meet constituents in public.
Agreed. Yeah.
And so, it's safer. They feel safer. You feel safer. But yeah, you don't have local offices. I remember being accused by a kid when I was on the school board of leaving my office early to avoid their protest at the school district.
That means you just were smart and wanted to avoid the traffic.
Well, I don't have an office, so
Yeah, I was going to say you don't have
no. I was at the Naval Hospital on my job when that protest happened, and I didn't even know about it. But the kid sent us an email that said, "You cowards left early," and it was just like, well, one, that's not a way to convince us of your position, but we don't have offices, so it does make it hard to get a hold of your local folks if they don't have a place of business to go to. And if they have a business that's separate from their elected office, it's not really fair to go to that either, because that's separate. So
I appreciate you starting off the conversation this way, because I do think it's appropriate to start off what kind of kicked all of this off. And there was a few things, right? It was almost like an avalanche of things, the way that it all had occurred. And let me address what you just said. There's nobody that has an opinion on those protests that I don't appreciate and understand that argument. I absolutely understand 10,000% the point that you're making, Rick. I believe Kevin made effectively the same point with regards to, hey, and so did, as far as I know, all of the Republicans in the state legislature, right? They had signed that letter because that was something that Tara posted and kind of sent back, right, Kevin?
Yep.
Travis Couture made a similar comment, and he made that on X. It was very public. No issues with that. Now, I will say Republicans have a reason to say that, because they don't want people protesting at their homes. I mean, it's not hard for me to see that. Yeah. I get it. Rick doesn't want anybody protesting at his house, right? I disagree with that. Okay. I firmly believe, and I'll just say for the sake of conversation, the Constitution supports my opinion, in that we have a problem in this state. Like a serious problem. That problem being that elected officials in this state, if they don't like what you have to say, fuck you, they'll close the door and pass whatever they want anyway. That is a problem in this state.
I don't think anybody Michelle Caldeer and call security.
You just call security or close the door on somebody, right? Or the suggestion was made, protest in Olympia. That's the appropriate place to do it. No, kiss my ass. You'll just close the door and you won't hear anything those people say. And I've been saying for years, the protests that they've been holding down in Olympia fall on deaf ears every time. Nobody cares. And if it happens on Saturday, by Sunday, it's forgotten. Okay.
I disagree, but go
okay,
ahead.
that's fine. Well, but
Well, they don't get news coverage either.
none.
That's it. That's the other thing.
No news coverage. Elected representatives, except on maybe rare occasion, aren't going to bother to come out and listen to what the crowd's saying. They're not going to address them, and they're just going to ignore it. Like I said, we live in a 24-hour news cycle, right? So people go protest on Saturday, and by Sunday, nobody remembers what it was about. And as such, what does the phrase mean to you, Kevin? I'll ask you, what does it mean to redress your grievances?
Explain that again.
What does
Like,
it
in
mean to
regards to what?
redress your grievances? You have a right to bitch and be heard.
Sure.
And you are not going to be heard if you go to Olympia and protest. That is my opinion. Okay. I believe that wholeheartedly. So if you are going to effectively protest, you can protest. You can stand down on the street on the waterfront in Port Orchard. Nobody will care. People will drive by. They'll honk their horns. They'll wave if they agree. They'll honk their horns and flip you off if they don't. But that's the end of it. That is the absolute end of it. Every time, no time has ever been any different. Therefore, as such, because politicians, generally speaking, don't want to listen because we live in a polarized world where their opinion matters to them and they don't care what you think, especially in a party with with one party rule. I'm sorry. Democrats in this state do not care what you have to protest about.
No, you're absolutely right.
And so as such, what happened when those folks stood in front of Tara Simmons' house? Not on her lawn, not on her yard, in the street in front of her house. What did that do? It pissed her off.
Mm-hmm.
And she went to social media and she complained about it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Guess what? You did. You got her attention. And she even posted some of the issues they were protesting about. Okay? They were holding up signs and they were... you can't tell me, Republican or Democrat, that doing that doesn't have an effect when your representative is acknowledging she knows what they were complaining about. Laura, I didn't want to go on before you had a chance. You said you disagreed.
Just about Olympia. I was involved in several of the school pandemic protests. And so as such, one of the tactics that we used was we made sure that we had representatives there. So Jim Walsh, Spencer Hutchins.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jesse came to one.
So Republicans that supported your cause.
Right.
Gotcha.
And it was about unmasking the kids at schools, stuff like that. The other thing that we did was that we specifically had detailed statements, and we had everybody there fill them out, and then we notarized them, and then the representatives brought those to the floor. One of them was televised. We had probably on average 5,000 each time.
That's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. And it was great. Unfortunately, Antifa usually showed up. And so then police were called, stuff like that. But, it did help push the conversation because then Democrats were starting to hear, oh no, people are upset. And then they were seeing the addresses. Some people were driving in from Eastern Washington to come there.
Yeah, it was a very passionate issue for a lot of people. For sure.
What I would say is, I would argue what they could have done, and it could have potentially achieved the same result, is because they came to the town hall afterward, is go to the town hall first and protest at the town hall like they did. Not yell things about Tara during the moment of silence for someone else who passed away. Let me say this, because go to the town hall first, and then if they don't get a response at the town hall, then you consider the next step.
So
because again,
very fair,
legally, constitutionally, you're absolutely right. Everyone has the right to do it, but from a decorum, civility, we're all neighbors kind of sense. I prefer, because there was a town hall that was available to them. Start there.
Sure.
I'm not saying end there.
I don't doubt that.
But start there at least.
One iota, and you raised a really good point with regards to decorum and civility. So first of all, as you guys are all aware, town halls are a rarity. So it's not like that opportunity is there very often. So let's understand that. But you're right, when it's used, and in full disclosure, I was very straightforward with Matthew Adams, and I told him that the way that he did it and the points that he made, it allowed her to play the victim card. It was pointless. It was worthless. It carried no weight. You can't go out protesting and call somebody a felon who, by their own admission and bragging rights, is saying, I'm not a felon anymore. Ha ha, nanny, nanny, boo boo. Right?
Stick your head in doo-doo.
And let's not forget, folks, you elected a felon. So it was just dumb all the way around. It did not have the effect because of what they chosen to say while they were protesting. It was worthless. It was a waste of energy. Okay. So it's like, I support what they did, but the way that they did it and the points that they made were just half-baked. It just made no sense whatsoever. So we got that kind of out of the way, right? And Kevin touched on some of the issues, right? Tara was very public on her Facebook page, and a lot of her constituents very publicly supported her, and shit, which I would expect them to do. And that was all good. Now, to your point, Rick, about the whole decorum thing.
Well, her supporters, you don't know that they're necessarily from the 23rd.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. But you were saying that in the name of decorum and that kind of stuff, right? That's one of the reasons why we shouldn't do that. Here's why I say that gets thrown out the window, in my opinion, because you have a single party rule state who just 2 weeks ago went in front of the state courts and had a law thrown out that the people voted on. Okay. And that's not the first time that they've done that. In fact, they've done it multiple times on multiple issues. So what the Democrats have proven in Washington state is that they don't give two shits about the will of the people. Sorry, they don't care. And we're talking about something here most recently that's as mundane and minuscule for them as heating fuel. Heating fuel. Something that your own state representative, Emily Randall, bragged about having during the wintertime.
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
Okay. So it just reeks of F you citizens, we don't care, right? So to me, it's for those reasons that, well, I guess we can throw decorum out the window. If you're not going to listen, if you're not going to sit down at the table and have a conversation, and if you're going to blatantly show us, the citizens, that you don't care what we have to say through action, which is, to me, in my opinion, what's what they've done. Through action, they've shown us they don't care what we have to say or care what we think, right? It's just, it changes the dynamic of the conversation.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm at with it. So in my opinion, protest in front of every state representative's house. Go there. Be loud. Be proud. You know what? Do it until they recognize the fact you're doing it, and do it until they stop reversing the decisions that people here voted on. Lori?
Yep.
I agree. And I would like to add one more thing to the conversation. Maybe you guys have thought about this, maybe not. And I'm speaking generally to everyone. Currently, the newest fascination is to attach an emergency clause to different things. Mm-hmm. And when that happens, that means we cannot use the referendum process, which is an easier process than the initiative process.
Right,
and so that is effectively, in my mind, my opinion, they are drowning us out and saying, no, we don't even want to hear from you.
Yes.
Go back to work, you slave.
Yes.
That's my opinion.
Tim Eyman got kicked out of a hearing because of bringing that up.
Yep.
So to your point, and I guess I have a different perspective because I've been on the other side
you
of
do,
the,
and you should.
That's you're not listening, you don't listen, you're going to ignore us argument. And it's funny because as we went into COVID, is my favorite example of this. As we went into COVID, and the state hadn't really made rules yet, but we were starting to get it. As a school district, we decided to stop having certain activities, and one of them was the after-school sports practices.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to start to separate folks, and we didn't know what was going on yet. And I got an email from at the board, we got an email from a parent that said, "Why would you not have after school sports, practices, you're trying to kill my child?" And within 10 minutes, I got an email that said, it's a good thing you had stopped after school sports or you would have killed my child. So 180 degree opposite within 10 minutes to where no matter what, someone's going to accuse me of not listening. Mm-hmm. And so it's, I always listen. I always hear you, but I can't always do what everybody wants.
Yeah.
And so I can see it from that perspective, but you're right. There's a lot of, and you can't just show up at Olympia and go to somebody's office.
Not at all. That's great. Michelle Caldier proved that.
There is security. There are barriers. You have to make appointments. Even if you show up, they might not even be there. Mm-hmm. They could be on the floor. So it's not as easy to see your representatives as folks.
That's right. And
I want it to be.
I'm going to
Sarah Simmons in the chat. I love it when you guys talk about me. Your lies just send more support my way. Thank you and hope you have fun. Tara, we've never lied about you.
We've never lied about you. We've asked questions.
Well,
I mean, specifically, and I'm going to speak about me.
I would challenge her to prove any lie that anybody has told. First of all, an opinion can't be a lie. Okay? It can't. You're a lawyer. You should know that. Okay?
And it just seems, Tara, listen.
You want to bet she's not listening to you right now?
No, I
It seems
guarantee
par
she
for
is.
the course.
I guarantee she is. She may not chime back in. We have no way to know if she is or not, but I guarantee she's there. And if she's not, she's got some of her lackeys in there. And that's fine. But Tara, here's the problem. It's easier for you to sit behind a keyboard and type snarky responses than it is to have a conversation. You very easily could have answered the question when I posed it. Tara, did you get privileged treatment because you're a state representative from your seatmate to get your felony record expunged? Don't you think it's privileged? You could have said in a thoughtful, concise way like you would have done on the House floor, Kevin, I don't think it was privileged, and here's why. Instead, you got all victimed up and wanted to avoid the question because you were so outraged that anybody compare you to having privilege. When you've said before that white people have privilege, and the last time I checked, you're white. So,
well,
hold
on. There's an issue with that, right?
What's that?
Because she complained when she got laid off from her nonprofit that she was too white presenting, and apparently she's part Latina or something. I don't know what that is. I just remember reading that in the article. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to acknowledge that I think there was a discussion somewhere around that, but I don't want to be accused of lying when I'm literally sitting here talking about my opinion. Listen, stuff like this, coming onto our chat room and posting something like that, it speaks to your credibility. You can't accuse people of lying when they're giving their opinion. And by the way, we were talking about protesting as a whole. Kevin was talking directly about the conversation that the two of you had. So where you get off calling up people a liar, it's disingenuous. It's a false premise. It's injurious. It's not true. And if you're going to refer to other people as a liar, the least you should be able to do is point to something that they lied about. And as a lawyer, if you think that an opinion is a lie, I think you need to go back to English class.
Well, yeah, and again, it's really easy to go into the chat and say, you guys lied about me. I'm a victim, and not put any instance in there where I lied about you. Please, Tara, tell me where I lied about you.
Where we lied about you.
Well, I mean, I'm just speaking to me directly, right? She will have comments about, and you should have those as well. If she's going to accuse you of lying, then she needs to say, Paul lied about that. I don't want to hear your show did this. I want to hear Kevin lied when he said this. Paul lied when he said that. Tom lied when he said that libertarianism was the best way to go. Whatever the lie was, I want you to say what the lie was instead of some blanket statement.
And coming off the way that you just did, before we had even finished discussing anything, doesn't allow me to say the part where I was going to apologize for something that I had said. But you didn't wait for that. You opened your mouth, inserted your foot, and ran. Sorry.
Goodbye.
I mean, that's listen. As an elected representative, your constituents deserve better. They deserve your honest and truthful answers. If you're not willing to do that, you deserve 6 opponents in your primary race.
And the last thing I'll say, and then I'm done. You're no better than Michelle Caldier.
No, you went down the same path.
Exact same path. You get in your seat for a little bit. You get high and mighty. You think you got it all figured out. You think you don't need to answer anybody's questions. You think you're too good above that. And how dare anybody question you?
Well, she said on this show, Kevin, if you recall, she was thankful that she was in her district because it allows her to be who she wants to be because she has no fear of losing her seat.
She did say that. That's true. Unless you're going to accuse us of
I'm
lying.
paraphrasing. I'm not quoting you.
Pull the tapes. I just anybody who this is the only agreement I have for term limits now. Like I still don't expect I still don't support term limits. Let's be honest. But when you get to a point where you're like, I've been in this place so long and my seat is so safe that now I don't even have to answer questions. Like you and Michelle Caldier should form a tag team. You should be like a pro wrestling tag team.
Call it See You Next Tuesday.
Yeah. Wow. Paul.
What? Isn't Tuesdays a restaurant?
That's TGI Fridays.
Ruby Tuesdays.
Ruby Tuesdays. See you next Ruby Tuesdays. That doesn't even work. All I'm saying is you're no different than Caldier. I detest Caldier for that exact same reason. You're not better than anybody, Tara. You're a servant
position. You're to serve people, which means answering questions. It's not hard. Sorry, Paul.
There's
I'm
a book
taking
called
you
The Liberty Amendments that you guys should both read that would make you change your mind about term limits, by the way. And they use the Federalist Papers to support the position, the author.
Well, the Federalist Papers.
So
they use
I know
the
you like
Federalist
those.
Papers. Yeah.
So
yeah, you said it's called the Liberty what?
The Liberty Amendments.
Liberty
they're-
Amendments.
They're it's a list of constitutional amendments the author thinks that we need, and some of them are reinstating things like senators are appointed by the state versus voted.
Oh yes,
you know, back to that.
Yep, yep.
And there's a but one of them.
Are
is
you a
term
proponent? Are you suggesting that we should have term limits?
I do.
Okay.
I was posting from the couch. Lori was reading out.
Wow.
12 years. I think 12 years.
I was doing my best Democrat impression and wasn't
Smart.
paying attention to what the listening audience was
12
saying.
years combined. That's 2 senator terms, or how many? I can't
Oh,
do
that's
math
right. You
this
said
late at
12
night.
years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Or-
this
or
late.
3.
6 as a rep, or a combination thereof.
Yeah.
But 2 terms. That 12 years. With a break, you can't go away for a term and come back. That gives you time to get to, like you said, get your feet under you and learn. And if they know they have an end game, I think folks would get more stuff done in the beginning. You wouldn't be allowed to be sidelined for your first term.
Where I would really agree with that is that I believe that there should be direct impact on congressional pay based on what you do while you're in office with regards to the balanced
And
budget.
it would hurt for a while, and we
Like
both
Doge.
sides would lose people that do good work in their view.
Yeah.
Like Chuck Grassley, like you talk about age limits too. Senator Grassley, I think, does an amazing job on the judiciary. He's very smart. He's fair. He's been there forever. He's in
been
his
there
up
since
he's
Moby Dick was a
80s.
minnow.
He's still going strong. But it's kind of I lose him in the process, but it's time.
Yeah, I'm not even going to argue that, because I think again there are good
And I got
arguments
off,
on both
and I got
sides.
us off topic.
Yeah.
You did, but we'll live.
And it's also it's tribal knowledge. I mean, if you know that you have a time limit and a date stamp, when you're out, you're going to make sure to pass whatever knowledge across, to the next person or people around you on the committees, all of that. Chuck Grassley, I agree with you totally. But when he's gone, that's a big gaping hole unless he's been mentoring and training up others.
Yeah, you're right. With regards to seniority and
right.
And
And
you
the
gotta come in,
judiciary.
you got to come into your role more educated too.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
we saw that with Norm
How
Ditch,
do you
right?
explain AOC then?
I'm saying this is the change. So I mean, like, I attended 6 years of city council meetings before I ran, and that is not normal.
Listen, I'm gonna say this because I appreciate you were talking about the protesting earlier before we were so rudely interrupted and called liars by Tara. If you had people protesting in front of your house, and I'm willing to bet that Dan Griffey would do the same thing just like you would, so would I think Travis Couture. If the crowd is how they were at Tara's house, holding up signs, polite, not walking on the property, and protesting in a legal, legitimate manner, you'd probably go out and say hi and talk to a few of them, right?
And
you're
said,
acknowledging that, yes.
Yeah,
You'd go out and
somebody
talk
said
to
that
a
last
few.
time, and I said, yeah, if they were being respectful.
Tara called people for security,
right?
Because so there's a massive difference there between the character of the person. When you're being protest because you made it easier for criminals to get away with crimes, how do you defend that? You don't go out and talk to people that are pissed off at you about it.
Yeah, I would, if for no other reason, I would go out and I would say, let's go somewhere to again respect my neighbors and my family. Hey, you want to talk, folks? Let's go. I'll go to a coffee shop. We can go down to City Hall, somewhere, and we'll go talk.
You can passionately defend your position or promote your position on something and still disagree with the other person. And you can do it and be civil.
Yeah.
But when you start suggesting that I felt so threatened by the peaceful protesters in front of my house who weren't on my yard that my son thinks I should get a gun, and you don't need to tie that in a paragraph up with calling them or suggesting, right? So like if you're writing out a paragraph with all the stuff that happened, right? And she made this, she said, I've been threatened by insurrectionists while she's talking about the protest.
Kevin asked me
the
earlier if I would
implication
talk-
is what?
If I would talk with Pam and Carolyn, and I said I have.
Yeah.
The only time that I have ever not talked with someone who was critical of me was when someone filed a formal complaint against the school district and it had already been passed to not litigation, but to an investigator.
Yeah.
And at which point, you are told, okay, it's out of our hands. You don't involve yourself.
Exactly.
But that's
And that
the
is
problem,
the only
Rick.
time that I've not talked.
That's why you're the exception, not the rule. I came back at you and asked about the whole woman housing thing over the men house. Like, why is it women only? Why don't men? Blah, blah, blah. What you did not do is get your panties in a bunch. What did you not do is feel attacked. You answered the question. Meanwhile, Tara and Michelle both have shown a propensity to be asked a tough question that doesn't frame them in the best light. And rather than answer it, they victim up and then go on ghost. Robert Parker asked in the chat, he said, ask Tara why she has me blocked on social media. Robert, that's a stupid question you know the answer to, because as you said, she does not want to answer questions. She wants to live in an echo chamber where everybody who talks to her and responds to her says exactly what she believes. That's weak leadership. That's weak, ineffectual leadership.
We call it feckless. I want to have a moment here because I told
Go ahead,
everybody
Paul,
that I
sorry.
would read
please do.
what started all of this off. And again,
that's why women should have never been given the right to vote.
Oh,
Hey, cut your tongue
Just
out.
kidding.
Cut your tongue out.
Just kidding.
Well, while you're looking, I'll give you a quick. So,
yes,
when we hung the Pride Month banners in Poulsbo this year, you guys know immediately, like that night, somebody went through and slashed them.
Yes.
And
did they ever find who did that?
No, unfortunately, no. We had some footage, but you couldn't see their face. And I had somebody who is very much progressive reach out to me and very much supports the LGBTQ community. They reached out to me. We're friends on Facebook, and they said, how come you all haven't spoken about this yet? How come you all haven't made a public statement? Why haven't you had, and I answered, I said, well, because we haven't had a meeting yet. He said, what do you mean? I said, well, the council hasn't had a meeting yet. If we were to start talking about this through text messages or email, we'd violate the Open Public Meetings Act because we wouldn't be doing it in the public. So we either need to call a special meeting and talk about it, or we talk about it in our council meeting. Well, it was a Sunday night. So you have to notice a public meeting 24 hours in advance. So the first meeting opportunity would have been Tuesday. And so we had a meeting on Wednesday. And when I told her that, she said, well, that makes absolute sense. And she's like, I'm going to share that with everybody. And that, that's how I try to approach things is, I'm not going to get offended. You're telling me I'm not saying anything fast enough earlier. I'm just explaining to you, this is how we have to work. And I'm not happy about it. And I'll make that point at the meeting. And I did.
Well, I mean, at least you're completing your sentences. Tom, take notes. All right. Just kidding, Tom. I love you.
Wow. He's not even here to defend himself, and you're taking swipes at Tom.
Okay. All right.
What are you going to say about me when I'm gone?
So, you wait.
No, I know.
Hi, Tom.
By the way,
Shake a dew off of Lily.
What I'd like is to ask Corey or Jander Kennedy or somebody like that. Every time Paul says something crappy about me on the show, the 2 shows I miss, could you just send me a message with a quote of what he said so I can keep a running tally of all the crappy things he says? Thank you. Go ahead, Paul.
Are you sure? I want to make sure I have enough time to go through and read all this. Are you cool? You want to get anything else out of your system?
It just came up. Go ahead.
All right. No more farting. Okay.
Oops.
So we need to let's first provide a little bit of clarity. So on March 20th, I'm going to read the first paragraph here of what Tara put out. I think it gives us a sense into her mindset, Kevin, because you made the comment that she was playing the victim. Okay.
Yes.
So here's what she wrote on March 20th. Today was the 10th day in a row I cried. My PTSD has been triggered by the discrimination against my people.
Who are you talking about? Your people.
I'm just reading what she wrote.
I was the Tropic Thunder. What you talking about? Your people.
Yeah. My PTSD has been triggered by the discrimination against my people and the psychological abuse I have had to endure in my workplace. I keep thinking of other women I know who quit for similar reasons. Rep. Kirsten Harris-Talley especially. The state lost a talented and transformational leader with her departure. Last weekend, when I was home, my community begged me not to give up. I'm their champion for the poor and vulnerable and the people of Bremerton. Okay. Just let that sink in for a minute, because that goes to exactly what you were saying. If that's not a plea for victimhood, I don't know what is. I mean, she's essentially saying that she's being victimized by other Democrats in the state legislature. And I have a hard time really wrapping my head around how you could be victimized.
Nobody likes
Now, maybe you might be able to shed some light on that. I know we don't really have to have that conversation right now, but like I said, you're down there, you're working together, you're passing laws. That's your job. You're in Olympia to do that. How victimization comes into the play with that, I don't quite.
Everybody hates me. I'm gonna go eat some worms.
Okay, Kevin, that's stop.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
On March 22nd, this was 2 days later. Okay. She said, so this is while the people were there protesting. Tara said, "Thank you for all your texts and supportive comments. The protesters left my house after about an hour, mostly scaring my elderly widow neighbor. They went to our town hall and kept heckling stupid things about my felony record, which, by the way, is no longer since Brother Drew Hansen cleared it.
Brother Drew.
Brother Drew was my bodyguard and support at the town hall. I still did well. The signs showed they are upset about a variety of topics, but HB 1296 and 1132 were specific bills." So what happened? The protest, as misguided as the comments were, she still had enough sense of self to recognize what they were complaining about. Okay? Thus, to me, that says to me there was a modicum of success, right? Getting her attention. My son called and insists I get a firearm today. I don't feel ready for that. I need more training. Some say Hope needs 3 Rottweiler siblings, but that feels like a lot of work. I have a home security system and other security things in place, and I've decided to put together a text group of folks who can rapidly respond to my house if and when they come back. Local Dems did that for me today. Thank you. And she names a person, Adeline Hayduk, in there. Thank you to so many who showed up to provide security quickly. I felt supported, and I'm not afraid. It's an honor to serve, and now I'm definitely not going anywhere. Let me know if you want to be on the rapid response security team. Kevin, stop it. I've gotten death threats from insurrectionists. I've been harmed by my own caucus. Today is just another day as a public servant standing up for marginalized communities against MAGA. Thank God my grandson wasn't at my house, and I'll keep voting for LGBTQ youth. That was, when I read that, I don't think I've ever used this word before on this show, Kevin. So you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Make sure you can spell it.
Triggered.
Okay.
I was triggered by the last paragraph
What?
that she wrote.
Okay.
Yes. And here's why. She said, I've gotten, now mind you, she's written everything there that I just read.
Mm-hmm.
And then I read the first few lines. I've gotten death threats from insurrectionists. I've been harmed by my own caucus, and today's just another day as a public servant standing up for marginalized communities against MAGA. It comes across as though she's lumping everything in together to make it seem like the people who were there protesting were insurrectionist MAGA people that were giving her threats. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's how I perceived it. Like, she will argue, that's not what I said. That's not what I meant. I get that. And I don't take that argument away from her. But that's not how it comes across when you lump it all together in the same paragraph. What do they teach you guys in grammar school about writing a paragraph?
Commas matter.
Huh?
Commas matter.
Commas matter.
Indent.
And you and what? You don't try to talk about multiple subjects in the same paragraph?
One topic per paragraph.
One topic per paragraph.
Whoops.
And that's why, because all of that, she lumps all of it together. To what, Kevin? What does she play?
To pity.
The victim.
Yeah.
Right?
But can I take you one step further?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's not just the MAGA. It's her own party as well.
Correct.
She's not just fighting the awful MAGA, which, by the way, I would argue isn't even a thing in her district. MAGA has no power in this state. Conservative Republicans have nothing in the legislature. They can't do anything to you, Tara. So the idea that you're somehow a superhero against MAGA is insane and dumb, because there is no MAGA strength in your district or in this state. Republican Party in this state is a fractured pile of garbage.
Well,
they're losing seats, not getting power. But then she transitions to her own parties coming after her. Tara, if everybody's against you, maybe it's you. Look, when I'm an asshole to every woman I've ever dated, and they all hate me,
say slept with, though.
dated, slept with, whatever.
Okay, just
When
check.
I'm an asshole to every woman I've ever dated and they all hate me, maybe it's not them. Maybe it's me.
Wait.
Do you understand? But you get what I'm saying?
I
So
feel
if your
like you
own
need a
party is giving you a hard time, Tara, maybe it's not them.
Do you need a hug?
No,
Checking.
I need a 13-day vacation. Go ahead. 13-day vacation. That's what I need.
He's just the way you slip that in.
No, but do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh, yes.
If the world hates you, maybe you're not a victim. Maybe you're an asshole.
Yeah, yeah.
And again, I'm not saying Tara's an asshole, but I'm saying if you're going to stand there and tell you that everybody's abandoned you and you are a lone superhero fighting the world all by your lonesome, and even your party, which is extremely liberal left, especially in this state, has turned their back on you. If you are all by yourself.
Well, we don't know that. She didn't say much. She just says she's been injured by her own
then
caucus.
earlier, what did she say in the post earlier?
I have the information on that.
Okay, but she said something earlier too about her own party is against her, right?
Well, let's put a pin in that because
Go ahead,
there's
I'm
still
sorry.
more to read here.
Go ahead.
So the next thing that I read, because there was a news report that came out, people were posting it on Facebook, was about how a triple convicted murder that Tara had behind the scenes worked with to get him clemency from the former governor. Okay, which you just to hear that, right? This guy tried to kill 5 people, ended up killing 3 of them in a bar late one night.
1980.
Yeah, 1980. And when you read the story, it's horrific. The dude tortured these people, okay? And so I'm listening to that, and I'm like going, and I was like, okay, well, I guess this is kind of par for the course with Tara. She's trying to go light on crime and get this guy to go home and stuff like that. And then I read the part that really chafed my butt cheeks. Was that there had been nothing, she had not reached out to any of the family members. That's a choice. That's a choice to prevent anybody from opposing you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the former governor had not reached
That's
out
right.
either.
That's right. But he's out of office and she's still in, right? So
Right, but I mean prior.
Yes, you're correct.
Yeah,
100%.
back in, I think it was October of 2024.
Yeah.
Additionally, Tara convinced the warden or whoever in the prison to pass a phone over to this killer to let him know that he was going to get released.
And can we talk about Kevin's version of privilege again? Because that sure as the hell sounds like what that was.
Yeah.
Right. So I at that point I was actually pissed off, and I don't normally do this because I don't feel in it. When we have this show, we have this platform, right? Like if I'm going to attack, like I'm going to do it on here. No, I decided to do it right then and there because I was actually at that point I was angry, and so here's what I wrote. I wrote, the new governor did a solid to Washingtonians. Do you guys know how much that pained me to say that? It was painful, right?
Rick, you don't know this, but Paul's a big Bob Ferguson fan.
Bob Ferguson is still confusing me.
Because he's doing shit as a conservative almost.
He's being central.
I
He's
thought it was
being a
'cause you don't like to use the
centrist,
word
and
Washingtonian.
he's confusing me so much.
I was afraid Ferguson was going to be so far further to the left than even Inslee that we were doomed.
Oh,
But-
I
but-
thought he was going to be a smarter
but-
version of Inslee,
yeah.
which makes him more
But
dangerous.
I'm not seeing that. So I wanted to post that. I wanted to give credit where credit was due. And what he said was he withdrew the release of the convicted triple murderer that Rep. Tara Simmons behind the scenes attempted to get his sentence commuted. I said was misguided and a danger to her constituents. Combine this along with her entanglements with Percy Levy. I'll get to him in just a second. A frequent partner in attempting to reduce drug and gun charges. She had him come to Olympia to testify on behalf of those attempts. Percy was arrested 3 weeks ago for fentanyl, guns, and cocaine with attempt to distribute. And I included a link to that article. Now, add public posting about her vacations and a Seahawks suite. It begins to beg the questions. I'm not saying that she's guilty of anything. At least, however, one can understand protests in front of her house. Terry is by all means welcome to have a conversation publicly. And we at Outlaw Radio Network did invite her on air last Sunday to answer questions. She did not answer the request. The people of Kitsap deserve respect and answers about her judgment. Okay? So maybe all of that's there, that's clearly an opinion, is what I was lying about. I'm not sure. Now, I don't need to get into all of the stuff. So here's what Brandy Cruz posted. Okay. Now, first, let me explain something in case you were wondering. We are commentators here. There's a huge distinction between a reporter or a journalist, which Kevin is trained in, but here we are commentators. That means we take the information that's been reported and we comment on it. We talk about it, right? We basically are people with big, loud, boisterous mouths who like to get in front of a microphone and talk about what you all are thinking. That's it. That's what we are. But we have different views on a lot of stuff, right? Okay. So Brandy wrote, emails show Tara Simmons personally informed mass murderer Timothy Pauly that Jay Inslee granted his release. DOC deputy secretary had prison staff bring a phone to Pauly with Simmons on the speakerphone. No politician saw fit to personally inform the families of his victims. And then she followed up with, State Rep Tara Simmons was placed on a speakerphone while Sergeant Wirtz and I stood outside the trailer entrance. So she was there. Brandy was there.
No, I think that's a quote from the guard who took it.
It could be. It could be. Yeah, it says, quote, State Representative Tara Simmons was placed on speakerphone while Sergeant Wirtz and I stood outside the trailer entrance. She shared the news with Pauly and his family member.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's from a guard.
Gotcha.
Brandy did state that in her
that makes
show.
Version. You'll see the guard's name at the bottom of that.
Very good. So after what you just heard, this was Tara's response to me on my Facebook page. You are such a liar. Show me where I was entangled with Percy Levy. Fair question. Show me where I invited him to testify on anything. You incite hatred and are part of the problem. Okay. So again, commenting on the conversations and the stuff that was posted by Brandy Cruz and also by the Linwood Times. Okay. Now, I'm not going to get into the whole rest of the conversation, but let me take a moment to talk about the Percy Levy just for context. Percy Levy did testify on behalf of, I think it's 1132. To be clear, that wasn't Tara's bill. She's not on that bill. Okay, that's important. So the part about him coming to Olympia to testify on her behalf can't be true. Okay. But I had to go deep and watch the video footage of the testimonies and everything else to find that out. Because again, it was reported by Brandy Cruz and by the Linwood Times that that's what had happened and that she had a close working relationship with him. Now, I'm still looking into some of that stuff. Okay. Because I still have a lot of questions myself.
And again, we are going to have Brandy on the last Sunday of April, so Brandy can provide some other context to this.
Absolutely. Percy Levy has been propped up as an inspirational story to formerly convicted people. He spent 17 years incarcerated. He was granted clemency by Jay Inslee. He got out and he's worked on a bunch of programs that have centered around formerly incarcerated people getting second chances. He's testified many times with regards to sentencing guidelines for different things, and he did testify to this stuff. Now, there is a photograph that is purported to be of Tara Simmons sitting with Percy Levin. I do not know for certain that is I said Percy Levin. I meant Percy Levy. I do not know for certain that is Percy Levy. And I think everybody in here that's seen it also says the same thing. Not sure. Can't tell. Right? Is that accurately kind of okay?
Yeah.
Because I made it a point to ask everybody, right?
To me, I think it is, but that's a thing. Like, there's nothing tangible that I could look at and go.
No,
for sure
I'm there
it
with
was.
you. I think it is, but I'm not 100% certain.
Yeah.
Okay. So I haven't made that picture public. Now it's out there because Brandy Cruz used it in her report. Okay. Now I have a great deal of faith in Brandy, and I have a lot of trust in her. But Tara is adamantly denying. She claims she's never even had a conversation with Percy Levy. I can't prove that she has, so I have to give her the benefit of that doubt, because I'm looking at this going, Percy Levy was incarcerated for 17 years. He was testifying on bills that Tara was speaking about, like 1132, about this idea of, no, we need to decrease the penalty. Like, I think part of his comment was, once you've served your time, you shouldn't be hauled back in by DOC just because you have a gun. Like, there has to be a higher standard. Okay. Well, when you're a convicted felon, you don't have a gun, period. She didn't have anything to do with standards. But the point is, he was testifying on behalf of the bill and to lower those standards, okay? Trying to, and again, reduce the penalties for criminals, which everybody knows has been almost a singular focus of Tara Simmons, hence their anger and their desire to protest, because she keeps pushing these bills. We all are well aware of the fact that for 2 years, police could not pursue suspects in a car. We had right here in this parking lot, 6 cop cars surrounded this guy in his car. It made Fox News because that dude in his car just banged into each one of the cop cars until enough room was made so his car could get away.
Yep.
It was about Fox National News.
Yeah, Fox National News. Yes. And so, look, those were direct results of bills that she worked to pass.
Sure.
And everybody knows it, right? And the middle ground is one thing, but when you're singularly focused on making criminal penalties less, that's a problem. When you yourself were a convicted felon, you may not be anymore, but you were, and it doesn't change the fact that she broke the law and did the things she did.
She's a felon.
I know how you feel, Kevin, but so is the guy that we elected as president. I'm just saying that's not as much of an issue. Credibility is an issue. Credibility is an issue. And so here you have this Percy Lever. And do you guys know what that guy did after 17 years of incarceration? Bueller? Anyone? He opened a goddamn used car dealership and called it Redemption Auto based on his redemption, okay? Based on his story. And he worked for BLM and a bunch of other civil rights organizations and propped himself up with his own story of redemption, right? You would have to work really hard to tell me how a man in prison for 17 years saved up enough money to buy an auto dealer. And I freely and very openly questioned Tara. She came from that world. She was a convicted felon. She was into drugs. She committed a crime with a gun. My point about that was she should know enough to recognize the red flags. I would expect that of her. She's a smart woman. And there's no way at some little point in her mind, she didn't say, Percy, you own a car dealership after 17 years in jail? You just find a leprechaun or something, or what? Win the lottery? Like, how could you do that? Something people need to understand. One of the easiest ways for drug dealers to launder money is with a used car dealership. The next 2 methods, strip club and gambling at a casino. Those are your top 3 ways of laundering money. You taking notes, Rick? I'm just kidding.
I'm doing it through paid parking. Just ask Facebook.
And I'm going to tell you guys right now, the stuff we have had people come forward to talk to us about Tara very privately. They're not willing to go on the record, so I'm not going to repeat what they said. But I'm telling you right now, if one of them goes on the record and the things that they've said about Tara, it's incredibly damning. Incredibly damning. Now, the things that are in the public view is she started up a nonprofit to help formerly incarcerated people. And she was let go from that nonprofit. Apparently, her credit cards were the first thing they canceled. And it had to do with money issues. I don't know the details, so I can't get into them. But you start putting all of this together, and a person is going to naturally ask these questions, okay? But instead of her coming out and saying, hey, let me answer your questions for you, it was, screw you guys, you're liars. I never talked to Percy. Okay, well, you could have just started by saying, I've never talked to this guy. Great, let's talk about it. She was invited to come on, but that wasn't her response. Her response was to lash out and behave like a high school kid that got busted sleeping with somebody besides her boyfriend, right? That's the response. Not mature, not rational, not level-headed. When people were asking legitimate questions, and absolutely, I brought up, what was it, 3 months ago, the fact that she very publicly posted about all of these vacations she was going on. She sat in a booth at the Seahawks Stadium. Now, her response on my Facebook page was, I'm sorry, I'm paraphrasing again. I'm sorry that you're asking questions and about my vacations, but none of them were gifts. Great, because that actually tells us something, doesn't it? If they weren't gifts, right? It tells us she paid for them. My wife happens to be an accountant that cuts checks for one of those suites, and I know how much they cost. And right now, as far as I know, the only job Tara has is as a state representative. That's like a $62,000 a year job. There's no way she paid for that suite. It was a gift. Now, I can't prove that. But you got to be downright asking yourself some serious questions. half your pay that year go to vacations? Is that what you did? How'd you afford that house then? Because you just bought that house in the last few years, which means you way overpaid like the rest of us, and your mortgage is high like the rest of us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, all I'm doing is taking these logical questions and putting them together and asking them. But rather than sit down and answer those questions, she got defensive. She began to deflect, got angry, and attacked. I just tell you folks to ask yourselves what that says to you when people do that to you, when you have legitimate questions. And as I said, people in Kitsap County in her district deserve answers, and they deserve more respect.
Well,
There we go.
F1 statements are due April 15th, so for all elected officials. So you will know what
you call that an F1 statement?
Yeah.
How would
F1.
somebody get an F1 statement?
PDC.wa.gov. So
Perfect.
all employment will be listed.
So all of you that are listing,
I just did mine this weekend.
pdc.wa.gov. Go ahead and request.
You have to list all your income, all your assets, all your debts, investments, gifts.
In fact, we just heard that on her last one, she didn't even have a bank account listed.
Bank accounts, all that. You have to list all of it. So even things that aren't taxable, that you don't put in your taxes, you still have to put in your F1.
So these are legitimate questions, folks. Tara, I'm sorry that you think I'm a liar for asking legitimate questions. You can do better than that. And you should, and you owe it to the people. Yes, according to you, we've lost the privilege of ever having you come back on this show. That's the danger that we encounter doing this show and asking hard questions of people that are elected to office. Okay, I'm done. I've made my peace.
I don't disagree with you at all. I don't.
So that's also a way when someone, I think last time you said about putting out her address about being doxing. That's why it would not be, because on the F1 statement, if you own a house, you're listing the address of the house on the statement. So
yeah, I'm not sure. I don't remember. We looked at that bill. I think it was when all the kerfluffle over the signage in Poulsbo was going on, because I remember questioning Tara very directly because she was one of the authors of that bill, if I recall, and yet she doxed somebody right before that bill went into effect.
Yeah, so you could potentially use a PO box for like a campaign address, something like that. But when you do your F1, you have to list your assets, which includes real estate. So if you own a house, you have to list the address of the house as your real estate. Now, I guess you could technically list 3 or 4 houses, which doesn't say where you live, but
gotcha.
So your all of our addresses are out there.
Yeah. Well, and that's a great point to make, because I know that when Matt had discussed with me the videos that he put out of the protest, he was trying to be very careful. He's like, everybody kind of probably knows where she lives, but he did not want to be accused of doxing her, you know. And I'm like, hey, better to err on the side of caution, especially when you got a less than positive thing to say.
Yeah. So I guess technically, if you don't own a house, you don't list it, then maybe your address could be
a box at mailboxes, etc., or the UPS store.
You have to have a physical address to be a registered voter, and so you can't run for office in any jurisdiction. You have to be a registered voter in a jurisdiction to run for office in that jurisdiction.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I did have one thing I needed to apologize to her about. I almost forgot. So
wait till the last minute of the show.
Well, you know what? I just when I was going, and I read you guys the last paragraph that she wrote, where she wrote about getting death threats from insurrectionists. I had made a comment that because, like I said, I was very straightforward, right? Like I read all of that last paragraph and felt that she was attempting to kind of mold everything together as one, and that is absolutely how I felt in that. But I went back and read it later because she said, "Oh, point to where I called any of the protesters insurrectionists." That was her thing. So I went back and read that, and I was like, okay, clever wording. But I have no doubt that's how she intended it to come across. But she did not call them specifically insurrectionists that were there protesting. She stated, in fact, that she had received death threats from insurrectionists, because I pointed out, unless you know who these people are and they got arrested for it, that's severely injurious to call people that were protesting at your house insurrectionists. You're effectively, accusing them of treason, a crime, for protesting. And so I'm going to say that I misunderstood what she wrote as I was reading it. I had to read it a few times to kind of go back and look over it. But I will say this: I don't feel bad for saying it, because I think she was attempting to make that connect. She wanted people to make that connection. So, but I'm sorry that I didn't understand it precisely how you wrote it. There we go. I have a clean conscience.
There you go. Wait, and you should. I don't want to rant again.
Okay.
I'm really disappointed, because we did not do anything wrong or unfair. We've stuck up for Tara. I personally have talked positive about Tara. I think she really is a good representative for her district.
Yeah, she did a pretty good job of attacking you and taking some cheap shots.
Yeah, she took some cheap shots
about how certain people believing in Jesus, and
it
was,
and that's okay. I haven't taken any shots at Tara that she didn't say herself. Like, I'm not dredging up stuff off the trash heap from old arguments, and I've never bashed her for being a felon running for office. Like, more power to her. And as I said earlier, she's worked really hard. I'm not going to take that away from her. She put a lot of time and effort and energy. She had to undo her past to move forward into a productive future for herself, to get her law license, to get the ability to practice again, to position herself to be a viable candidate for office. And now she is the linchpin in that district. She is the Michelle Caldier of the 23rd. She will never lose that seat. I don't care what any of you conservatives tell me. She will never lose that seat in the 23rd unless some major malfeasance comes along. She can run that seat every single 2 years as long as she wants it, and she'll never lose. That's a fact. So I'm not anti-Tara, and I think that's the thing that pisses me off the most, is that I have said positive things about her. I have stuck up for her. I have advocated for her.
According to her, you claim to love her.
I do love her. I really do. Before this whole thing, I thought, I thought she had a reasonable amount of integrity and she could handle answering difficult questions. In fact, she's the one that came on this show and said, ask me anything. Okay, well, I said something on the show that was in the shape of a question. It had a what at the start and a question mark at the end. That's a question. And rather than just answer the question, she got up in her feels about it. Okay, whatevs. I didn't realize it was such an uncomfortable thing for you to be asked tough questions. I didn't realize. But this whole victim thing, boy, that's silly. Just silly. Because you're not a victim, Tara. Nobody asked you to run for office. Nobody told you to come do this if it was too much for you. That's the other thing that comes out of this whole conversation, right? It sounds like this job is too much for her. It sounds like it's taxing her mental health. The right hates her. Her own party, her own caucus has gone off against her. She's struggling with her PTSD. I would question if this job is too much for her, given what she said. Not to mention the amount of vacation she's had to take to recuperate. I don't care how many vacations she takes, but I think there's viable questions. Well, where's the money coming from? Because you're making like $50,000 a year as a state rep. How did you get tickets to the football game in a suite? How did that happen? Is it recorded?
Well, Robert made the comment in chat that it may have been from an Amazon lobbyist.
Yeah, I saw that.
Wouldn't that raise questions?
Here's the problem. I saw that, but I wasn't going to repeat it because
apologies.
Yeah, well, no, but
I did it for you.
No. The only reason I wasn't going to is we don't have anything to suggest that.
Yeah, well, it's a question.
I mean?
Right?
Yeah, but I'm just saying. I mean, it also could have come from a drug cartel. I mean,
Yeah.
No. And what I'm saying, I'm not saying it did. What I'm saying is we have nothing to base it on. So
for sure,
throwing darts up against the wall for an answer, I don't think benefits anybody.
Let me ask Rick, if it was from any lobbyist, would that be okay?
I don't think the ethics rules in the House would allow it, and it would certainly need to be listed as a gift.
That's what I would thought. If somebody gave it to her, because we watched President Trump get indicted over a quid pro quo or the allegation of a quid pro quo, which would be the same. Hey, I'm going to give you this $20,000 seat at the Seahawks game, right? But you got to do something for me.
Well, like Kevin started the show with, as federal employees, we have, I forget now, is it if it's $25 or $50 limit? I think it depends on what it is. But I mean, we're talking $50.
Yeah,
and we got to report it.
And those seats are in the $20,000.
So people laugh at me because the coffee shop I go to the most in Poulsbo has had problems with their credit card machine where they're like, "Oh, just take your coffee. We can't charge you." And
which coffee shop?
And I come back the next day
because there's one down there in particular that I like. It used to be called Checkers. I don't know if it's still there.
No, this I go to Nordic usually. Okay. But I'll go back the next day and say, "Right, you didn't charge me yesterday. Charge me twice today." So I'm not worried that I'm not going to take a free cup of coffee from somebody.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to be accused of anything.
It's funny. That's the whole reason why we don't take money from advertisers to do this show. God damn it.
Yeah.
But
or if they don't charge me for a muffin, I'm going back the next day going, you guys forgot to charge me yesterday. Charge me today. Because I don't want to, I'm not going to take a $5 cup of coffee or a $5 muffin.
Yeah.
Because
it's about integrity.
I don't want to be accused.
You don't want to.
I don't want them to get in trouble.
You don't want to. It's about the presentation, right? And you don't want to be you need to be above reproach on all of that stuff.
I went to a coffee shop in Port Orchard, the same one I go to every Tuesday morning on my in-office day, and I'm going to start going 4 days a week because I'm going to go in the office 4 days a week because I work 10-hour days. And I was talking to the barista, and she said, "Well, what do you do?" And I'm like, "Well, I work for the VA." Oh, can I buy your coffee?
He's changing his voice. He's getting flirtatious.
No. She's like, can I buy your coffee? That's cool. And I'm like, you can't. Federal employee. I can't take a reward of any kind for what I do. I legally I could have done it, but I'm not going to take it because I never wanted anybody to come back and expunge or to.
What if you thought she was cute and you wanted a date?
I'm not going to take it. And she's very cute, by the way. She was very attractive.
He buys her.
Very attractive. Very attractive. Very married. Irrelevant. Your mic's not on. It's what was that, Lori?
You would have asked for her number.
No, I would not have. No, look, I'm not out trolling for dates. Let's clear that.
Oh, come on, Zaddy.
No, you're not.
But
you don't do that anymore.
No, I didn't. A lot of things have changed. My point is that we can't, we can't accept gifts. And even if we could, I'm not prepared to do that.
Right.
Because I never want someone to come back and say, Kevin, what was that about? It was only $8, but what was that about? Is that part of a bigger issue? I never want to call into my professional integrity. Now, my personal integrity, you can question that all day long. I got plenty of stuff in the personal integrity list you can question about.
Some people have skeletons in the closet. Some people have graveyards.
Yeah. On a personal level, yeah. But professionally, I want to be above reproach. I never want my management to look at me as somebody that has to be dealt with. And if you're Tara or Michelle Caldier or any other elected representative, you should make sure that you should never be in a position where your electorate has to look at you as somebody that they have to question.
And let me just add this.
And that's my rub with her.
Yeah.
All of these things by themselves is probably nothing. But all of them combined show a pattern of, at worst, insensitivity. I'm sorry, at best, insensitivity, and at worst, some really questionable stuff.
And
at worst, corruption.
And in Washington, actually, the ethics laws, it gifts to our families count too for elected officials.
So and it's, this is going to be like my last statement of the night, right? Because we're at the end of the show, right? Like my final word, okay? It is not hard to be beyond reproach, as I'm sure Rick here could tell you.
Mm-hmm.
You either have the integrity to do it and not take anything, right? Or, if you're an elected official, you take whatever you think you can get away with.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think there's really any middle ground. You either do it or you don't.
I think that's a lot harder.
Yeah.
What's that?
Taking stuff you shouldn't, probably a lot harder.
Might be. I don't know.
A lot harder to hide bad behavior than to just do the right thing.
Well, then you would think that if you wouldn't post it all over Facebook.
Said,
Hey guys, I'm hanging out of the suite at the Seahawks game today.
Well, listen, I think it's I think it's telling that her response to this is what it's been. You know what I mean? And again, I'm not talking about her past. I'm not talking about anything specific with her bills. Like, I have no issue with her bills. Because
but that is what a lot of people are upset.
And they've got every right to have issues with their bills. I have no issue with her bills, and here's why. Because her bill is just a bill. Her bill has to make it through committee, make it to the floor, be voted on and signed off on. So Tara can propose a bill, but it doesn't go anywhere if there's not support for it, right? It's got to make it out through all those steps and get signed. So she's not incorporating law.
Not acting unilaterally.
Yeah, she's not Donald Trump with executive orders. There's a process for her to go through. Okay, so I don't have an issue with her bill. You propose whatever you want to. I'd like to propose that every day is a national holiday for federal employees and I get paid and I never have to work again. I'd propose that in a heartbeat. Nobody'd ever sign for it. Okay?
I heard
Rick would sign for it because he'd be benefit from it too.
The most important thing you need to know as a city council member is how to count to 4.
Why?
That's quorum.
Oh,
that's what
okay.
you need to pass.
Great
something.
point.
Yeah, that's one thing I've heard repeated more than once.
Gotcha.
You do nothing on your own. You have no power by yourself.
Yeah.
Yep. Great point. Great
so
point.
I think she needs to be held to the same levels as federal employee. You know, and I know she's not. I know that she's a state representative, but the expectation should still be there.
Well, no, the ethics laws in the state are pretty strong.
Yeah, I just don't know what they are. Yeah, you would probably know what they are as a.
I can't quote them, but
right.
Yeah.
But you know what your expectations are as
They're fairly similar. They're fairly similar as a federal employee. I said there is an addition of that our family members count too. So like my Logan is very popular. Logan has lots of friends, and I've had to say people got to stop giving my kid presents because it can, but these are people. There is a thing that says if they have pre-existing relationships, it's fine.
Yeah.
So someone he already knows gives them a baseball hat, it's fine.
Sure.
But but that could be seen as somebody trying to influence me by giving my son a present.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that is in the Washington state laws.
Do you we're going to go 3 more minutes because we got to get to our 4-hour mark for the show, and we started late, so we're going to go 3 more minutes to get to 10:15. Do you have to ask yourself as a city councilman on everything? Like when I invite you to my house for the WrestleMania party, do you have to pause for a second and be like, can I go to this? Yeah. Is this a conflict of interest? Is there some personal gain for, like, do you do that on everything?
Pretty much. And you don't live in the city, so it makes it easy. It's easy, but yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's how I operate. I don't know if that's how other people operate, but yeah, no, absolutely. I think of those things.
Yeah.
But
in today's world, and for the last year, and again, this is, at least for me, what started raising the questions about Tara posting about all these vacations, right? When you look at the cost of living, to live a middle-class lifestyle in Washington state for a family of 4 was like $120,000 a year.
Well,
she's making half of that.
Here's an even better example
about all these vacations.
Hold on. Before you say that, I have to interject. She's making more than that, because remember, she's making that half of that as a state representative, plus she does other work in other areas where she's making income as well. She did lose that one job, but she had other sources of income coming in from other sources, I believe. So I just wanted to clear that up. She is making more than her state rep money.
And speaking fees, she does.
Absolutely. I totally believe that. But again, when you're in this role and you're not publicly discussing all the other things you're doing, but you're publicly putting your vacations out there, it just simply raises those questions. And that's my point.
Imagine listen, if you're a Democrat, imagine being a white person who's an attractive female, making money as a state representative and going on speaking tours because you're a convicted felon and a state representative, and getting paid money just to talk about your experience and then deny that you have privilege.
Well,
please, just imagine the audacity of that argument. I don't have any you have so much privilege. You have more privilege than the average white person.
She actually had to pay
you're
a
a
fee
rep.
back for doing that because she used her saying she was a state rep.
Yeah.
For one of them, and there was something filed, and she had to pay the fee back.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say, so here's a better example even. So Paul worked on my house. He fixed my bathroom. And I weighed, do I employ a contractor who's from the city of Poulsbo, who then could potentially, you're using somebody from the city who could, there could be some influence there, against you use somebody from outside the city. Now you're not supporting the residents of Poulsbo by giving them your business.
Yeah, because of how it could potentially look.
Yeah. So
great
now
point.
it's not only the ethics, it's I'm not supporting my own constituents.
Okay.
Like, I even had to weigh that conversation and go, which is a better result? And in the end, I just needed my bathroom fixed.
Yeah.
So I went with that.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be in your spot, dude. Like, if I can't even hire a contractor without having to answer questions in my own mind, boy, could this be the wrong hire? Could I get an ethics violation for hiring this guy? Like, if I was a Port Orchard City Councilman, which I can't be because I'm not in the city limits, but let's pretend I was, and I hire Paul to come out and do my work. Is somebody going to file an ethics complaint against me for some weird, asinine, absurd reason that I wouldn't know about?
Right? We've seen that happen. It happened to Jesse Young, right? On leaving pamphlets on tables and stuff.
Robert did post a link in there about Tara's latest F1 filing. Tara, I can't review it because I'm doing this show, but would you put in there how much income in the last year of reported income that she claimed on her F1s? Can you just put, was it like 88,000 or 109,000 or whatever?
The F1 is, you fill out ranges. So it's like 1 to 30,000.
Yeah.
30,000 on $1 to 59,990.
Can you give us the range,
Yeah,
Robert,
so
when you
the
get a
range.
chance? I would just be curious what that is. Well, if Robert's willing to do that. Corey says she's not an attractive female. Listen, I disagree. I'm not body shaming nobody or insulting anybody on their attractiveness scale. That's not what politics should be about, but it is. Q ratings matter. If you don't know what Q rating is, it's something TV stations use and entertainment networks use to rate people's appeal to general strangers, how quote unquote attractive or presentable they are. Tara's going to have a high Q rating, especially since she lost weight. You can discount it and think I'm a male chauvinist for saying it, but it's true. She's not a bad looking woman, and that helps her in public perception polls. Doesn't matter what she does, because Michelle Caldeir, same thing. She's not an unattractive woman, and she's got a disability with her eye, which plays on people's heartstrings. Q rating goes up. Meanwhile, old white dude doesn't get as much of a Q rating.
He's talking about us. Yeah.
Corey says she's a 5 with beer goggles on at best. Okay. Your wife, Corey, is more beautiful than Terry.
You
is.
deserve, brother.
Yeah. And
you married up.
Yeah. You married up because you're a 3 with beer goggles at best. But your wife, you married up. Your wife needs to get her
Kevin
glasses.
has still not mastered the art of making people feel good before you tell them to go to hell, right? Like, that's tact, the ability to tell a man to go to hell and make him feel happy to be on his way.
By the way, I think that Corey and Jane together are a great couple.
They are wonderful.
And that is Lori stating that.
No, but they are. They really are. And it was a pleasure to race with Corey last year in the D Derby, which reminds me. So this year, Corey, if you're going to come back, I think you need to let Jane drive. She might do better than you.
You know, Corey and Jane are practically neighbors of mine.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they're like less than half mile from my house.
That's not practically neighbors. Like on it.
I mean, you have to make
practically neighbors, like 2 houses down.
No, I
mean,
mean,
they live a half mile away.
It's a half mile. I mean, you have to go through what 2?
It's true. A half mile from my house is the neighbor.
No, two stop signs. Two stop signs between my house and theirs.
All right, Kevin.
All right, let's do this. Let's start wrapping this up. Dennis, do you have any parting shots?
No.
Hold on, Dennis. What are you saying?
Cooperate for kids. Smoke lots of weed. Bang some hookers. Do some blow.
Thank you, Dennis.
Kevin.
Now I can hear it.
You know, I was going to be nice to you and be cool and not even bitch that you were late getting here and were late leaving. And you know, per your
No, I appreciate you.
Plan some vacation.
Oh, yeah. I like that.
But kiss my ass.
No, play that. Will you play that under us as we wrap this? Would you play that? Get me in the mood. Again, I haven't really gone over this again, but
Dennis, don't do it.
3 days in Disneyland, 5 days on a cruise ship to Mexico.
See what you started,
It's
Dennis?
going to be so good, man. I cannot wait. The 18-hour drive there and back on both ends is going to be awful.
but I'm going to tolerate that for the rest of it.
Okay. He will no longer
talk about it.
Talking. Hey,
Yes, you're
but he
engaging.
brings up things, and you ask questions, and there we are. Another.
That's true. That's true.
I'm gonna.
So, Lori, do you have any final thoughts?
Gonna go scuba
I do.
diving.
Yeah, tell us
I
your
have
final
lots
thoughts.
of final
Snorkeling, I
thoughts.
mean.
Hey, by the way, I'm on vacation next week too. Not in the same
Will
area.
you turn
as
that down
Kevin.
just a smidge, Dennis?
I have some job interviews in a different state, so I'll be gone next week. I'll be gone next Sunday, but I'll be here the following
Now, are
Sunday.
these jobs that you're interviewing for? If you receive one of them, are they work from home jobs for you? Because I know a lot of yours are, or do you have to go there?
One is half, so it'd be a hybrid
Gotcha.
situation. The other one's remote, and then there's another one that I might be hearing from tomorrow down in Los Angeles, which would be another hybrid.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Cool. Get your ass out of my face. there is you have a class 9 gas leak going on there.
Yes, you do.
I will light a match. Blow your
That's
ass
not
down.
any better, Kevin.
Dude, stop. You're scaring the children. Like Freddy Krueger coming into their dreams. Tom,
Hey,
you got any final thoughts there, brother?
I do. Let's see here. It is amazingly the end of March already.
I know, crazy.
It's nuts. So
It's fake spring.
Yeah, it is definitely a fake spring. But I don't think she's listening anymore right now. But I just want to wish my missus a happy anniversary. So
You're here doing the show on your anniversary?
no, not today. No,
Okay.
our anniversary is on the 1st.
Okay, very good.
Yeah,
Tell her I got some
no,
chickens for
we
her.
got married on
April Fools, I'm your husband.
Yes, we got married on April Fool's Day.
You should bring her some
Great, man.
chickens for the anniversary. Tom.
Stop it.
Just what every woman wants,
What is that?
chickens.
Like 11.
No, Kevin, you have no idea what kind of a hero I would be if I could finish the coop between now and the 1st, but there's just no way. But if I had a flock of chickens for her on our anniversary, she would be out of her mind.
Do you know why
Yeah,
women
can
love
do.
chicken?
Can do.
I have no idea.
Big cock.
No, Paul, I'm really not ready. That was so bad.
All right.
Oh, and by the way, Corey has stated that he would like to drive again this year in the Derby, and Jane would also like to drive.
Oh, I want to see that.
So here we go.
If we're able to secure the cars, Jane, and you're able to drive, I promise you I will team up with you, and we will take out Kevin.
Oh, I want.
We won't even talk to Tom about it because his ass won't follow through with it. Just saying.
That's because Tom's busy with one thing:
I just can't with my
Don't wanna
whooping
hear it,
everyone
Tom.
else's candy ass.
I could not
Don't
be
wanna
any more
hear it.
hilarious. I'm so hilarious. I just kill myself. I am already in vacation mode. All right, Tom, did you have any other party shots besides
literally
happy
just
anniversary,
went
man?
there.
No, man, I
making
just
sure you
want-
didn't have anything else.
No, I just wanted to wish my wife a happy
Yeah,
anniversary.
well, that's awesome.
Happy anniversary to both you guys. I
Oh,
love you
thank
guys.
You tell her I will be here. I will stop by one day this week with pictures of chickens so she can pick out which one she wants.
Happy anniversary, Martins.
Lori, party shots.
She already did it.
Lori already did.
Okay, you're a woman. I wasn't listening. Rick, party shots.
That's why he
Thanks
has
for
that
having me
smoke
on.
off.
It's always fun.
Lori got
We
distracted
love
because of the
having you
chicken.
on.
Peacock.
We get to
All
have
right.
real
That small
conversations.
cock.
Yep.
What are you guys gonna be? I'm doing this with Rick on purpose. What are you guys gonna do while I'm gone? Do you have anybody else filling in for me?
Yes,
Who's gonna fill in for me? I'm curious.
Not you.
that's nice that you're curious.
You're not gonna tell me. You're not gonna tell me.
Well, so next
I
Sunday,
know.
Doc from Doc Loves the Kids will be in,
Oh, that's great.
and so will
Would you guys mind if I tried to StreamYard in? Would that be okay?
And it's also Doc's the day after Doc's birthday too.
Oh,
nice.
Would you guys be okay if I tried to StreamYard in?
You can do whatever you want.
Okay. Will you guys keep an eye on the feed while I'm there, and I'll try to StreamYard in?
Why are you looking at me?
Because
I'll be in another
won't
state.
be.
Oh,
She
that's
won't be
right.
here.
That's right. Okay. All right.
It'll be enough.
That's
of a
okay.
challenge.
He's looking over
The-
this way, and he knows I pay attention.
The last time Tom
I
and I
can
did
barely
this,
afford to pay attention, but I do pay attention.
And Andy will be monitoring the chat from her casa. as
the
well.
last time that Tom and I tried to do this on our own by ourselves, it was not a good experience.
No,
Yeah.
no, it was pretty much a shit show.
Yeah.
but we made it work, didn't we?
We made it work. As long as nobody tried to listen, it was all good.
Yeah.
All right. Paul, parting shots.
No, we were great.
No, I already gave my parting shots, brother.
Okay.
We's ahead of the curve.
My parting shot. 14 days, man. 14 glorious days of sun, sand,
if
surf, Disney.
If you're paying attention, that is shot number 5.
Here's my
people.
question. I just really quick. I have 2 options of things I can buy in Disneyland. One is I can buy a lightsaber, or 2, I can buy a droid that actually is a droid.
So
Which
my
would you buy?
My brother and his roommate just got back from there in December.
Yeah.
And they got both. They got the lightsabers.
So what do you think was cooler, the lightsaber or the droid?
I thought the droids were more cool.
I do the droid because you can get lightsabers from other places that are
And the droid is
that
cheaper
are really
too.
cool.
All right, the droid is cheaper too. Okay. Tom?
I'd get the lightsaber.
I see it. And part of me wants a lightsaber because you build the hilt, you get the hilt,
Well,
the
you
color.
asked me
all
what
of it.
I wanted you to bring me. You could
Yeah.
bring me a lightsaber.
But
That's a little spending.
You know, I'm also the fencer in the group.
That's true.
So I'm a little biased.
The downside
There's
is
a couple sites that have ones you can build that are designed to be used, like actually fight with. So they're heavy duty.
Oh wow!
I got one for Logan not too long ago because all the toy ones he has are in pretty bad shape.
All right. Corey said, build your own saber. Lori said she might move with the new job. No, John asked, Lori, would you be moving with the new job potentially?
No.
No, she said no.
No.
Kevin
Unless it's
Nelson,
thank
Doge.
God.
Unless I get on with Doge.
Look, if you get on with Doge, man, we would tip our hat and help you go because that's really freaking cool.
Robert
And then
Parker
I'd have
says,
to divest.
Kevin James, with enough money, I think you could buy a hooker too. They're actually cheaper than the lightsabers from what I've read.
The fact he priced
Kevin Nelson said, happy anniversary, Tom and F-Bomb. Kevin Nelson also said, rest in peace, Richard Chamberlain. Tegan said, have a great vacation. I will watch my Facebook page. There'll be photos to come. That concludes the show, guys. We love you. I'll see you guys maybe 2 weeks from tonight if I get back in town in time. I might only miss one show.
Hey, let me add one thing.
Yes.
You asked who was coming in. So also for next week on Sunday's show, it's tentative, but I think we'll finish it up. We're going to have the president of the Kitsap Rifle and Revolver Club in studio.
Is that Marcus?
Marcus, yeah.
Oh, awesome. Give Marcus my best. I haven't talked to him in forever. He's a good guy.
He's still trying to get an answer out of the county why he can't shoot at his gun club that's 100 years old.
You know why. All right. Good night, guys. Take it easy. We'll talk to you soon. Outlaw Radio.
Adios.
Deuces.